Game in Marvel. Chapter 1. January, 2008. New York. Knock on the door. Olivia quickened her footsteps as she went to answer the bell. Her husband was here. It was 6 p.m. in the evening, and it had been snowing since morning. She hurriedly opened the door, let her husband in, took off his overcoat, placed it on the coat stand, and kept the umbrella to the side. "How was the day, honey?" "It was perfect, my love." "Well, almost perfect if not for the snow. The number of idiots I come across during the snowy season blows my mind," Mason, Olivia's husband, said. "Ha ha ha. Hasn't that been the story for the last decade or so? Don't remind me. Ugh." Olivia and Mason were a happy, typical white couple living in New York, and both of their parents were from New York as well. Mason was the owner of 2 garages, which he had built himself, and he was now managing both. The garages were doing well, as the Google reviews for both were above 4 stars, keeping his business on the right track. Meanwhile, Olivia was a housewife. The economy wasn't bad, so she could pursue her hobby of painting and drawing. She often sold her paintings online. Even though it was 2007, the internet was quite advanced, and online shopping was slowly gaining popularity. It was her son, Liam, who had encouraged her to showcase her paintings online on social media and even post small time-lapse videos of her work. Though she wasn't a gorgeous beauty, her mature and kind appearance garnered attention. Her social media fame even led to an invitation to display one of her paintings at an art gallery. It wasn't a grand hit or anything, but the exposure certainly helped. Mason and Olivia spent a bit more time talking about his workplace while Olivia shared some uplifting comments she'd come across online. It was just everyday stuff from their ordinary lives. "Liam, come down for dinner." The family lived in a duplex, a gift Mason's father had given him when he married Olivia. Having a home in Queens instead of a dingy apartment was already a huge achievement. Coming. Soon, the 3 sat at the table. Liam was their only child. "Liam, thank you for your advice on retrofitting the exhaust with a high-flow catalytic converter. You were right, it did reduce the back pressure. The customer even came back today and thanked me." Of course, he didn't return out of courtesy. He'd rear-ended a car while driving in the snow early this morning, Mason said with a mix of complaint and humor. Liam could tell his father was pleased, knowing it was these idiots who kept his business thriving. Thanks, Dad. I'll join you tomorrow after school," Liam replied sheepishly. He didn't say more and focused on his food. Liam was a high schooler, about to turn 16 that year. He often visited the garage to help out, a habit that had started half a year ago when he decided to tinker around one day. The garage employees had given him a warm welcome, as he was the boss's son. Initially, they treated him with respect but kept a safe distance. Liam found it difficult at first, sensing their unease, but over time, they accepted him as one of their own and even let him work on some cars brought in for maintenance and repair. Liam mostly worked on car engines, as they were his main interest. Over the past few months, he had earned the employees' trust, and even his father admitted Liam was a prodigy when it came to cars. Mason was proud of his son and made sure Liam knew it. The rest of dinner went as usual, and Liam soon returned to his room. "Our son has become so introverted. I miss the old days when Liam was bubbly and outgoing," Olivia said nostalgically. She had noticed how much her son had changed in the past year. "Leave him alone, Olivia. He's a teenager now. You can't expect him to always be happy. There's nothing wrong with him. We just need to avoid pressuring him," Mason replied. "Of course, you'd say that. He's following the same path as you, spending his time in the garage, tinkering with machines that don't have emotions," Olivia retorted. "Hey, come on, don't hurt me like that. Those machines talk to me," Mason joked. "Yeah. Then why didn't you marry those machines if they talk to you?" Olivia snapped. "Ha ha ha. Don't be jealous, my love. I may love those machines, but there are people who love cars even more than I do. One guy visits every 2 months just to do a routine check on his old 1962 Chevrolet Corvette. He even named it Lola. You think I'm crazy? You should see him. No, thank you. Liam was back in his room. It had been more than a year since he was transmigrated into this healthy body. Yes, a perfectly fine and healthy body had replaced Sean's from Earth. In his previous life, Sean had been a nerd. When he first realized the general setup of this world, he almost fainted in shock. The MCU. For the first few months, he lived in terror, thinking the TVA would come after him. But thankfully, they didn't. Then he feared his presence might cause a butterfly effect, altering the MCU as he knew it. It was a debate between Murphy's Law and the butterfly effect. Sean didn't know what his presence might bring to this new universe. Part of him was eager to find out, but a bigger part was scared. He felt lonely. Thankfully, he hadn't arrived empty-handed. He came with a goldfinger, or at least that's what it was called. At first, he was excited to have something that would help him rise to the top of the world, but once he got the hang of it, he wanted to crawl under a bed and pray to return to his old life. Because this system was pure torture. Do you wish to travel to the world? Yes. Good luck. Liam found himself in an futuristic room built with metal plates and various holographic around with only a pistol in his hand. He held a shiny, round, hockey puck-like instrument, which resembled Tony Stark's arc reactor. Liam didn't waste a second and made a run for it. As he was running, a call came in from CDR, Sarah Briggs. Cooper, your Titan is standing by. Call when you are ready. Stand by for Titanfall. There was a loud thud from the upper atmosphere, and after a second, a huge mecha fell to the ground, causing a small earthquake-like wave around it. Liam didn't seem amazed or scared that a huge mecha had just fallen in front of him. He seemed to be expecting it as he proceeded to place the shiny arc reactor instrument into the small circular hole in the face of the mecha. If it wasn't clear before, let me make it clear now. The Goldfinger was a half-intelligent system. It allowed Liam to cross into the game worlds of his previous life. Yup, games that one could play in his previous life. It wasn't something like world hopping, where Liam would become a random NPC and just travel between worlds. Nothing like that. What it allowed was for Liam to take on the role of the protagonist in the game and play as the main character. Now, this might sound very easy since most games were, well, easy. But it wasn't for Liam. Titanfall 2 was his first world, and he had been playing its 4-hour single-player campaign for the last year, struggling to finish it. Why? Because the game was set to extreme hard difficulty, and the NPCs, who were easy to kill in the original, were now intelligent and could think for themselves. Not only was the game extremely hard, but the intelligence of the NPCs made his life a living hell for the past year. Every 24 hours, he was allowed to enter the game world once. He could stay there non-stop because time in the MCU froze for him. There were 2 ways to return to the MCU, either finish the whole campaign or just die. Yup. For the past year, that's what he had been doing every day. Dying. Every single day. For most people, it would have been mentally wrecking and would have landed them in a hospital. But the Goldfinger came with a clinch. It erased the mental stress, PTSD and other problems he might face due to constantly being in war and also sometimes his disorientation of time. Thus, for the past year, after dinner, which had become almost a ritual for him, he would travel to the world of Titanfall 2, accompanying the mecha named BT-7742, or BT for short. Since time froze for Liam in the MCU, he had been in perpetual training. Training that made death his greatest teacher. Because of this, he had progressed far when it came to using guns, maneuvering through battlefields filled with flying bullets, mastering stealth, and all kinds of military tactics. A one-man army. Of course, this was all possible thanks to BT, which provided him with the most optimal ways to deal with situations, courtesy of its built-in AI. But AI, at the end of the day, was just a tool. Liam had to learn everything from scratch. At first, he died repeatedly because he couldn't aim straight, and his body was always sore. So, he began learning how to use guns and properly handle his gear, and also strengthen his weak body. It took him a long time to get the hang of it and actually have the strength to be in a battlefield, but eventually, he became capable of launching attacks. He practiced during the moments he was given to recharge while being transferred from one mission to another. Thankfully, there were no time restrictions. Liam had played the single-player campaign before, so he vaguely remembered the missions and knew his way around. Naturally, this also meant he got to experience piloting BT and using the mecha. He had never been a huge fan of mechas, which was odd considering he was a nerd. But after piloting a Titan, he finally understood the appeal. Driving and fighting with a Titan was exhilarating, and when he achieved his first victory, he couldn't help but beam with joy. Thus, even though the past year had been grueling, with death as his constant companion, he progressed like a madman. He even managed to learn how to repair cars from BT, since BT's AI stored vast amounts of information, and many vehicles were damaged in the game world. Liam learned a lot about car mechanics as he completed missions day by day. Eventually, he was able to apply that knowledge in the real world. He was in 2008 already, and this year would be a test if this world followed Murphy's Law or just a bad case of butterfly effect. Actually, Liam also feared that one day Ancient One will show up after he got himself the Goldfinger. But thankfully he didn't get any visit from the bald-headed old woman. Thus he wanted to finish the game as the system had said that depending upon his completion and success rate, he would be awarded. Now Liam didn't know what he would be awarded, but he was looking forward to it. Chapter 2:2. This is it, BT, Liam muttered, his voice tight with anticipation. Anticipation that this last mission would be the end, and maybe he would be able to finish it in one go. Well, he could always dream as he remembered that the last mission with BT was filled with constant fights against Titans and also a sacrifice at the end. The mission was clear: reach the fold weapon and destroy it before the IMC could harness its devastating power. The stakes couldn't have been higher. The fold weapon was akin to the Death Star, which used gravity as a weapon and could destroy planets. The mission this time was taking care of the fold weapon, or in other words, being the Anakin Skywalker and destroying it. And thus, Liam started his journey. But of course, how could it be that easy? He soon had to face a number of soldiers from the IMC and also other Titans. Thankfully, this new version of BT was much better than the previous version. He took his machine and just poured all the bullets into one of the Titans until it was time to reload. Thankfully, with the downfall of every Titan, there would be a power cell that would recharge the shield and repair the damages done. Though the game was still extremely difficult, Liam was faring quite well in this chaos-filled battlefield. BT, how is the new hull? Better? Liam couldn't help but ask while firing his huge-ass machine gun. Jack, Cooper, I have never felt better. Then let's raise hell, BT. Affirmative, Jack. The battle raged on. Liam had to face multiple soldiers, mounted turrets, and many Titans, but finally, he reached the control system of the fold weapon, only to face Sloan and Blisk, the last two enemies and their Legion-class Titans. This was going to be a tough fight, as Sloan's weapon was a huge laser gun that could vaporize anything. It's just that Liam didn't expect anything to actually mean his own Titan too. As soon as Liam faced Sloan, she just one-shot Liam into oblivion. He didn't even get time to dodge or maneuver. He didn't even know he had died until he saw himself sitting on his bed. Fuck. Liam couldn't help but curse. How am I going to dodge that big-ass weapon with BT? That is impossible. Liam was angry, and thankfully, the system would clean him of any kind of tiredness or dizziness from the constant fight. He laid in bed, thinking of how he was going to deal with Sloan and then Blisk until the end. He soon fell asleep, as Liam wasn't known to take anxiety to the grave and just dwell on it. There was always time. Midtown High School, Forest Hills. Liam attended probably the most famous high school in comics and movies, the school where Peter Parker went. But at the moment, this school was just a school for geniuses. Well, the term genius was a stretch. It was a public school to begin with. But Liam liked the school. After a grueling session every night, coming to school was a way of unwinding himself and indulging in petty things like talking with friends and having fun. In his previous life, he didn't like his own school life as he was heavily bullied because of his shy nature. Though later he did become successful, the scars still remained with him. Thus, he wanted to make up for the regret. But today wasn't a nice day for Liam, because as soon as he entered the school corridor, the class teacher was waiting for him. Liam Woodworth. Follow me to the principal's office. Liam's eyebrows raised at the tone of disappointment in the teacher, but he didn't say anything in return. He just followed him and soon found himself in the principal's office. The principal sat on his chair while 2 men and 1 woman sat on the other side of the desk, with 3 students about the same age as Liam standing behind them with their heads down. If fire could be spewed from eyes, then these 3 individuals sitting across from the principal would have lasered Liam into oblivion by now. Thankfully, Superman wasn't a thing here. At least not yet. Liam knew what it was for. "Mr. Liam Woodworth, do you have any idea the whirlwind you have caused in the school?" the principal spoke up first, in anger. I don't see any debris or anything destroyed with my name on it in the school premises yet. If you want, I can check the whole compound." Liam answered. "You think this is a joke? You hurt my son and his friends, and now you are joking. If it wasn't for the principal here, would have sued you by now." The woman, who looked angrier than the other 2 men, didn't even allow the principal to answer. "Mrs. Gallagher, I beseech you to restrain your anger," the principal said to the woman. Liam could only think of one thing here: who uses the word beseech nowadays in everyday conversation? This principal is definitely weird. No wonder he got replaced, as Liam remembered who took the position of principal when Peter was here. "Mr. Woodworth, I expect some kind of answer for your behavior and, roughing them up. There is video evidence and multiple witnesses, so I hope you won't lie." The principal knew he would have to step in fast, or else these 3 guardians would make more of a scene than it already was. "They tried to bully my friend, so I went and taught them a lesson," Liam replied, side-eyeing the 3 fellow colleagues that he had a talk with a few days ago. "You see? Your own student has admitted it. Now I want him expelled. My poor boy has been traumatized by this incident and refuses to go out of his room. I won't leave until my demands are met." Mrs. Gallagher jumped on the admission and almost screamed at the principal. Chapter 3. Liam remained calm while Mrs. Gallagher continued her tirade. Her voice was sharp and piercing, but Liam knew better than to react. He waited for a pause, and when it finally came, he spoke up. "Mrs. Gallagher, before we proceed with this, I think it's only fair to shed some light on the entire situation," Liam said, his voice steady. "I happen to have something that might be of interest to everyone in this room." The principal raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about, Mr. Woodworth?" Liam reached into his backpack and pulled out his phone. Tapping a few times, he brought up a video and turned the screen to face the principal. "This," Liam said, "is video evidence of your son, Mrs. Gallagher, selling drugs on school premises." The room went silent. The color drained from Mrs. Gallagher's face, and the 2 men sitting next to her looked equally stunned. Even the 3 students standing behind them glanced at each other nervously. What is this nonsense?" Mrs. Gallagher stammered, her voice trembling. "You're making baseless accusations." "I assure you, it's not baseless," Liam said, tapping play on the video. The footage clearly showed Mrs. Gallagher's son exchanging small baggies with another student behind the gym. The transaction was quick, but the faces were unmistakable. The video also captured the other 2 boys standing nearby, acting as lookouts. While they weren't directly involved in the deal, their complicity was evident. The principal watched in silence, his expression growing grimmer by the second. When the video ended, he leaned back in his chair, letting out a heavy sigh. His time in this school might end much earlier than he had expected. This doesn't prove anything. The packets might not even be drugs, just random things he might have given or sold to them, Mrs. Gallagher said. I knew this topic might come up if the evidence reached court, so here are some of the images where your son was taking the same items from some random guy on the streets. I am not sure who he is, but I am certain if the New York police were sent this package, they would love to have a talk with the gentleman in the picture, and your son, Liam said, showing them various pictures. Mrs. Gallagher, the principal said, his tone measured but firm, I think we need to have a serious conversation about this. Mrs. Gallagher's outrage turned to panic. This must be a mistake. That's not my son, she exclaimed, though her voice betrayed her disbelief. Oh, it's definitely your son, Liam interjected. Mrs. Gallagher, Mr. Carpenter, and Mr. Taylor, the school will investigate the video, and until then, all of your sons will be expelled. Now, please leave my office. I've had enough shock for one day, which might not be good for my old heart, the principal said. The 6 individuals promptly left without another word. They were visibly embarrassed. Liam also wanted to sneak away, only to be called out. Not you, Mr. Woodworth. You stay behind, the principal said. Liam could only sigh, finding himself alone in the room with the old man. I have seen the video. You went up to them and started this fight. I also know they have been bothering some of the students in your class. Was that the reason you confronted them? The principal asked. Since you know the whole plot, why are you asking me? Liam replied. Though Liam loved his school, he wasn't overly fond of it. School was his stress relief, but he could find the same relief in the real world, easily. In his previous life, he had been a nurse at a local hospital in California, so he wasn't hungry for knowledge. And school wasn't helpful for his career anyway, as this world wasn't normal to begin with. I can see you have resentment toward our school. The school administration will do its best to teach our students to avoid such behavior. We also promise to sever ties with drug peddlers and provide care and attention to those who have suffered. The school thanks you for your valuable input, the principal said. Yeah. Can I go now? Liam didn't want to deal with this old politician, who was clearly hinting for him to stop fanning the flames so he could retire in peace without his name being tainted. So much for honor. These kinds of people disgusted him. Maybe he was also a Hydra agent. Liam promptly left and went straight to his class. Some of his friends, hearing he was called to the office, were curious, thinking he might have gotten detention. But seeing Liam's happy face, the notion was dismissed. By the end of classes that afternoon, it was announced that the 3 students had been suspended, pending investigation, and some students from various classes were called to the office. Liam knew that since the ordeal was now public, the administration would take action. These 3 students had been bothering his small circle of nerdy friends. At first, he wanted to teach them a lesson, but he knew that doing so would prompt a negative response from the school, as public schools were known for such reactions. Thus, he followed them and gathered evidence, as it was rumored these hooligans dealt with drugs and had ties to dangerous gang members. After proper investigation, which was an easy job for Liam, thanks to his stealth skills from the Titanfall 2 world, he discovered some of the rumors were true, while others were exaggerated. For example, their dangerous connections turned out to be just a dealer selling them drugs, while Mrs. Gallagher's son sold them at school to earn a bit of money. He roughed them up because he expected the school to respond, and he wasn't disappointed. It took less than 4 days for them to act. Liam didn't return home from school but went straight to the garage. When he entered the place he was stunned because the coincidence of a situation happening in front of him wasn't something he had expected. Not even in his wildest dreams. Hey man, you okay? You seem like you have seen a ghost. One of the customers, who was of about 5 feet 11 inches height, quite chubby with blonde hair with a pattern that could only be seen among college students, looking like a typical young New Yorker, came forward and asked. Aside him was a man of around the same age wearing dark shades and carrying a white stick, signifying that the man was blind. Chapter 4. Ah. I am all right, Liam reacted after a second of being dumbfounded. Oh, you haven't met my confidant here before. Matthew Murdoch. Yup, the chubby man was Foggy, and the blind man was Matt, or as we know him, Daredevil. The blind, hypersensitive superhero. Well, he wasn't a superhero yet, as he was still in university, and maybe he was still dating Elektra. Thus, both of them looked quite ordinary. That was an exaggeration. Hello. You can call me Matt, Matt replied as he extended his hand to shake with Liam. Liam hesitated for a second before shaking hands with him. As Liam and the two future lawyers were talking, Liam heard a man speaking from behind. Liam, I heard that you have been selected by the school to represent us in the Science Expo in LA. The man was wearing a good suit, with a receding hairline but looked quite fit for his age, or maybe it was the good black suit that made him look classy. Liam knew him. In fact, many of the people who had followed the MCU would know him. Phil Coulson. He was here for his Lola. Yes, it is a small device I made that could send back a 3D sonar picture to the person controlling it. I have already applied for the patent, Liam said. The reason Liam was dumbfounded was not because he met Matt or Phil. It was just that both of them were at the same place at the same time. That was what caught Liam off guard. 3D sonar, huh? Maybe our department will be interested, Phil said. You mean your department of the FBI? Why would the FBI need it? Liam knew the actual situation and thus teased Phil. Well, in many home invasions and bringing down bad guys, you never know where the enemies are hidden, so your device might come in handy, Phil said. You are talking as if you have already seen the device, Liam said. We have. Or at least we have seen the patent. But we want you to make one, and following that, we will proceed with the future plans. Your device, if it works, will be quite useful for us, and that is also the reason why private companies haven't called. If I didn't know better, I would have called you a stalker, Liam said. Ha ha ha. We only look for potential people around. You are a genius, Liam. I hope you and our department can cooperate. Of course, our department will compensate you with enough money and maybe invest in your future inventions if they are helpful for us. Oh yes, bring the receipts of all the parts of the device you made. It will help us as we can accurately estimate the price since costly items might make your device less helpful for us, Phil said. Liam could only roll his eyes at that. You guys have a flying aircraft carrier and multiple ones at that. Or at least they are in production. Money is the least of your concerns. Foggy and Matt felt a bit awkward as they didn't understand what was going on. Thankfully, his father, Mason, was here, and since Foggy was a regular customer, he happily and proudly spoke of the invention his son had made. Liam felt a bit embarrassed, as this was actually not his own invention. Just like his knowledge of cars, this came from BT too. He had this idea when he had been using the pulse blade. The pulse blade was a throwing knife that emitted a radar pulse and allowed one to see the outline of an enemy through any terrain, within a limited range. This was quite useful for a soldier or even police who wanted to invade a place. Thus, he had asked BT how it functioned and even asked BT to give him a blueprint. Of course, it was a cheaper blueprint and not the one that was small and less efficient. BT didn't actually have the knowledge, and it was from other NPCs that were on his team. BT just simplified it for him, and thus he was able to make his own small sonar device. He had shown its usefulness to the school and even asked his father to apply for a patent with the help of his lawyer. Both the school and the lawyer were thrilled with what Liam had built, and thus this year's Science Expo for teenagers was going to be held in LA. This was also one of the reasons why the principal of his school didn't call his parents after the bullying incident. He was too good for the school to be let go, or at least that was what the principal thought. After a brief introduction and encouragement from Phil, he left, followed by Foggy, as his car needed maintenance, while Phil was taking his Lola out. Liam then started to work and helped his dad and his employees. Liam was back again at the control station of the fold weapon. He had thought deeply about how he would tackle the laser weapon, and that was by dodging long before she could fire the gun. Those guns were heavy, but they also had a drawback: each fire required a recharge after a few seconds. That could only be done if BT counted down the time and dodged by itself, not waiting for Liam's response. BT, count down the second she needs to recharge. Affirmative, Jack. Of course, in order to count the second, he and BT would have to die for the first time. And that was what happened in the end. They died. Not before seeing the countdown on the side. 9 seconds. It was rare for Liam to smile after coming from that godforsaken world. He was close to the end goal now and he couldn't wait to see the first rewards. Even though the mental torture was horrible, he did gain physical flexibility, strength, and being aware of the surroundings from the game world. Chapter 5:5. Liam thought that knowing it was 9 seconds would allow him to finish the campaign. But he was so wrong. It took him a month to finish the last campaign. Yes, Liam had finally finished the campaign. The ending was bittersweet for Liam. Fighting in the Titan didn't help Liam learn some new skills physically, but it did allow him to learn time management in the mission. It was a horrible run for Liam with constant Titans coming after him and also deal with Sloan and Blisk. At the end BT sacrificed itself and Liam had to make a run to save himself. It was a long process. But at the end Liam was finally able to complete the whole game. Congratulations on finishing your first game. Yeah. By death more 100 times. Liam said as he mumbled under his breath on his bed. He had just finished the whole campaign and he felt sad. He had lost BT, his one and true helper. But it was not the time for grief as he had known this would happen by the end. He wiped the non-existent tears in his eyes and then asked the system for rewards. After completion of each game, you would be given 3 rewards. The quality of rewards range from D to SSS level, which is depending upon how you fared in the whole campaign. So what evaluation did I get this time? Liam was excited as he was waiting for the reward. The evaluation is C-. You gotta be kidding me. Liam almost cursed instantly hearing that evaluation. He had died for a year every day only to hear that he was C-. It was almost D. This was terrible. But since the host has entered the game world for the first time and didn't know any better, his rewards will be equivalent to a category. This made Liam almost jump in joy. When he heard of the evaluation he knew that he wouldn't be able to receive S-class as he had been quite naive in the beginning. So having a class was already a win for him. The 3 rewards for the completion of the game Titanfall 2 are: 1. A self-rechargeable pilot suit with all the gears and abilities, an unlimited supply of pulse blade, PS. The host will be allowed to use one blade and only after the previous blade is destroyed or incapacitated would the next pulse blade will be supplied to the host. 2. A fully functional Vanguard-class Titan with rechargeable ammunitions for the missile launcher, once a day, and a PR-01 plasma railgun with 20 rounds, once a day. 3. A Hornet. PS. Along with this the host will be provided with 9x9 grid space where your Titan and aircraft Hornet had been placed. You can put it inside and pull it out of the space anytime you like it, but regular items bigger or heavier than the host itself can't be placed inside the space. A single item could be stacked 99 times of the same item. Liam was dumbfounded. He had expected that the rewards would be good, but he hadn't expected to be this good. The Hornet was aircraft fighter in the world of Titanfall 2. It was at least few generations ahead of the current fighters of US Air Force. It even had capabilities to fight and maneuver in space, much more stealthy and all in all a great fighter. It could even do a VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing. And the amazing part was the fact that Liam knew how to pilot this shit. When he started training, he came across one Hornet, and since he was allowed to move around in the game freely at checkpoints, he learned piloting this beast. Now he was happy that he learnt it because at that time he learnt to pilot the Hornet was to make his mission easier and just kill his enemies. At the end he had give up the dream as he needed to do mission inside of structures where his plane couldn't go and sometimes finesse was more important for the mission. Now he was thanking the stars that he learnt it. He asked more questions about the rewards and soon got to know that he wouldn't have to manually wear his pilot's suit and the system would just place it upon his body. Well, at least the suit up wouldn't be embarrassing. The 9x9 space was also quite useful for his everyday life. Since it was night he sneaked out of his window at night and went to a secluded place. He summoned his pilot's suit and then used all of the abilities given by the pilot's suit and was amazed to see that every gear worked, and though he wasn't invincible in this suit, it at least allowed him to move sideways among humans. That was a start. After playing around and getting a handle of his suit, he returned after an hour. Of course he had made sure that none of the cameras were able to capture him. He was an anomaly in this world and would need to hide his presence as much as possible. At least till the shield and sword is clean enough. But he also knew that he wouldn't be able to use 2 of the rewards at the moment. In a few months he would leave for LA and there would be space enough to try out his rewards. Though he could do the same with the outskirts of the city, but he would have to be away for a lot of time. Plus, it was not like he was dying to use them. He had used and played with them in the game world. Thus he wasn't exactly dying to be united with long-lost friend. System, when will the next game start? Tomorrow. System, do you have a name? No. Why don't I give you one? Not required. Liam was very happy and thus engaged in an one-sided conversation with the system for no reason. Chapter 6, May 25, 2008. Los Angeles. The security check was so wild. Sheesh, Chris said as he boarded the plane. I don't care. I am finally in LA. This is a dream come true. Thank you, Liam, Bonnie said as she slightly touched Liam's arm, which he ignored. The project was a group project, and thus Liam had to include at least 2 people. The first was Chris, who was kind of Liam's favorite buddy in school. He was a single-parent child, and the situation around him had forced him to be mature and aware of his surroundings, which made Liam closer to Chris. The other was Bonnie. Bonnie was a Chinese American, and her family had been living in America for the last 2 generations. Liam could clearly tell that Bonnie was into him and probably had a crush on him. Liam might not be the most handsome man in the school, or maybe even the class, but he always carried an air of charm and mystery. The way he walked felt like he was always on his tiptoes, silent and deadly. Even though Liam wore baggy clothes, one could see the outline of his well-armed body. Liam was a nerd, but a hot nerd. Many of the women in school had a crush on him, especially when the school announced that he had been selected to represent them at a nationwide science expo. He had even applied for a patent. Liam didn't have any delusions of having romantic relationships at the moment, at least not now. But among the girls he had come across and been forced to interact with, he found Bonnie likable. She was intelligent, mature, and on the good-looking side of the spectrum. Having died at the age of 30 in his previous life, a part of him found it criminal to like any girl under 20 years of age. It is because Tony Stark has been missing, Liam replied as they were checked more thoroughly at the airport. Though he didn't understand the connection, he could tell that Tony's kidnapping had thrown many agencies into a dustbin of headaches. I read on the internet that most countries around the world don't like him, Chris said as he pushed the trolley through the exit. You mean the countries that can't afford to buy his weapons and ammunition, Liam corrected him. Ha ha ha. Not all countries have the money to buy his bombs, Chris said. Before they could continue, his phone rang. His father had called to know if he had landed safely. Seeing this, both Bonnie and Liam called their parents. Soon, they were on their way to the hotel that the organizers had booked for them. The next day, Chris and Bonnie helped Liam organize the small space they had been allotted, where they were supposed to showcase their invention, or, in this case, their new invention. This wasn't like Liam's previous world. Here, for some reason, there was a greater craze for new inventions and inventors. They were much more idolized than any Hollywood celebrity. There was a reason why Tony Stark was so famous. It wasn't only because of his weapons but also because of his other small inventions. Stark Industries had its hands in other industries too, especially automobiles, energy, and space tech. It was also the reason why Tony could simply say he would shut down weapons manufacturing and still hold on until he was able to supply green energy, which made Stark Industries go further than ever before. So this Science Expo was a big deal for the country, almost equivalent to an Oscar party. Apart from NASA and other think tank industries, many capitalists would show up and take their time to see the inventions. This world also had Elon Musk. Though Liam wasn't a huge fan of his in his previous life, one couldn't deny that he had the money in this world too. Soon, the Science Expo started, and Liam had trained Chris and Bonnie to say what they needed to say when questioned. It was Liam's invention, but if his assistants were duds, it would be an embarrassment. Liam demonstrated the usefulness of his invention to those around, and it soon became clear that what he had created could be helpful for many industries, even for automated vehicles. Elon Musk was the first to ask if his invention could detect vehicles too. Yes, I made the software so it can be changed to detect vehicles and solid objects in 3D, Liam said. Excellent. I would like to invest in your invention. I assume you have already registered a patent for this, Elon asked. Yes, Liam said. Elon's words made Bonnie and Chris very happy because Liam had promised them 1% of the shares in the company if they ever got an investment. Elon wasn't the only one interested, though. Justin Hammer also showed up and promised to invest to supply for the industry. Liam was busy talking to other rich venture capitalists, and Chris was more than happy to handle Hammer and explain. Dude, I talked to Justin Hammer. The Justin Hammer. Can you imagine? Chris was over the moon. Justin still had a name for himself in the world. He might not be as big as Tony, but he was still up there. He was so cool, Bonnie said, also very happy. He's alright, Liam said, not that impressed. Knowing the future, he couldn't ally with someone who would go to any lengths to get ahead. That kind of greed wasn't what he was looking for. Of course, you'll say that since you got to talk with Elon Musk, Chris complained. Liam just rolled his eyes. I bet you wouldn't say the same if Tony Stark were here, Bonnie teased. He wouldn't have been here even if he weren't kidnapped, Liam said. Tony was notorious for throwing parties and was rumored to mock others during visits to such expos or MITs, claiming he could do better. One had to be really good to earn his approval. This made the two sad. Nobody from Stark Industries came to the expo, and it was more of a hot topic among the attendees than the expo itself. What really surprised Liam was that people from S.H.I.E.L.D. showed up, and the one who came was none other than Brock Rumlow. Hello, you must be Liam. Coulson spoke quite positively about you. Chapter 7. FBI. Liam feigned ignorance and asked. Yes. He spoke highly of you, so we had to come and see what this is all about. We've already looked through your patent. The government would like to invest in you, Rumlow said. You mean Hydra, Liam thought to himself but didn't say aloud. It was fine if S.H.I.E.L.D. invested in his company, but he would need to ensure the contracts wouldn't come back to bite him once Hydra was taken down. Even though Liam wasn't thrilled about S.H.I.E.L.D. showing interest in his tech, there was nothing he could do. Remaining professional, he gave Rumlow a rundown of his invention. So your code is what's important for the whole device. Did I get that right? Rumlow asked. Liam wasn't surprised that Rumlow knew what was truly essential. One could easily make a sonar device, but processing the information and projecting it was the challenging part. Yes, Liam admitted. The authorities will get in touch with you soon. Get yourself a lawyer, Rumlow said after inspecting the setup. Dude, he was jacked, Chris commented, noting Rumlow's visible biceps and abdominal muscles through his tight-fitting shirt. Liam only smiled, knowing he was almost as fit, though not as bulky. Liam was more on the leaner side now, thanks to the new game. The Science Expo lasted over 4 hours. By the time they returned to their hotel, it was evening. Though exhausted, they were overjoyed. Numerous people had promised investments and taken their contact details. They would soon be establishing a company and couldn't wait to be rich. Chris and Bonnie later convinced Liam to celebrate with a small party at a local pizza shop. By the time they returned to their rooms, both of them crashed onto their beds, leaving Liam awake. "Take me to Ernest Debs Park." So late. "You won't find a taxi back at this hour," the taxi driver said. "You don't have to worry. I have a friend waiting for me there," Liam replied. He had ventured out late at night to catch a taxi. "Okay," the driver said, deciding not to pry. It was LA, after all, and asking too many questions could be unwise. In about half an hour, the taxi reached the destination. The park, located on the outskirts of LA, was a popular tourist attraction. But at night, the entrance was closed. "Are you sure you won't need a ride back?" the taxi driver asked, noting Liam's generous tip. "No. You should head back. This place isn't safe," Liam reminded him. "Where does this teenage kid get the audacity to say such big words to me?" the taxi driver thought, but kept his thoughts to himself. It was easy for Liam to sneak into the park, as he was now wearing his pilot suit. Though BT wasn't with him, he was capable enough to handle things alone, thanks to the new game world he had been thrust into. "I should have brought a sword. My hands feel empty," Liam thought as he found an open area suitable for his operation. It was late at night, and the elevation allowed a clear view of the glowing city below. The stars shone brightly in the clear sky, away from the light pollution. But Liam didn't have time for stargazing. He proceeded to summon his first ally. A hornet, a sleek, angular aerial craft with twin rotors on its sides resembling butterfly wings. Its fuselage, painted in muted tones of iron and shadow, was equipped with rapid-fire cannons along its underbelly and missile pods tucked beneath its sharp wings. The Hornet was both hunter and harbinger. Liam climbed into the cockpit. "I'm home." He started the engine, and thanks to its VTOL capabilities, the plane took off. Within seconds, it picked up speed. Fortunately, the system allowed him to refill the fuel tank once stored in his personal space, otherwise, refueling would have been a hassle. His destination was far, so he ascended high into the sky. It took him 2 hours to reach his target. Gulmira, Afghanistan. The same place where Insan, Tony's ally, had been held captive and where Iron Man first debuted. Liam didn't land the plane directly in Gulmira. Instead, he hovered mid-air and jumped out of the cockpit. Wearing his pilot's suit, he easily landed using its thrusters. He landed on the outskirts of the town, where no one from the devastated area could see him. The location was surrounded by hills, making it easy to stay hidden. After landing, he proceeded to summon BT. "Hello, BT." "Hello, Liam. It's nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too. Do you have any previous memories of me?" Liam asked. This was the first time he had summoned BT, so he needed to understand its programming. "Negative, Liam." What is your mission?" "My first mission is your safety and support in times of need. My second objective is to safeguard humanity." "What if I want to end humanity?" "Then I will prioritize your safety and security. The first objective will always take precedence." "Good. Stay here. I'm going to infiltrate the town. By the way, can you speak all human languages?" "Yes, I am well versed in all human languages." "Perfect. Stay put. I'll be back soon." The first rays of dawn peeked over the rugged hills, casting long shadows across the dilapidated town of Gulmira. The place was a shell of its former self, with crumbled buildings and burnt-out vehicles scattered throughout. It was a town that had fallen to a band of militants, the Ten Rings. From his concealed position on a ridge outside the town, Liam watched through the enhanced optics of his pilot suit. The HUD highlighted movement patterns, armed men patrolling in sporadic shifts, some half asleep and others carelessly chatting. These weren't trained soldiers but opportunistic thugs who had taken advantage of chaos. Liam's target was the leader of this group, a man holed up in what remained of the town's administrative building. Chapter 8. Gulmira's defenses were sloppy at best. The barriers were little more than stacked sandbags, and the patrols were irregular and lazy. Liam smirked as he activated his phase shift, phasing into an alternate dimension for a brief moment. The familiar tingling sensation rippled through him as the real world faded, replaced by a muted void where time felt suspended. This technology was something Liam was able to wrap his head around, but it did allow him to be invisible and move for a few seconds. This allowed him to pass some terrorists easily without any problems. Re-emerging behind a crumbled wall, Liam crouched low and observed the main street. A pair of guards leaned against a rusty pickup truck, their weapons slung haphazardly over their shoulders. They were laughing at some crude joke, entirely unaware of his presence. Liam moved with the precision of a ghost. He activated cloak, blending seamlessly into his surroundings as he advanced. Crossing the main street, he used his grapple to silently scale the side of a partially collapsed building adjacent to his target. Soon Liam reached the rooftop from the blind spot where the leader was barking orders at his men. The terrorists in the room were distracted, shuffling weapons and maps. Liam knew he had seconds to act. He threw a smoke grenade inside. The device instantly filled the room with smoke, but it was no ordinary smoke. The name of the smoke grenade was an electric smoke grenade, and once someone passed through it, they would receive a shock. This grenade was taken from BT, as it was an exclusive thing of Titans. The militants screamed in pain, and all of them lost consciousness. Liam leaped through the window silently, his pilot suit dampening the sound of his impact. The leader had already passed out. The screams were loud enough, and men started running toward the main building. Liam hoisted the unconscious leader over his shoulder and phased into phase shift. Of course, the man couldn't enter the alternate dimension, but it did null the sound of his running. His HUD was fully functional, as the escape route for him was planned by BT. Before entering the town, his HUD had already been analyzing, and BT from afar had been keeping an eye on the militants. Duck under the rubble and wait for 3 seconds. Go towards northwest for a distance before I tell you to stop. Hide beside the broken car. It took him about 3 minutes to find his way out of the chaos. There were people too in the town, but BT made sure that none of them could see him. At one point in his escape, some children saw him, but they didn't seem to react at all. Seeing the children made Liam freeze, but seeing that none of them reacted, he continued to sprint and escape. Thankfully, the guards in the area were too slow to react. By the time they realized something was wrong, Liam was already beyond their reach. They weren't even able to secure the borders of the town fast when their leader vanished. Welcome back. Congratulations on safely executing the mission. Liam was amazed that he didn't need to kill anyone in this small mission that he had given himself. He didn't have any goal to avoid killing, as he thought he might have to use the pulse blade, but the security was so slow and lax that it was not needed. But at the moment, Liam was huffing a bit. The stress and the weight of the man on his shoulders made him a bit tired. Though Liam was at the peak of human ability, at the end of the day, he was still 16. Thanks. Liam sat down to catch his breath. After a period of rest, he finally entered the cockpit of BT and then ran into the ridges and mountains with BT holding the unconscious body of the leader. Liam kept a very safe distance away from the town, and now it was finally time to work. BT, wake him up. Roger. BT proceeded to give him a small shock, which instantly broke his unconsciousness. The leader woke up with a start and then started screaming. He tried to get away from the hold of the mechanical monster's hand, but he couldn't. The look of horror and confusion on his face was apparent. But after some time, tears started to roll down his eyes, and he began constantly mumbling, holding his hands in a prayer stance, and looking at Liam. What is he saying? He is praying to us. He thinks we are jinns. Liam just rolled his eyes. Ask him where Tony Stark is. Ask him for the exact location. BT spoke in the same language as theirs. And surprisingly, the man spoke out everything. BT specifically asked him for coordinates as he showed him a holographic map, and the man pointed it out. BT, isn't he speaking too enthusiastically? Liam, he is in deep fear and thinks we are the evils of the world. He also has a deep fear of death. Ugh. Just take him with us. We will dispose him once we confirm whether what he says is true or false. We'll follow your command. The man didn't try to wiggle his way out and accepted his fate while praying to whatever god he believed in. Liam didn't care, and after an hour of running in sand and rugged terrain, Liam was sitting inside BT and asking about all the functions that could be done and what couldn't. Soon they reached the place, and Liam could see a small circular mound, and from afar, one could tell that the surrounding territory was very well guarded. Unlike the previous town, this small place was filled with guards and even had small towers. The only reason they weren't able to see Liam and the huge BT was because the wind was blowing at high speed, carrying sand with it. But this problem wasn't an issue for Liam, as they were using high-resolution cameras and lenses to look further. Chapter 9. Liam got out of the pilot's seat, and when the man who was being held saw this, he opened his eyes. He had been silent, but just as he was about to scream, Liam threw a pulse blade right at his throat. Liam was fast and decisive. Blood poured out of the man's throat like a fountain had just been opened, and his helmet now had droplets of blood on it. This was his first official kill. He didn't even get the chance to speak to his first kill. Is this your first kill? How do you know? Your heart rate is elevated, and your pupils are dilated. Liam was silent and didn't answer. He just looked at the man's life pouring away. After mourning for a minute, he steeled his heart. This was his first kill, but it wouldn't be his last, for sure. This world would force him to kill many, be they human beings, aliens, or maybe even gods. BT, stealthily keep the perimeter clear. I will go inside alone. But Liam, there are many people inside. And that is the reason I should do it alone. Once they realize that you have infiltrated, they will kill the men I want to free. Don't make people feel too desperate. Give them hope. I understand. I will make sure no men come close. BT moved back and soon vanished into the sand dunes and ridges, taking the corpse away too. Liam crouched low behind a jagged dune, his breathing slow and steady. His high-resolution HUD scanned the perimeter of the heavily guarded circular mound in the distance. The sandstorm provided natural cover, but the border guards' elevated towers and roaming sentries posed a significant challenge. The mound, he could recognize some parts of it. He tapped his forearm panel, activating cloak. His body shimmered, blending seamlessly with the sandstorm. He moved forward, light-footed. The first guard was perched in a tower, casually scanning the horizon with binoculars. Liam silently scaled the back of the tower using the suit's built-in grapple. As he reached the top, the guard turned too late. With a flick of his wrist, Liam deployed his pulse blade. A precise strike to the back of the guard's neck sent him to the halls of death after gurgling a bit, and Liam gently lowered the body to avoid noise. He scanned the camp again. 2 guards stood by a small guard post near the main entrance. Their rifles were slung lazily over their shoulders, their conversation lost in the wind. Liam crouched low, analyzing their patterns. He rushed toward the first guard, disarming him with a swift twist and landing a clean blow with the hilt of the pulse blade. The second guard barely had time to react before Liam disabled him with a calculated strike to the leg, followed by a sharp jab to the shoulder. This time, there was noise from the man's mouth. Seeing no other choice at the moment, Liam snatched the AK the man had strapped to him and shot at the others. Ah, fuck. Liam cursed. He wanted to take down the guard stealthily, but that was now out of the window. As soon as Liam killed the two men, he went into phase shift and ran in another direction. The men from inside the mound came pouring out toward the sound of the gunshots. Liam climbed the side of the mound away from the entrance. As he climbed over, he finally got to see what was happening inside. There were multiple machine guns pointed at the entrance, and inside the mound, which also contained the entrance to the cave, there were guns, ammunition, missile heads, incendiaries, and all kinds of weapons, courtesy of Stark Industries. The militants came to see what was going on, and soon many of them were shouting and yelling, confused about what had happened here. This small movement showed that even if they were better than the ones in Gulmira, they lacked proper training to deal with such situations. Liam proceeded to kill the two sentries with machine guns using the pulse blade. The blade not only struck their necks but also ensured they couldn't utter a noise as the blood rushed out. "Time for some fun," Liam said as he took out a small disc and threw it on the ground. The disc proceeded to open a semicircular light shield, the A-wall. It deployed an invincible particle wall, destructible only at its small circular base, that blocked incoming shots and amplified outgoing ones. As soon as the A-wall came up, he started firing at the men. Liam was in cloak mode, so it was already hard for them to spot him, even though they were on alert after Liam came out of phase shift. The small bunch of men who were on alert were instantly downed, and the other bunch retaliated when they noticed Liam. But the A-wall made sure that none of the bullets could even come close to Liam. As Liam was killing these men, BT sent him a message. "The radar has picked up a small explosion inside the cave." What? This made Liam, who had just killed these men, move in a bit of a hurry. A small explosion could mean anything inside. And thus, after dealing with them, he used cloak mode again and made a run inside. There were men guarding the tunnels, and Liam had to use his gun or his pulse blade. The pulse blade came in very handy as it allowed him to target enemies that couldn't be positioned through his eyes. BT helped navigate by analyzing the terrain and ensuring he was on the right path to the location. As he came close, he suddenly heard more gunshots further inside the tunnel. This made him sweat, and he broke into a faster and more frantic run. Liam burst into the final chamber of the cave, heart pounding and blood roaring in his ears. His HUD painted a grim picture: 6 hostiles, all armed, their weapons trained on a frail, bearded man, Insen. The man was on his knees, with his borrowed gun pointing at them. He wasn't ready to give up just yet. Chapter 10:10. One of the militants cocked his rifle, stepping forward to finish the job. Liam didn't hesitate. He darted beside Insen, his hand shooting to his belt. With a flick of his wrist, the A-wall disc flew across the room, skittering to a halt between Insen and the gunman. A burst of blue light erupted as the A-wall activated, the shimmering particle shield splitting the room. The militants shouted in confusion, their bullets ricocheting harmlessly off the barrier. Liam, now fully visible, stepped into the room, his weapon raised. "Get down!" Liam barked at Insen. Insen didn't need to be told twice. He hit the ground as Liam opened fire, each shot amplified by the A-wall's energy field. The militants had no chance, their return fire was futile, their bodies falling one by one under Liam's precise aim. The last man standing dropped his weapon and turned to run, but Liam was faster. He phase shifted, his body disappearing into another dimension for a split second, only to reappear directly in front of the fleeing militant. A quick strike with the pulse blade ended the threat. Breathing heavily, Liam turned to Insen, who was staring at him in a mix of shock and awe. But Liam's small respite was short-lived as he felt a wave of heat strike his face, forcing him to dodge and sidestep. Liam spun around, furious, only to see a huge armored man standing to the side, pointing a metal-covered hand at him. Under the arm was a nozzle that had just tried to incinerate him. "Tony, no. This person saved my life. Don't attack him." Yes, it was the famous Tony Stark, the Tony Stark who had just built a suit while in a cave. I'm sorry. I noticed colors and thought it was some Mario Party, so I took action. Hope you're not hurt, Tony said, his voice laced with a bit of guilt and hoarseness. Use better visors next time, Stark, Liam snapped, annoyed that he had almost been scorched. Thanks to his training, his senses were honed, otherwise, it would have been a different story altogether. Did the military send you? They're a bit late. Tell them I don't owe them any money for saving me since I'm saving myself here. Tony tried to steer the awkward conversation away. Now in better light, he could see Liam's suit more clearly. He also noticed the shield shimmering on the side. I'm not here for you, Stark. But since you've got quite an armor, why don't you lead the way while we follow behind you? You're bulletproof, aren't you? Liam asked. Yes, that'll be my pleasure, Tony replied, seeing they couldn't linger here. Not until they were in a safe place. Tony didn't disappoint. He took the lead while Liam followed behind, with Ensign at the rear. Now that Ensign had been saved, he didn't need to give his life away. As Tony led the way, stray militants occasionally attacked. Liam dealt with them, staying in Tony's shadow for cover. Tony noticed the corpses littering the ground, amazed by the man who had appeared out of nowhere. Liam's suit looked futuristic, but Tony was certain Stark Industries had never created such a thing. He knew the military's capabilities and research, and exosuits were definitely not their forte. And then there was that shield Liam had used. Tony had caught a glimpse of its effectiveness and knew it was high-tech. Questions swirled in his mind, but answers would have to wait. He led them to the cave's exit, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire. Machine guns rattled, and bullets ricocheted wildly. Of course, Liam had already warned Tony about this, staying much farther back. Ensign shook as the gunfire echoed, flinching every time a bullet struck Tony's suit. Don't you think we should help him? Ensign asked, seeing Liam remain calm. Believe in Tony. Weren't you ready to give your life in your belief in him? Liam replied. I didn't mean to. Ensign stammered. You don't have to explain anything, Ensign. We all choose our own path, Liam said. You know me? Ensign asked, confused. Before Liam could answer, Tony returned, his strides loud and confident. I've sent them their New Year's gift. We can leave this hellhole now, Tony announced. As they emerged, the aftermath was clear. Tony had torched the entire place with his flamethrower. Guns and missile heads burned under rubble. There were supposed to be more people, but Liam had killed many in the tunnels. Bodies lay charred beyond recognition, and the fire still raged, but the three of them made it out alive. After this, I need to find a cold place to rest my body, Ensign muttered, trying to break the silence. Though these militants deserved death, they were still people. Living beings. It was the first time for both Tony and Liam. Ensign's words brought them back to reality. They found a shaded area and sat down to rest. Can we know who you are? If it conflicts with military protocol, forget I asked. But thank you for saving me, regardless, Tony asked, his curiosity evident. I never said I'm with the military, Stark, Liam replied, removing his suit. Ensign and even Tony stared in awe as Liam's suit disengaged in a second, revealing a teenager clad in a sleek bodysuit that accentuated his well-built figure. And I never said I came here to save you. My name is Liam Woodworth, from New York. You can look up my credentials once you're back, but I'd like to keep my identity secret. I hope you both will honor that. Didn't come to save me? Then why are you here? And are you a teenager? Did I get saved by a teenager? Stark asked. Yes, I am a teenager, but that didn't stop you from passing MIT, did it? So stop being on the high horse. The military will be here soon as we have just blasted their hideout. Liam said. This shut Tony up. Chapter 11. Then if you aren't here to save me, why are you here? Tony asked, narrowing his eyes. To save your friend, Liam replied, his gaze shifting to Ensign. Me? Why? I'm nobody. I don't even know you, Ensign stammered, confused. You're somebody when you're willing to risk your life to save another, someone you only met a month ago. That makes you a hero in my book. I hope that answers your question, Liam said firmly. Wait, hold on, Tony interjected, his eyes narrowing. That means you knew about us beforehand and didn't act sooner. First of all, I didn't know your exact location, it took me time to find you. Secondly, do you think sneaking in here all the way from New York while avoiding satellite detection was easy? I'm not as rich as you, Stark. I have responsibilities. And lastly, let's be real, despite being a little starved and dehydrated, you've come out of this fit and fine. More importantly, you've gotten to witness firsthand what your weapons have done to this beautiful Earth of ours. Tony fell silent, the word striking a nerve. Though he felt justified in his irritation, Liam's blunt explanation left him introspective. Before anyone could speak further, a loud, thunderous sound echoed through the area. The three of them turned back to see a massive bipedal machine stepping into view. Its glowing circular face scanned them with mechanical precision. BT, were there any hostiles? Liam asked. Yes, Liam, the machine replied, its voice deep and metallic. Tony gawked, his curiosity piqued. Okay, can somebody tell me what's going on here? And who is this thing? Hello, I am BT 7765, a Vanguard Titan. Liam is my pilot, and I am here on his orders, the machine stated matter-of-factly. Wait, you're fully autonomous. And functional? Interesting. Tony approached, his scientific mind kicking into overdrive as he observed the Titan. By now, he had removed his own suit, the weight too cumbersome to carry further. Let me guess, a neural link interface paired with top-tier AI. Pilot hops in, you do the heavy lifting, and you share a single brain cell. Cute. But you're bulky. Have you considered streamlining? Just saying, there's a lot of room for improvement. You can upgrade it if you think he needs it, Liam replied with a smirk. But the AI stays as is. No changes. Tony opened his mouth to retort but stopped when Ensign pointed toward BT. Wait, who's the guy it's holding? The Titan's massive hand extended forward, revealing a man crumpled in its grip. This individual was leading the operations here. I intercepted him while neutralizing the convoy attempting to reinforce this location. BT unceremoniously dropped the man at their feet. Liam, Tony, and Ensign immediately recognized him. It was Raza, the leader of the so-called 10 Rings. Raza's face twisted into a sneer when he saw Tony. Tony Stark, ha ha ha. You truly are the greatest inventor. But look at you now, crawling around like a rat. Who is this guy? Tony asked, his expression darkening. He's their leader, Liam replied. Without hesitation, Tony lunged forward and punched Raza square in the face. You damned low-life pest, he roared, raining down blow after blow. Raza, stronger and bulkier, tried to resist, but Liam intervened, pinning one of Raza's arms down with his boot. Tony continued his assault, his knuckles bloodied, while Ensign, seizing the moment, delivered a few sharp kicks of his own. By the end, Raza's face was a bloody mess, his nose broken, and his body bruised and battered. He groaned weakly, barely conscious. Liam, please, Ensign said, his voice trembling. Can you kill him? Why don't you do it yourself? Liam asked, his tone measured. I can't, and I won't, Ensign admitted, his voice heavy with emotion. This man is responsible for the deaths of my family. If I kill him, I'll become the same evil he represents. If I meet my family in the afterlife, they'd be ashamed of me. Tony, overhearing this, felt a pang of guilt. He had never known Ensign's family was gone, Ensign had lied to him before. Without saying a word, Tony delivered another kick to Raza's ribs, eliciting a pained groan. Liam watched quietly, noting the sound of cracking bones. Raza was on the verge of death, and without immediate medical attention, he wouldn't survive. Insen, Tony said, turning to him. Let me kill him. I'm agnostic, so I'll happily carry that burden for you. He took Liam's gun, cocked the safety, and pointed it at Raza's head. You have anything to say, Liam, before I send him to hell? No. I don't know him, Liam replied flatly. That was all Tony needed to hear. He emptied a few rounds into Raza, ending his life. Insen turned away, murmuring a quiet prayer under his breath. Justice had been served, but the weight of it lingered. Insen began to pray in silence, seeking solace. Meanwhile, Tony and Liam stepped aside, giving him the space he needed. You said you're from New York, Tony said, breaking the silence. I hope you'll come to my place when we're back. I'd like to thank you properly, no matter the reason you came. I just told you, I came for him. I had faith that you will come out just fine. Liam said. This just gave Tony an ego boost. He just smirked. Of course, Liam could see that. And don't say a word about me to anyone. Until I reveal myself. I will keep that in mind. Tony replied. Liam, Colonel Rhodes is half an hour out. Rhodes is here. I guess some friendship do go deep. I missed the man in black. Tony was very happy that his friend was on his way to rescue him. That's our cue to leave. Liam said, and he summoned back BT. Again Tony was amazed how Liam was able to make such a thing vanish. Before it was suit, and now a robot that was bigger than him. What was this? You need to teach me how you do this. Tony got over his ego and asked. Someday, maybe. Liam said, as he wasn't sure if he could ever get that kind of technology from any game. It was matter of luck. Chapter 12. Tony was baffled by what Liam had done, but then again, he had heard of a green monster before, created by the government, so he was more accepting of the facts around him. He then summoned the Hornet, which again surprised Tony, as he had never seen such a design before. I thought you came from New York. This is not big at all, Tony said with sarcasm. I live in New York, but right now, I am in LA, Liam replied as he switched on his pilot's suit again. He soon hopped into the cockpit. By the way, the one who ordered the hit was Obadiah. Make of it what you will. With those words, he switched on the engine, and within a minute, he was cruising past Afghanistan, far away from the military helicopters coming for Tony. Meanwhile, Tony stiffened when he heard that, but then he remembered how his supposed uncle had called him and the attack happened right after that. It might be a coincidence, and he was skeptical of this random person who had just come and saved him, but this small doubt was enough for Tony to dig deeper. Liam. Liam. Wake up. Wake up. They found Tony Stark. Wake up. Chris, to be frank, manhandled Liam to wake him up. It was 11 a.m., and Liam was still sleeping in his bed, thanks to the run yesterday. In the game, it was different settings. In the game world, he wouldn't have to care about food and rest. He could just exist there for ages and not feel a thing in his body. Though the other emotions were very raw, not having the drawbacks of endurance loss was a major advantage, which Liam understood after his first mission. He was tired and had just hit the bed after he returned. So, he was found. What's the big deal? It's not like he's feeding us, Liam complained, irritated that he had been woken up while he was sleeping. Get up, you lazy ass. Bonnie has been hounding me and asking about you, Chris said. Didn't you tell her I was sleeping? Liam asked. I did, but she wants to see you and go out with you, Chris complained. Liam could only sigh and get up. He would have to set some boundaries with this girl, or else he might be accused of stringing girls along. Though he never cared what others thought, he cared about what this girl wanted, and it was better than breaking the heart of a girl. After Bonnie and Liam went out for a local tour, the news of Tony's return was everywhere. But it didn't bother Liam or Bonnie, as they had a good time together, and Liam finally made it clear that he wasn't looking for a relationship or anything. His ambitions were different to begin with. Bonnie seemed pretty heartbroken by this. "I thought we had some chemistry," Bonnie said, her eyes almost welling with tears. She was a loner to begin with and had been pretty excited when Liam stopped her from getting verbally bullied by some senior girls at school one day. It was there that their friendship bloomed, and the friendship turned into a fascination for her with Liam. She always felt that Liam was weighed down by something and was in a state of constant pressure, and she wished she could share his burden. Well, you know, random teenage girl fantasies. We do. But my ambitions, my future. It's very unpredictable, and I don't know what it holds. I hope you understand, Liam said. This was the closest closure he could provide someone. It was a bit of a sad moment, but later they had a good tour, and Liam even took her to a good food stand in the city that he had heard good reviews about. She was cheerful by the time they returned. The Science Expo had ended, and the only reason they were still there was because the lawyers of various companies had asked them to stay back and have a proper talk in person instead of over video calls for business negotiations. Liam's father had already sent the plane ticket for Liam's lawyer. The school itself had allowed them a small vacation after learning that these young children would establish a company. Basically, money speaks. The next day, early in the morning, they had a meeting with the lawyers and came to some verbal agreements with some of the investors. Liam wanted some clauses that were very odd. For example, when the FBI came in this time, they finally revealed that they belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D., an agency responsible for world security. When they came into the picture, Liam had specifically asked for a clause where, in any event of their organization falling apart, all the shares would revert back to Liam and his friends, divided in terms of equity in the company. This clause stumped the lawyer representing S.H.I.E.L.D., as it was an organization that worked globally, and there was no chance of it breaking apart, ever. But Liam had asked for it. So, in the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. obliged. Chris and Bonnie had no idea what was going on, so they didn't bother to ask what S.H.I.E.L.D. was. But Liam knew. And he was sure that this small trickery wouldn't alarm Hydra because, to them, he was a nobody. For a nobody, they would never spend their resources to spy on or try to kill him. After the meeting, the three went back home to watch Tony's interview. "I thought you weren't interested in him," Chris teased, as he always seemed quite skeptical of this inventor. "I'm not. I'm just curious about what he'll say since he asked for a press conference immediately after landing," Liam said. Nonetheless, they watched the press conference together in their hotel room, where they saw Tony announcing the closure of the weapons department. Liam even spotted Ensign standing further away. Chapter 13. Phone playing regular ringtone. Liam didn't recognize the number, but he had been receiving calls from different lawyers, so he picked it up without thinking. "Hello. Kid, you should come by my house. We both need to properly thank you." It was Tony. He had searched for Liam's number, and it was not that difficult to find. "My address is..." Tony continued but was then stopped by Liam himself. "I know where you live." "I will be there," Liam replied, and he disconnected the call. Same night, 11:30 p.m. The Stark Mansion. Out of nowhere, the proximity alarm of the Stark Mansion went off. Tony was in his living room, talking with Ensign about their lives, when it sounded. "Who has the guts to invade this place late at night?" "Jarvis." Tony was irritated and ready to call security. "Sir, there is someone at the door of your home. He bypassed the main gate without my knowledge. Should I show you the person? He isn't armed or wearing any kind of mask to hide his identity." "Show me," Tony answered. Soon they saw who was bold enough to bypass the strict security at the gate and sneak in so casually. Once Tony saw who it was, he told Jarvis to stop the alarm and inform security not to bother. "Say it was a cat," Tony added at the end. It was Liam who had shown up so late at night. Tony and Ensign personally went to welcome him inside. "You could have come through the main gate. Why take such a long route?" Tony complained. Tony shook his hand, but Insen actually went and hugged him. Insen hadn't expected that Liam would be here, so far away from Afghanistan. He was a scientist, so getting an entry visa for him without his own passport was easy, especially when Tony vouched for him and explained how Insen had saved his life. He was really thankful to Liam for being here. The whole road is reeking of reporters and secret agents. I don't want people to question me, Liam replied. Did someone tell you that you are too paranoid? Tony asked. Liam could only roll his eyes. This was coming from someone who thought making an AI was a good way to save the planet just because he was paranoid about an alien invasion. In that regard, Liam was an angel. Only the paranoid survive, Liam replied. Liam then took a short tour of the whole house since it was his first time visiting a billionaire's home. He had only seen Tony's house briefly in the movies, but seeing it in reality made him realize that movies could only show so much. This was way beyond luxury and sophistication. In the end, they finally reached Tony's garage, where he kept his cars and worked on all his inventions. I thought you would start making a suit for yourself immediately, Liam said as he looked around the garage. I was thinking the same, but before I start, I want to take a look at BT, if that's alright with you. I want to take some inspiration from it before I begin my project. By the way, how do you know I'll make a new armor? Tony asked with no sense of shame. Liam didn't seem to mind at all, though. You're predictable at times, Stark, Liam said. He also knew that Tony wasn't actually asking for help but wanted to repay Liam by upgrading his Titan. Once Tony learned Liam's actual age, he had already decided to take him under his wing, but he planned to do so subtly. Tony had even sent his lawyers to invest in Liam's new, upcoming company and help him financially. Of course, the latter part wasn't known to Liam, as the lawyers hadn't contacted him yet. They were still drafting the deal. In the desert, Liam had mentioned that Tony could work on his Titan when given the time. But Liam also knew that once Tony got a close look at BT, he would be surprised. Liam summoned BT in the huge garage, but due to BT's size, it had to bend its knees and sit on its buttocks to fit in the space. BT, let Tony here work on you. You can show him all the secrets, Liam said. Affirmative, Liam. Jarvis scanned this Optimus Prime Part 2. Sir, I've scanned the unit. This machine's internal systems are highly advanced for its era. It appears to be powered by a fusion core, utilizes neural linking technology, and is outfitted with a versatile weapon system. Oh, don't undersell it, Jarvis. This thing is the love child of a Gundam. Did I say it right? A comprehensive analysis of BT 7274's systems, I must conclude that this machine represents a pinnacle of engineering. Its architecture, combat adaptability, and maybe even the AI sophistication, which I am yet to break, leave very little room for meaningful improvement. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me there's nothing I can add to this guy? No weak points to exploit, no inefficiencies to fix. Jarvis, you're starting to hurt my ego here. Apologies, sir, but BT 7274's fusion core operates at 98.7% efficiency, far surpassing any known modern energy source. Maybe the reactor at your heart could make a comparison at best. Its neural link interface allows seamless integration with a pilot, utilizing advanced safeguards to prevent cognitive overload. Additionally, its combat systems feature adaptive. It has thrusters that had never been seen before, camera clarity that had not been invented yet, even by you, holographic reinforcements that had been incorporated anywhere before. The neural link itself, by my computation, will take a bit more time for humanity to reach. Even I am finding it hard to actually make a thorough comprehension of what I am scanning. Both Tony and Insen were flabbergasted after what Jarvis had said. This made Liam put up a victory sign. Tony felt a bit ashamed now as he didn't expect that. Chapter 14. Tony was checking the holographic layout of the Titan, and with every turn, he was amazed as Jarvis pointed out technical capabilities he had never seen before. BT also spoke in detail about its own build and provided a more thorough diagnosis. "Where did you get this thing?" "Don't tell me you made it yourself," Tony said, now curious, as he was sure the current technology he had seen around couldn't hold a candle to it. "I never said I made it myself. I'm just riding the shoulders of someone else," Liam commented, unwilling to elaborate further. Tony went into deep thought for some time before speaking again. "I want to conduct deep research on your Titan and then make some of the tech inside public, of course, excluding the weapons system. This Titan has so many advancements that it will help us a lot. That is, of course, if you agree. Do what you want. But clean your house first," Liam replied. I'll take care of it," Tony promised, though he felt a bit sad. He had already seen how Obadiah reacted when he spoke about shutting down the weapons manufacturing. He feared the worst but decided to give this man the benefit of the doubt. Liam didn't stay much longer and left late at night, leaving BT behind for more in-depth research. A few days later. The Stark mansion. "I can't believe Tony Stark himself invited us to his home. Oh my God, I must be dreaming. Pinch me, Liam." Chris exclaimed as they stopped at the gate of the huge mansion. Bonnie, too, was thrilled. "Better start believing it," Liam said, remaining nonchalant. She hadn't expected Stark Industries to invest in their company in such a big way. The board hadn't been happy with the decision, but once Stark laid out all the new inventions he was going to come up with, they fell silent. Unlike the original story, Tony personally took charge this time. He met with the entire board and presented a plan for the future direction of the company. He reassured them that even if Stark Industries closed its weapons division, it could venture into clean energy and other products. Though the board of directors remained skeptical, they were willing to give Tony a chance to prove himself. Meanwhile, Tony kept a close eye on Obadiah and noticed how his loyalists on the board were trying to derail him. Thankfully, the vote went in Tony's favor. He had also started digging into Obadiah's life, and he didn't like what he found. By now, Tony almost fully believed Liam. The last defense Tony had against Liam's claims had crumbled, and he now saw Liam as his savior. Little did Tony know, when Liam said he didn't come to save Tony, he actually meant it. Liam had really come to save Einstein. The primary reason was that Einstein was a good soul, but also because Liam wanted to see if the TVA would ever show up for this man. Today, the three teenagers would officially open their company, and Tony had invited everyone to his humble abode to celebrate the deal. Even the parents of the three teenagers were flown to LA to finalize everything and sign the papers. "You've climbed the ladder very fast. I'm proud of you," Phil said, approaching Liam. "And I'm relieved that you're the one running point here in the deal," Liam replied. Phil had first come to apologize to Liam for withholding information about his background, which Liam didn't mind at all. Phil had only been following orders. "Congratulations on the deal," Phil continued. "You're a millionaire now." "Not yet. I don't consider credit amounts as real money. Until I have it in my hands, it's not mine." "Ha ha ha." Phil laughed. Liam met many people at the party. He met Pepper, who was handling the guests alone. The party went on for hours and even included dancing. The parents of the teenagers didn't hold back on the dance floor, enjoying themselves to the fullest. Bonnie invited Liam to dance, and he reluctantly obliged. Tony gave him knowing looks from the side. Though the party was cheerful, Tony wasn't in the spotlight as usual. He kept to himself, occasionally talking to Pepper, Einstein, and Liam. Even Obadiah felt unwelcome at the party. He represented Stark Industries, so he could only smile and endure it, but inside, he was fuming. He could see Tony was beginning to suspect something, and he hated how things were progressing. The party lasted until sometime after midnight, but these were wealthy people with their own lifestyles. Tony invited Liam, his friends, and their parents to stay the night, and they happily agreed. Later that night, the three of them went down to the garage. "So how many days does he have to live?" Liam whispered to Einstein. You know about this? Einstein was surprised Liam was aware of the palladium poisoning. As the doctor who had performed the original surgery, Einstein knew the situation well. It's not that difficult to figure out. What is he doing about it? Liam asked. He's looking for alternative sources. Tony is now researching your Titan deeply while also working on his own armor, Einstein replied. Liam didn't comment further. He could help Tony by pointing him in the right direction, but he felt there was no need. S.H.I.E.L.D. would help him eventually, and Liam had already achieved the goodwill he wanted from Tony Stark. He knew he had disrupted the timeline by now, and the TVA wasn't coming, at least not yet, or maybe never. Thus, he would have to safeguard some key points of the story. Liam just hung out with Tony for some time before he went to bed, while Tony continued working. This was expected of him since he was running in devil time and had to find his way out of the problem. But before he went to bed, Liam needed to do his everyday routine. Go to his game world. Chapter 15. Liam was back in the game he had been playing for the past 2 months. Calling it playing might be a stretch. It was more of a training for the last 60 years. Yes, for 1.5 months, Liam had been in training instead of progressing in his game. And there was a perfect mentor for him, who had been guiding him all this time. The mentor's name was Celebrimbor. Many of you might not have heard of this name, and those who know it only recognize it from games. Celebrimbor was a Noldoran prince and the last in the line of the House of Fëanor, who lived in Middle-earth. Yes, the game was Shadow of Mordor. He was the dead elf bound to the protagonist, a ranger by the name of Talion. Both of them had already died, but for some reason, they were bound together and trapped in Middle-earth. Both wanted to be free from this curse and finally rest in death. They soon realized the infamous Sauron was behind it all. Thus, they started their quest for the Black Hand, so they could kill him and free themselves. There were some differences in the plot compared to the books, but it was still a great story. Since Talion was bound to Celebrimbor, who was not only an elven smith who forged the rings of power but also a great warrior, Liam begged him to teach him how to use a bow and fight with a sword over the past 1.5 months. It was then that Liam realized Celebrimbor was a perfectionist. To become an ace in the game, Liam spent 60 years fighting and learning from him. It's worth noting that, in the beginning, Liam didn't have the wraith-like abilities and had to rely solely on melee combat. Titanfall 2 had taught him gun mastery, but melee combat was what he lacked. He remembered how tough the game was, even on normal mode, so Talion had a hard time in the beginning, killing orcs and monsters. But he got the hang of it quickly since Liam had already trained. What he was lacking was proficiency in the wraith abilities. So, for the past half a month, he had been grinding. He was a one-man army and had to be incredibly nimble, relying mostly on sneak attacks. But once in a while, he faced his enemies head-on. Unlike his time in Titanfall 2, his success rate in direct combat wasn't as bad. He came out victorious 50% of the time. So, it was a win-win situation for him. In his previous life, he loved the game and knew how to play it. And since Liam was a completionist when it came to games, he explored every nook and cranny of the open world and did what he felt was right. He soon raised an army using his wraith abilities and now aimed for the final target, the Hand of Sauron. Today, he was at the end of the game's story. He had struggled to get here, ensuring everything was perfect, but he was glad he'd finally arrived. Liam stood at the precipice of Barad-dûr, the air thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and the oppressive weight of Sauron's malevolence. He had heard about Sauron's power, but now that he was feeling it, it was like a horror show for him. Shadows danced wildly around him, flickering like whispers of dread, as if the land itself sought to crush his spirit. But Liam, though gripped by the raw terror of truly being inside this world, refused to falter. Celebrimbor's voice echoed in his mind, steady and resolute. Steady yourself, Talion. The Hand of Sauron is near. His death will bring us one step closer to ending this nightmare. Liam knew this elf wasn't a good man, but one couldn't entirely blame him. His thirst for revenge and the influence of his own ring had corrupted him. Still, this man had taught him swordplay and archery. And it was only a game, so Liam didn't mind being used, as long as he gained power from it. Liam tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his free hand crackling with the eerie blue light of wraith energy. The hand of Sauron stood at the heart of the chamber, waiting. He was a towering figure draped in obsidian armor that seemed to absorb the light. "I have a gift for you. Celebrimbor." In the next moment, Liam was forced to relive images that weren't his own, a story he already knew. The story of Celebrimbor and how he fought against Sauron. The exposition was soon over, and then he continued. "The Dark Lord gave you a second chance, to stand by his side. Now I give you no choice. You shall be sealed together in death." The hand of Sauron cut his own throat and proceeded to suck Celebrimbor away from Liam. "Return to me, Ring Maker." At that moment, Liam saw Sauron, almost in flesh and blood. This was where the fight would begin, the fight he had been training for. Of course, Celebrimbor helped him in the battle. When Sauron came to finish him, Celebrimbor held him back. And that was enough for Talion to not only take Celebrimbor back but also kill Sauron. When Liam played this game the first time, he had complained about how boring the final boss fight was. But now, he thanked the gods for making it short. He was tired of smelling sulfur, feeling oppression, and walking on dead earth. As soon as he finished the whole story, he found himself back in bed at the Stark mansion. Congratulations to the host for completing the game. Final evaluation, A-. Well, at least it's not a B. I did better than I expected. Now, give me the rewards. Before the host claims the rewards, there is one matter that need to be spoken. What is it? Liam asked. Since you have completed the game Shadow of Mordor and it is the prequel of Shadow of War, if the host is willing, he can play Shadow of War and have a chance to fare better in the eventual evaluation. But there is a catch. If the host in the game Shadow of War fails to get at least A-, he wouldn't receive any rewards, and only if he does better than the previous game would he get any rewards. Chapter 16. And why the sudden generosity? Liam asked. Since the host has crossed the A-class evaluation, any game with a sequel can now be accessed in the future. That's good to know. Wait, are there other privileges once I finish a game with an S-class or higher rating? Liam was now more curious. It will be revealed once the host achieves that result. Humph. One day I will, Liam vowed, though he himself didn't believe it. These NPCs were a nightmare, and their high intelligence didn't help him at all. He had died more than 40 times just to the orcs, who were mere brutes. If it had been human NPCs, he would undoubtedly have faced traps in an open-world game. I will continue to Shadow of War. Accepted. Good luck in your journey. Though Liam was a bit disappointed about the lack of rewards for now, he looked forward to the next day so he could start Shadow of War. The Wraith abilities were far cooler than what he could use currently, and this game would only hone his skills further. The next day, Liam and his friends returned to New York. Stark had allowed them to take the private jet home as a farewell gift. Phil also expressed his sadness at not being able to accompany them to New York, as he loved the city, and it was where his beloved car, Lola, was kept. Liam also left BT with Stark, who would investigate and figure out more technology from the Titan and then funnel it into the company. Both Stark Industries and Marvel Company. Yes, Liam had decided to name their own company Marvel. On the way, Liam's parents were very happy and proud, while Chris and Bonnie's parents were incredibly grateful for being allowed to have shares in the company. They knew this meant they were set for life. Dad, does this mean I won't have to go to university? Chris asked. You wish. You'll complete a course in business management so you can help your friend here. Otherwise, you'll just squander all the money on drugs and women if you don't do any work, Chris's mom said bluntly, not allowing his dad to answer here. Mom, don't say it like that, Chris replied, not embarrassed by her words but seemingly concerned about her perception. Our family has a history of drugs, and this is necessary for a better future, Chris's mom added. Her words made the atmosphere a bit awkward, but Mason quickly tried to change the topic. Chris's family did, indeed, have a history with drugs. Her own brother had died of an overdose, and her father had been an abusive alcoholic. This was why Chris's mom was so strict with him. She ensured he had the right friends and showered him with love and attention. Bonnie's parents, on the other hand, had been even stricter. But now, after learning they were rich, Liam had a feeling Bonnie would finally be free from her family's burdens. A month later. Liam and his family didn't move to a new home, but his friends' families did. They relocated closer to Liam's family, as it was a good area and they'd found a great deal. For Liam, the past month had been quite the journey. He had been fighting and dying repeatedly but was progressing quickly in the story while getting accustomed to his new wraith abilities. Now, he was using a spear as well and had to learn combat with this weapon, even though it was exclusive to his wraith form. Meanwhile, a major change had occurred at Stark Industries. Obadiah was accused of treason, as he had allegedly provided weapons and logistics to enemy countries and terrorists. Tony had uncovered the truth and involved both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI. One day, they stormed Obadiah's office, and he was arrested. Surprisingly, he managed to get bail, but the trial had begun, and he wasn't allowed to leave the country. He also had to report to the police department daily. Tony was particularly angry that Obadiah had been granted bail, so he vented his frustration by visiting terrorist camps himself. Unlike the original story, his new armor was far superior. He unleashed hell on several terrorist groups, including in Gulmira, where he destroyed everything in his path. Thanks to advanced armor and material technology provided by BT, the Air Force didn't even detect him on radar. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to obtain some pictures of his exploits. Man, this guy Phil has been such a nuisance. He shows up and starts asking questions. I'm tired of people now, Tony complained after enthusiastically calling Liam to talk about his recent adventures. Are you mad that he's bothering you, or that he's trying to get cozy with Pepper? Liam asked. Tony immediately turned to look at Einsen, who subtly moved his head, pretending to know nothing. Einsen, you're banned from entering the garage for a week. No, make it 4 days, Tony said. Liam laughed, feeling sorry for Einsen, who had snitched on Tony despite knowing better. Einsen could only nod in acceptance. Did you find an alternate power source? Liam asked, referring to Tony's arc reactor. Tony dodged the question with some nonsense, which was indication enough that he hadn't. According to Einsen, though, there was still time, and Tony had been working hard to find a solution. Meanwhile, Obadiah received a call from Russia. Someone had reached out to him, promising to provide everything he needed to take revenge on Tony, if he was willing to accept the offer. Of course Obadiah jumped on the offer and made routes for this new person to land in America. He might have been in bail, but that didn't mean he had lost access to all of his money, even though many of his accounts were frozen. The person who had offered to help Obadiah was, as expected, Ivan Vanko. The other traitor. Since his father was banned from America, by extension he too was. Thus he needed a channel to come to America, in the exchange that he would help him to take revenge on Tony. Chapter 17. 1.5 months later. These 3 months had been hectic for Liam to say the least. Even though the Stark Industries had helped Liam to build the Marvel company, at the end of the day he still had the most shares in the company, so many things would still have to go through his approval. Though he wasn't of legal age yet, it didn't mean all of the responsibilities wouldn't fall on his shoulders. Liam was annoyed by this attention and running around, but he couldn't complain as he was getting money out of it, and so was the family and his friends. Though his friends were nowhere near what he was getting, they tried to share his burden as much as possible. Olivia, Liam's mother, also took an active role. She chose the office and the other logistics, while Stark Industries were handling the matters. Meanwhile, the products had been announced by his company as Stark Industries retrofitted themselves to make the new products. At least some of them, while Marvel started building some factories in USA and in other parts of the world. Cheap labor was always the demand. But while he was doing so, he hadn't forgotten his main goal. Completing Shadow of War and his time in Shadow of Mordor. He was able to progress the fastest in this game. The first one took a year. The last one took a few months. But this only took 1.5 months. He was now full accustomed with the combat. He was finally at Minas Morgul. The bitter cold of the fortress of Minas Morgul gnawed at Liam's skin as he stepped into the inner sanctum. The ring of power pulsed on his finger, a double-edged boon that both strengthened and enslaved him. The ring gave him power but also knew that by the end he would be betrayed, but playing the game for so long, the betrayal was probably what Talion wished for. But his fate would not be his own soon. Isildur must be freed. His fate is not his own, but Sauron's will. You must sever that chain, Talion. Only then can we finish what we have begun. Ahead, Isildur emerged from the shadows, his spectral form twisted by Sauron's corruption. The former king of Gondor's once noble visage was now a mask of anguish and wrath. You dare to stand before me? You, a servant of death, presume to judge me? I am no servant of death, Liam roared, as he was now pissed with the same remark from every major NPC. The battle erupted in a storm of light and shadow. Isildur moved with the swiftness of a spectre, while Liam used his power and the ring of Talion to counter Isildur. Do not falter, Talion, Celebrimbor urged. He is but a puppet of Sauron. Free him, and take another step toward our victory. Liam spun away from Isildur's assault, channeling Celebrimbor's power into a burst of wraith energy. The spectral blast struck Isildur squarely, sending him staggering back. But the corrupted king recovered quickly, his form twisting as he summoned wraiths of his own, dark apparitions that lunged at Liam with razor-sharp claws. One by one, Liam dispatched the wraiths, his sword a blur of blue fire as it cleaved through their incorporeal forms. He was heaving and panting a bit, because every parry against this man was tough. This was the first time he was facing him, so he was swimming in uncharted territories. I don't remember fighting him that hard in the game. Liam muttered. Once a while Liam would say absurd things which would throw Celebrimbor into a confusion. When Celebrimbor said of how he had lied of his memory, of how he was using him. Talion never seemed to be fazed by his words. He was attached to him, so he could feel his emotions a bit too. This man seemed to know everything, and there was also a memory of Talion that Celebrimbor was never able to access, and this stumped him too. Sometimes Celebrimbor felt like a clown in front of him, and this irritated him. He felt he didn't have power over Talion, even after he forged a new ring of power. Now they were in the endgame and still spoke weird words that he could never understand. Sometimes he spoke of Marvel, multiversal war, Celestials, Thanos, the gods. And for some reason whenever he uttered those names, he could feel that Talion had genuine fear in his eyes. Even the name of Sauron never scared him. But those names did. He was ever curious, and even asked him about it, but never got a proper answer. Training for around 60 years did have its price, and it was one of them. Loss of a bit of sanity when you live in a same place with the same person for such a long time. After a long and lengthy fight with Liam dodging and sneaking around, he was finally able to best Isildur in battle. He used the supposed power of Wraith to control him, but at the end Talion decided to just kill him. Find peace in death. Celebrimbor was angry that he had taken that step, and as expected, and then after a small disagreement where Celebrimbor said he wanted to control the army of Sauron, Elatriel and Celebrimbor betrayed him and the ring was taken away. Elatriel was the new one with the Wraith power, while Talion lay dead on the ground. But of course, how could the story end here? He was raised from half-death again with the help of ring left by Isildur, and thus now he had a new army. While this was happening, Celebrimbor and Elatriel went to face Sauron. Celebrimbor finally had to face Sauron, of course this time Liam had taken over his body unbeknownst to him and had to fight this monster for several hours, and thankfully, though it was the longest fight he ever faced, he lost less health if he ever misplaced a single strike. It was only once that had happened, but unlike other times, he didn't die immediately. Chapter 18. Congratulations to the host for finishing the game. Liam was back to his own place. He had been in the game for a long time this time, since he was in a bit of a hurry to complete it. Now that Liam had finished it, he just stared at the wall. This was the longest he had been. The previous one took time for sure, but not this long. Even though Liam knew that Celebrimbor would betray him at the end, he had grown to like that old and dead elf. That elf had taught him the art of swordsmanship and archery. But the ring, unchecked power would corrupt anyone. Ah! I will miss the physical enhancement of Talion, Liam thought. And this was true. There was no difference between him and Cooper in the first game. But Talion was different. Even without the enhancements of Wraith abilities, his physical form was beyond what normal humans were capable of. But then again, it was the world of Middle-earth. Here, the blood of Numenor flowed in the veins of some men, and the normal humans were blessed with enhanced strength. What are the rewards this time? Liam asked, as his time for contemplation and mourning was over. Congratulations. You have done an excellent job and thus have been given the evaluation of an S rating. This made Liam take a deep breath. He couldn't believe his eyes or his ears as he saw the panel in front of his retina. This wasn't what he had expected. He had been expecting an A+ kind of rating, but this was more than he had wished for. Living in such a dangerous world made him skeptical and expect less from things and people around him. Be it people or circumstances, odds were stacked against him. But this was a surprise. A welcome one at that. The S rating will provide you with 4 rewards. This made Liam smile wide. This was the happiest Liam had ever felt, even more than when he got his first car a few days ago. 1. 10 tons of mithril. 2. The host will be blessed with an extensive, rich bloodline of the Numenorians. 3. The host will be provided with all the knowledge and mastery that Celebrimbor had. 4. The host will be provided with all the Wraith abilities from the game. If the ratings came as a surprise to him, then the rewards came as a bomb to Liam. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Since the time he had gained the understanding that he had come to this dangerous world, he had been living in fear. This was also one of the reasons why he went to save Tony. One was to check if the TVA would interfere or not, and the other was to gain friendship. He felt fear since he had no powers. The first game, though it gave him power to protect himself, wasn't enough in this dangerous world. But the rewards of today gave him hope, a hope that he would have his own personal power, instead of relying on machines that he didn't have any knowledge of. Give me the blood of Numenor. As you wish, but there is another reward for completing a game with an S rating. Wait, what? There's more. Yes. What is the other reward? Now the host is allowed to access 2 games in a single play. 2 distinct games. This put a smile on Liam's face. This was more than he wished for. He would have an arsenal of abilities soon. Can't wait for the abilities. The next moment, Liam felt a wave of pain, a pain in the heart, like a stab of 1,000,000 pins inside, and the same proceeded towards the rest of his body. Liam felt as if his skin was crawling with ants biting him. But there was a small thing that Liam had learned over time, tolerating pain. Liam didn't utter a single word when the process started. His body was changing in ways no original human ever had. Liam would be the first of his kind in this whole world and probably the whole universe. The pain was a bit unbearable, and thus his brain actually shut down by the end when the pain reached his bones. Even then, Liam didn't utter a single word or scream. He was someone who had fought the orcs with an open gut and still killed one at the end. Of course, his health regenerated when he used his drain ability on another orc later, but he was still able to fight through the pain before. So pain had been his ally for as long as he could remember. Longer than the people around him and even his own parents. The next day, Liam woke up gasping, his body drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. He sat up slowly, every fiber of his being aching with a dull, lingering throb. The transformation was complete, and though the pain had been excruciating, the rewards had already begun to manifest. Liam flexed his fingers experimentally, marveling at the strength surging through his veins. His hands, once ordinary, now felt like they could crush steel. He stood up, his movements unnaturally smooth and precise, as though his body had been fine-tuned to perfection. The air around him seemed clearer, every detail of the room sharper, every sound crisper. This is more amazing than I thought it would be. Liam inherently knew now that his own lifespan had just reached 300 years at least. This was the headline for that bloodline. Longer lifespan. His features hadn't changed drastically, but there was a new intensity in his eyes, eyes with blue in them. He had brown eyes before, but now it had turned blue. And that wasn't the only thing the system had administered into him during his night's sleep. Celebrimber's knowledge and mastery. His brain was now filled with knowledge and mastery that didn't belong to him. But he knew that this knowledge was enough to safeguard himself. And the Wraith abilities were the main highlights of this. Chapter 19. The wealth of knowledge and mastery Liam had inherited from Celebrimber was staggering. Liam felt like he could see the delicate balance of metals, the secrets of enchanting them with power beyond mortal comprehension, and the artistry required to forge magic weapons. He found himself instinctively understanding the movements of a sword, the fluidity of archery, and the nuances of combat honed through countless battles. He had played as Talion and had the Wraith abilities, but even then, he felt like he lacked the whole array of knowledge that had now been opened to him. But it wasn't just physical skills. Celebrimber's knowledge ran deeper. Liam now understood the ancient histories of Middle-earth as if he had lived through them, the rise and fall of empires, the forging of the rings of power, and the tragic corruption of Celebrimber's own creations. Basically, a handbook of what to do and what not to do. Liam couldn't wait to bring forth some of the magic that he had learned from Celebrimber, but before that, he would need to make his own cold weapons. Liam, wake up. As Liam was thinking all that, he heard his mother. He didn't have much time before she would knock on his door, so it was time to see what his other reward brought him. When Liam activated his Wraith ability, the world around him dimmed slightly, as though reality itself had taken a step back to make room for something more ethereal. The room was bathed in a ghostly blue light, emanating from his own body, which now shimmered with the translucent glow of a spectral form. He stood in front of the mirror to see himself. His reflection was no longer fully his own. His physical body, though still recognizable, was overlaid with the spectral form of a wraith, a luminous, ghostly version of himself that seemed to pulse with raw energy. His reflection was no longer fully his own. His physical body, though still recognizable, was overlaid with the spectral form of a wraith, a luminous, ghostly version of himself in elf form that seemed to pulse with raw energy. And that was not the only thing. He could feel that he could slow down time itself. In hindsight, it wasn't actually slowing time. It was just that his senses made everything feel slow around him, and the amazing part was, he could feel that his physical body could keep up with those senses for some time. As he contemplated that, a knock finally came to the door, and Liam knew he would have to leave for class, or else his mother wouldn't be too happy. She had become stricter with his school duties as she felt that her son should soon be a learned person and didn't want him to get the tagline of a school dropout millionaire. Liam, what happened to your eyes? Did you put on contact lenses? His mom noticed that his eyes had changed in color. Yes. Yesterday, while coming back, I bought no-power contact lenses, Liam replied sheepishly. He had forgotten that part altogether. Is that even healthy? Mason, his father, asked. Don't worry, Dad. It's just fashion. It's perfectly fine, Liam said. I'm worried now. Are you doing this to impress someone? You aren't even interested in Bonnie. I won't accept a girl who isn't at least as good as Bonnie, Olivia said. Mom, I told you I'm not interested in her or any other girl, Liam insisted, as his mother seemed to like Bonnie too much. Then are you interested in boys? Mason asked. This made Liam lift his head from eating his peanut butter bread and look at his father with deep eyes. What? We are accepting of that too, Mason defended himself. Oh my God. I can't believe we are even having this conversation. I'm not interested in anyone at the moment and just want to build a successful career. Liam said as he got up and made a run to the garage. He was tired of being pestered about relationships. He wasn't even 18, and already, some talks that always made him uncomfortable were taking place. You think he likes boys? Olivia whispered as she heard the car roaring in the garage. I can't say. Not that it matters. I will be accepting of Chris too, Mason replied as he slowly finished breakfast. For them, it was just teasing. They didn't really care as long as their son was happy and safe. As he was in school, he thought of the things that he needed to do, and thus he contacted his manager. Yes, the CEO of Marvel had insisted that Liam should get himself a manager and, also as an extension, his mother. Hello, Mr. Woodworth. How can I help you? Rachel said. She was chosen as the manager for Liam and his family. And, of course, Marvel was paying. She was managing all the things that Liam and his family would require. Rachel, rent a garage or a huge warehouse for R&D purposes. Make sure that the place is built in such a way that someone could do blacksmithing inside without being raided by the police or anything. And also make a room there so that one could sleep, eat, and shower there, Liam said. So, sir, you want this kind of place near your home? And in whose name do you want to register it? Yours or Marvel's? Rachel asked. She was a veteran in this industry and was actually transferred by Pepper herself to be the manager of Liam. So Liam had faith in her too. Another reason was because Rachel had family of her own here, so she was also eager to take a job, which had a raise and also meant she wouldn't have to cater to Tony anymore. Though Tony had changed for the better, she did remember what a nightmare Tony was for the company. Mine. Keep it secret. Make it a considerable distance away from home. Oh, yes. Make sure that it's soundproof. Don't want neighbors to raise noise complaints, Liam said. You don't have to worry, Mr. Woodworth. I will handle the logistics. I will inform you as soon as we have a place, Rachel said. Chapter 20. A few days had gone by since Liam had asked for a place to carry out his plans for the future. Until then, he had tried his abilities a bit, and suffice it to say, it was beyond what he had expected. In the darkness of the night, he had tried to climb walls, and suffice it to say, he was now better at climbing walls than maybe Spider-Man himself. Of course, he didn't have the ability to stick to a single vertical wall, but traversing it was a piece of cake as he felt that his fingers were powerful enough to crush stones. He then went to a 24/7 Planet Fitness late at night to check his strength with his normal body. He could exert immense force. With his original body now, he could lift 500 kilograms quite easily, but with Wraith enhancement, he could not calculate it because he didn't have the weights to counter his arm strength at all. Soon, he realized that Planet Fitness couldn't measure his strength and impact strength either. Though he had a general idea of it since he had played the game long enough. Mr. Woodworth, we have found a place for you. The address is 84 to 2050 First Avenue. Okay. I will be there in an hour. Liam was excited to see his workplace for the foreseeable future. Mr. Woodworth, I hope you had a wonderful morning today, Rachel said with a smile as Liam got out of his Audi A8. Rachel, I told you not to be formal. Call me Liam. Mr. Woodworth sounds jarring, Liam said. Ha ha ha. I will try to remember that next time, Rachel said as she led him to the place she thought would be appropriate for Liam. And Liam wasn't actually expecting the surprise that Rachel gave him. Rachel stopped in front of a large, unassuming warehouse with a sleek black door that bore no signs or labels, only a keypad for entry. Here we are, Rachel said, entering the code with a flourish. "I hope you're ready for this, Liam." The door slid open with a soft mechanical hum, revealing the cavernous interior. Liam's eyes widened as the scene unfolded before him. Polished concrete floors reflected the glow of overhead lights, illuminating rows of gleaming blacksmithing tools, both traditional and modern. There were anvils, tongs, and hammers arranged neatly alongside CNC machines and laser cutters. A forge sat in the far corner, its intricate design suggesting it was as much a work of art as a functional tool. "Rachel. You are a boon." "Thank you." "Thank you," Liam said. He wasn't expecting a ready-made blacksmithing place when he had asked her to find a place. "The Woodworth family spares no expense," Rachel winked at Liam, knowing full well that it was Liam who was paying for it, and it was also in the name of his father and not even Liam himself. "Ha ha ha. Thank you again. You have just made my work much easier," Liam replied. Rachel actually was a bit surprised that Liam would want a blacksmith workshop for himself, but then again, rich people had different hobbies, and maybe this was Liam's. She didn't need to know anyway. Liam walked deeper into the space, his fingers trailing across the cool metal of the machinery. The juxtaposition of old-world blacksmithing tools with cutting-edge tech struck him. But Rachel wasn't done. She gestured toward a side door, leading him to a cozy living area. "And if you ever need a break, this should do the trick," she said, opening the door with a dramatic swing. The room was small but impeccably designed. A minimalist kitchen with steel countertops flowed into a lounge area with a plush sofa and a wall-mounted TV. Adjacent to it was a compact bathroom and a bedroom with large windows overlooking the cityscape. After a small tour, Liam was back in his home. He had received the codes and the rights to the property too, as Rachel didn't rent and just bought the place. Stark Industries had also provided an exclusive account to Liam for him to splurge money, which Rachel could use, and this was one of those. As he was reaching home, he received a call from Tony. "Yo, my man, what's up?" Tony asked. "Tony, you are not a Gen Z kid, so stop trying to be like us, and I don't talk that way," Liam replied. "And here I thought I would get close to you," Tony replied. "I am not a beautiful female that you want to get close to me. How are the new product launches going?" "That's not my circus to know. Pepper is handling it. But we did get a military contract from SHIELD and the USA for the use of Neuralink, as it would allow a pilot to maneuver a plane with just a helmet and get better control. And Marvel and Stark Industries are actively trying to look for a commercial use of the technology. I gotta say, the more I look into BT, the more surprised I become. By the way, I have made another version of the railgun for BT and have made a smaller version and gave it to BT, which he can mount on his other hand." "Did you mount a railgun into that armor of yours too?" "You bet." "Did you find another source of energy for your arc reactor?" Liam asked, as that was more important now. "Can you not parade on my wound right now? My heart can't take it. By the way, I called you because I saw that you gifted yourself quite the place. What are you going to make? Does the organization behind you want to learn blacksmithing?" Tony asked. Tony changed the topic, which meant he wasn't able to find a solution for his poisoning, and since the account was provided by Stark himself, he knew what transactions were taking place. Tony was still thinking that BT and his suit were technology provided by a secret organization behind Liam because there couldn't be another explanation for the technology. Chapter 21. No. This is something I need to do myself. Liam replied. Yourself? When did you start using hammers? Tony asked. Quite recently actually. Maybe you should come down and look at my hobby. Liam said. Then you should mention before that it is an hobby. And here I thought I will be welcome with hands full of calluses. Tony said. Knowing that Liam had just got himself a hobby, he talked of other matters. He also spoke of how he was trying to figure out the shielding technology of BT and that he would patent it soon as this would be the game changer in the industry. For the next few days it was absolutely a busy schedule for Liam. He had taken a break from coming to the garage and was now focusing on his new love. The sound metal and the scorching fire was his primary attraction. He bought steel and other alloys, and also some jewels. Of course Tony teased him when Liam bought jewels in the group chat of his, Einstein and Tony. And Liam had to tell him off. Liam's only response was, "You will see the fruits of my labor someday." Since the knowledge was already there and muscle memory was intact, it was quite easy to make weapons and armor. He had mithril which could blend with any alloy. Liam stood in front of the forge, the heat of the flames licking at his face as he worked tirelessly. The rhythmic clang of the hammer meeting metal echoed throughout the workshop. The first item he decided to create was the hammer. It would serve as his foundation, a tool to forge the rest of his creations. Liam melted a blend of steel, mithril, and a trace of titanium, carefully controlling the temperature to ensure the perfect alloy. As the metal cooled, Liam began shaping the hammerhead, carving intricate runes into its surface, symbols that reflected both his journey and the wraith-like power he now wielded. The handle was forged from a reinforced mithril core, wrapped in black leather for grip and adorned with silver accents. After hours of polishing and reinforcing, the hammer was complete, a weapon of both beauty and destruction. The runes he used in this hammer were explosion runes. Once hit there was a 80% chance of an explosion of fire. Next came the armor. Liam sketched designs late into the night, drawing inspiration from the jagged, dark plates worn by Talion. He cut pieces of mithril alloy sheets into overlapping plates, ensuring flexibility without compromising defense. Also he made sure that they were bulletproof. Each plate was shaped and etched with intricate patterns before being tempered to perfection. The crafting of the swords came next. Liam envisioned a twin set, one blade sleek and curved for speed and precision, the other a bit broad and heavy for raw power. The smaller sword, he named it Vigilance, was lightweight yet razor-sharp, perfect for quick, decisive strikes. The larger sword, Dominion, was a beast of a weapon. Its blade was double-edged, with a glowing mithril core running through its center. Liam painstakingly engraved it with runes that seemed to shimmer when exposed to light, a subtle yet intimidating touch. The runes he attached to the swords were of ice in nature. These swords could freeze someone with 1 or 2 shots themselves. The bow was a different challenge altogether. Liam combined traditional materials like fine steel, wood with mithril reinforcements, ensuring durability without adding unnecessary weight. Elves were known for their bows, so Liam paid extra attention as he made sure the strings would last a very long time. He also added runes to it, interchanging runes with fire and ice markings. For a month, Liam poured every ounce of his energy into the creations. But when all of the products were finished, he was beyond rejoiceful. A month of tan was worth the sacrifice. Thankfully his new body was able to keep up with the work, or else every beating of the hammer would have crumbled him. He had also made the armor in such a way that he could wear it over his pilot suit. And since it had been imbued with runes, the new armor could now block bullets, even the heavy ones too. It could even stop elemental attacks to a certain degree. I need the vibranium. I think it will be soon time to visit Andy Serkis. Liam thought as he could already envision his new armor that he would make once he could get his hands on vibranium. Or maybe someday off the body of Tiamat. Liam really did have big dreams. During this month he had also received a news that made him a bit irritated. Obadiah had escaped. The case was in fast track, and after proper evidence, Obadiah was found guilty on 47 counts and was given life imprisonment. In the most dangerous facility. But during the whole transfer of Obadiah, a bunch of terrorists attacked the transport vehicle and freed him. Tony was so angry that he personally went scorched earth and threatened the government with holding back funding and technology if they couldn't find the criminal and the organization within 3 months. It sent the whole country into a riot as every department went into action, trying to find the culprit. But was it that easy to find a criminal of that size? Especially when secret organizations might have use for him. Liam had warned Tony about Obadiah and told him to keep a mobile suit with himself. Tony took the advice seriously. And had made that famous suitcase armor which he carried now everywhere with Happy holding it. Few days later. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the school courtyard as Liam walked out with Chris and Bonnie. The trio was laughing about something Chris had said. It was a normal day for everyone present, but it was destined to be an eventful night. You ruined my family, a shrill voice rang out from across the street. Chapter 22. Liam turned, startled, as a middle-aged woman stormed toward him, her face twisted in fury. Mrs. Gallagher. He barely had time to process her presence before he saw an egg flying at him. Liam easily dodged it with a back step. The egg hit the gravel, splattering in an instant. Mrs. Gallagher. Bonnie recognized her, and so did the others. You think you're some kind of hero, don't you? Mrs. Gallagher screeched as she hurled another egg, this time toward his forehead, which Liam again avoided quite easily with a slight move of his head. These didn't even make Liam use Wraith abilities, his Numenorian bloodline was enough. Mrs. Gallagher, what are you doing? Liam asked. He was confused too because the last he heard was that her son had gotten admission to a private school. What's going on? She shrieked. You started all of this. You ruined my son's life. If it weren't for you, he'd still be safe. Ma'am, please calm down. What are you talking about? Chris stepped in. Don't you calm down, me. This boy, he got my son suspended. He made my son confess. And because of that confession, people went to jail. You think they wouldn't retaliate? Do you have any idea what you've done? Mrs. Gallagher said, her voice trembling now. I didn't make your son do anything. He was selling drugs on school grounds. He made that choice, Mrs. Gallagher, Liam said, but his brows were furrowed now. You don't understand. Because of you, my son snitched to the police. And now a gang has taken him. They kidnapped my boy. The words hit Liam like a punch. He hadn't heard anything about a kidnapping. I didn't know. Liam could only say that while his mind reeled back to the times when he had sneaked around and gathered evidence. Of course, you didn't know. You don't care. You just had to play the hero, didn't you? Now my son's gone, and it's your fault. Mrs. Gallagher said, and this time she almost lunged at Liam. But before she could take that ugly step, the guards of the school came in between. The school didn't have guards, but after Liam got involved with Stark Industries and military contracts, the police department had provided one officer on duty around the school during school hours. Liam, we should go, Bonnie said as she placed a hand on Liam's arm. Liam took one last look as she glared at him while the police officer escorted her away. Liam didn't hate those kids per se. They were teenagers, and they didn't know better. Liam had caught them when they had just started the business for a month or so. Liam could see that the families of these kids weren't as functional as his, so some children would grow up in a crooked way. The teenagers needed a kick in the ass, which they had received. But kidnapping wasn't something he had expected. Actions always have consequences. But this was not what he had aspired for. Even though this guy was not innocent, it didn't mean he deserved to be tortured. Liam knew that he wasn't some kind of hero, but he was also not some kind of villain who would kill anyone that stepped out of their track. At night, Liam opened the window of his room and slowly crept out. His footsteps couldn't be heard at all, like a cat coming to hunt its prey. Liam was now wearing his new pilot suit and the armor he had made. He didn't have any swords or bows on his back as he didn't need to since he could get them instantly from the space box. Liam scaled the sides and rooftops of the building effortlessly. The Wraith abilities granted him practical invisibility under the soft moonlight, the arrays of streetlights, and the occasional cars. He reached a particular roof and, for a moment, scanned the quiet streets below. This was the route he had taken months ago, stalking the drug peddler. He took out his pulse blade and threw it on the wall of the apartment. And as expected, there was nobody in the apartment. Before coming here, he had already taken cognizance of what was going on. The drug peddler was in jail, so his place should be empty. And from the looks of it, the police were yet to know of this place. Liam opened the half-opened window and sneaked inside quite easily. His eyes adjusted instantly to the dim interior as he scanned for anything out of place. Liam took out the pulse blade once more and threw it on the ground to get better sonar detection. He himself started to search for any clues that would help him get to the bottom of it. It didn't take long for Liam to see a small compartment on the side of the room. It was on the floor, and Liam found a small latch on the side. He pulled out the lid, which then opened an empty compartment, as he had seen it on the sonar. He looked deeply into the small empty shelf and couldn't find anything that could lead to the person responsible. No papers, no laptop, no mobiles. Watching criminal shows made him think that criminals were dumb. Turned out not so much. Though Liam could smell a foul odor from the small compartment, this was not a clue. It just reinforced that whoever lived here was peddling drugs. He did so probably to safeguard himself if there was a warrant to check his place. But then it struck Liam. If the drug peddler wanted to hide, he would hide drugs in such a place where the police would find it difficult to trace. A dog could easily smell the drugs, so why would he keep drugs in such a place where it would be easy for even the police to find them? He looked at the side of the compartment, which was attached to the sidewall, and found some rough marks on it. It was then that wisdom dawned upon Liam. He didn't need his pulse blade to realize that the wall on the side wasn't the same wall as the rest of the apartment. It was a false wall. Or rather, the sidewall could be taken out, and from there, one could access the other condo. Chapter 23. Liam stared at the small compartment, its inner side clearly shared with the adjacent condo. It wasn't a hidden passage, it was simply an opening into a larger storage cavity between the walls. Whoever lived next door was using it to stash their secrets. Liam closed the lid of the compartment quietly, stepped back out through the window, and scaled the building's side like a phantom. The faint glow of light seeped through a curtain that hung crookedly over the glass. He peered in carefully. The room was quite clean, everything seemed to be in place, and a man sat on a couch, idly scrolling through his phone while a small TV played static in the background. He was not wearing any shirt, so he could see some tattoos. Liam could also hear some Russian rap. Liam pushed the window open, which was behind the back of the man, and the loud music dampened the sound of the window opening, muting the faint creak. With precise and silent steps he approached the man, and before the man could retaliate he placed his hand on the top of the man. The man screamed a bit in pain as his eyes and the inside of his mouth started to shine in white light, but it soon dimmed, and so did his small scream. It was the ability in the game known as Dominate Captain, which allowed Talion to control an orc and make use of him as a follower, and also drain its health when he himself needed health regeneration. Liam wasn't sure that his ability would work on humans, but he was surprised that it did as the man turned around and went down on his knee. "At your service, sir." "Your name?" Liam demanded. "Victor." "What do you do?" "I am one of the primary distributors of drugs in this part of the city," Victor said. His accent was quite thick for a resident of New York. "Russian?" Liam asked as he now slowly sat on the sofa while Victor was still on his knees with his head down. "Yes, sir. We were recruited by a gang of Russians run by two brothers," Victor said. "Two brothers. Names and their base of operations?" "Anatoly and Vladimir Ranskahov. The gang is newly built. It's only been a year since they started dealing heroin, as they had opened a taxi garage before, retrofitting taxis for New York and repairing them. Now they have expanded their business to sex trafficking, drugs and murder on hire. They are still growing with the help of other gangs," Victor quite concisely put to Liam. He was surprised that Victor here seemed to be very aware of what Liam wanted to know and talked like a normal human being. This was just perfect. Victor was an experiment, and it came out with a result of flying colors. "Where is this taxi garage?" "Its name is Velis Taxi Garage. In Hell's Kitchen." "Victor. It was then Liam recalled some vague memories of Season 1 Daredevil. The Russian mafia who were killed in the first season, one of the brothers was killed by Fisk while the other in a fight against Daredevil. Everything made sense now. Liam did look into Wilson Fisk, who was a philanthropist and an entrepreneur before. He just didn't expect that he would have faced this guy. They kidnapped a guy named Thomas Gallagher. The same guy who is responsible for the arrest of your neighbor. I want to know where he is. Liam asked. Sir, I am only responsible for drugs. It's Anatoly Ranskahov, the younger brother who handles the trafficking matters. Victor replied. Put down your number and do whatever you are doing. When I send you a message, you will have to confess to police and follow whatever procedure they ask you to do. I will handle the rest. Also write down all that you know of the gang. As you wish, sir. Victor said as he wrote on a piece of paper, his number, and then gave to Liam. The next evening. Liam, where are you going? Just have some work. Liam replied. Are you going for a date? Liam Woodsworth, you will not be going on a date wearing a hoodie and track pants. Olivia screamed when Liam was almost at the door. I am not going on a date. Liam said. You can fool everyone. But not me. Go and wear something decent. I won't have a man going to impress a girl while wearing a cheap washed-out hoodie. Olivia said. This made Liam sigh. He was going out to be a Batman, but here he was being berated here. But Liam didn't fight back as the excuse of date was better than what he was going to do now. Liam went to the garage and then drove the car to quite a distance away from his home. The Hell's Kitchen. He drove his car to the West 45th Street. He came out of the car and then soon entered the alleyway. Velas Taxi Garage was on 55th, so there was still quite a distance. Liam approached the Velas Taxi Garage with silence, from high above. The garage buzzed with activity if one looked from outside. Men moved in and out of the large space, some loading crates into unmarked cars, some repaired the cars while others patrolled with concealed pistols tucked inside their pockets. Of course those were very few in numbers and it was happening deep inside the garage. While the front of garage was still working and showing that nothing illegal was going on. Liam could see all of it from the pulse blade. Liam dropped silently into the shadows near a stack of tires. His approach went unnoticed until one of the patrolling men stopped, his eyes narrowing at the silhouette of him. Before the guard could raise an alarm, he blinked. Spectral dash allows Liam to cover short distance instantly, and instantly found himself face to face with the guard. He grabbed by his neck and slamming him into a wall. The man struggled, but Liam's grip was unyielding. He placed his hand over the man's forehead, activating his Wraith domination ability. The man's eyes glowed momentarily, his will bending to Liam's command. Stay quiet. Secure the area, Liam ordered. The guard nodded and moved away obediently, leaving Liam free to advance further. Chapter 24. From the corner of his eye, he saw two other guys coming toward him. He had already observed all their movements on the HUD. Even though BT was miles away, it was helping him through the HUD and analyzing everything for him in real time. He made a spectral dash toward the two men and reached them in an instant. What the hell? One man called out, only to see an armored figure knock his companion unconscious. To his horror, he then spotted another figure, this one resembling a spectral copy of the same armored man, moving toward him. He processed all of this in a matter of seconds, but before he could react, his world turned dark, and he lost consciousness instantly. This was the Wraith Chain ability, which allowed Liam to chain sneak attacks, or, in this case, open attacks as well, since he had full control over his Wraith abilities, unlike in the game. This ability enabled Liam's spectral form to attack single or multiple individuals simultaneously. Another key difference was that, unlike in the gaming world, he didn't need to worry about a focus meter. His Wraith abilities could be used without limit, thanks to his S-category evaluation. The man's brief exclamation had attracted attention. Simon, are you there? Simon. What happened? 3 more men emerged from the side gate of Vela's taxi in the alleyway. When they saw the 2 unconscious men on the ground, they froze in shock. A moment later, they began shouting and pulled out their guns and knives. A spectral form of Liam materialized behind them, striking one of the men. This sudden attack caused the other 2 to whirl around. When they saw the dimly glowing spectral figure of Liam, their legs trembled. My lord, what is this? God! What ghost is this? Both men began chanting nervously, which gave Liam an opening. He attacked without hesitation. This time, he used his physical form, striking one man in the side of the head while simultaneously rotating in mid-air to deliver a sharp kick to the other man's groin. The move he used was Deadly Spectre, a wraith ability that conjured a brief entity of himself to trap or attack his targets. Liam knew the commotion would have alerted the people inside, so he quickly entered the garage using Spectral Dash. Hey, who are you? A masked man. Someone's trying to play hero this late at night. Whatever. He's inside. Kill him. What a fool. Ha ha ha. This idiot came into our garage to die. Let's make it an honorable death. Liam now found himself surrounded in the open space of the massive garage. The alerted men, already armed with guns and knives, wasted no time unloading rounds at him. The loud cracks of gunfire echoed, followed by the metallic clinks of bullets striking armor. The gang members didn't seem concerned about drawing the police, a clear sign to how lawless this place was. When the barrage ceased, Liam remained standing, unscathed. There wasn't the slightest indication of injury. Bulletproof armor. But I shot him in the head. Maybe it's some high-tech stuff. Hee hee. Let's kill him and take it for ourselves. Let's go, boys. Liam summoned his spectral glaive, a glowing, ethereal weapon capable of slicing through enemies. However, to avoid killing anyone, he used the blunt side of the glaive, striking with enough force to hurl the gang members into unconsciousness. Their bodies hit the ground like ragdolls. Liam moved with inhuman speed, striking from every angle. His sheer velocity made it seem as though he was in multiple places at once. He didn't even rely on his wraith abilities, his raw speed was enough to overwhelm the gang members, who could only scream and shout before collapsing. Within seconds, the garage was littered with unconscious bodies. The walls, pillars, and even some taxis undergoing renovation bore deep scratches from the chaos. With 90% of the gang subdued, Liam turned his attention to the garage office and began walking toward it. 2 men stepped out, only to be knocked unconscious by Wraith Chain. When Liam reached the office door, it swung open, revealing 2 gang members wielding machine guns. Before they could comprehend what was happening, Liam appeared behind them. Anatoly and Vladimir Ranskahov. We need to talk, Liam said, his voice distorted by a voice changer in his headgear to ensure his identity remained hidden. The 2 brothers were horrified. They had seen Liam vanish before their eyes, only to hear his voice behind them. They spun around, guns raised. Who gave you the courage to? Anatoly began, but his words were cut off as Liam placed a hand on each of their heads, activating his domination ability. It took just 5 seconds to bend their wills. Domination worked best on the weak-minded, and while these gang members had some determination, they were no match for someone who had been fighting and killing for over 60 years. Both brothers dropped to their knees. By that time, the first Russian Liam had dominated returned. Is the perimeter secure? Liam asked. Yes, sir, the man replied. Tie everyone up and lock them in a room together. Make sure they don't cause a scene before I leave, Liam ordered. The noise from earlier had already drawn too much attention, and Liam needed to act quickly. He entered the office, followed closely by the 2 brothers. Inside the office, the air was thick with the stench of cheap vodka and stale cigarette smoke. Papers and ledgers cluttered the desk, alongside weapons and a small pile of cash. What are your orders, sir? Anatoly asked. What happened to the child Thomas Gallagher? What did you do to him? Liam asked as he sat down at main chair while the other two kept standing. We have give him away to the Steel Serpent. He is now at Pier 97 on a medium-sized cargo ship. Vladimir replied. Steel Serpent? What is that? Steel Serpent is essentially like us, but they make the products and are more deadly and powerful than us. Chapter 25. Anatoly went on to explain what kind of organization Steel Serpent was, only for Liam to realize at the end that it was something run by Madame Gao. The Russian gang was very new, but Steel Serpent had been in New York for almost a decade now. So, if I go there now, I can rescue Thomas? Liam asked. Yes, and along with him, I have seen other young men and women. That Pier 97 is essentially the grounds of Steel Serpent, where they send young men and women all over the globe. They import them from other countries too, and they go to the highest bidder, Anatoly explained. Liam then asked a bunch more questions before he got the general idea. Since Thomas had made them lose business, they thought of taking him away to calm their own anger. They also had no idea where these kidnapped children would go, nor did they care. When is the ship leaving? Liam asked. Tomorrow, at night, Vladimir said. I guess I should give them a visit before they leave, Liam said as he got up. After I free them, gather a meeting with all the heads of whatever great plan you are making. Tell them you have a clue about what is going to happen. Then send me the location and time. Understood, sir, both of them echoed in acceptance. Liam could only smile, seeing how his domination ability was so useful. He didn't waste a minute, and soon found himself jumping over rooftops and ledges to reach the pier. It wasn't far from his current location, so he reached it in almost 10 minutes. I should be Spider-Man. This is time-consuming, Liam huffed a bit. He had been running and jumping, and though he wasn't tired, it sure annoyed him. Liam crouched low on the rooftop overlooking Pier 97. The air reeked of saltwater and diesel fumes. The cargo ship loomed in the moonlit harbor, named Oni. Workers moved crates stamped with false labels, and he could also see guards. Liam didn't take much time and threw a pulse blade into the depths of the cargo ship. Within seconds, the whole ship was clear on his HUD. He could see several guards, both outside and inside. He could also see some of the children inside two quite heavily sealed rooms. Liam even saw a young child of around 10 years inside. Though it was a momentary outline, he was able to discern it easily. Liam knew what he had to do. He took out his bow, readied an arrow, and fired it at the topmost wooden pole of the ship. The arrow easily hit its mark, and in the next moment, Liam appeared just beside the arrow. This was the Shadow Strike ability, which basically allowed him to teleport to individuals or places where the arrows had hit. The first guard didn't even have time to scream. Liam's dagger materialized in his hand, glowing with a spectral blue light. He drove it through the man's throat, silencing him instantly. The corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud, but Liam was already moving. Another guard turned the corner, his eyes widening in horror as Liam activated his Wraith Chain ability. In a flash, Liam teleported behind him, driving his sword through the man's back and into his heart. The body slumped forward, but Liam didn't stop. His wraith bow shimmered into existence, and 3 arrows shot forth in quick succession, using eagle sight, which made anyone feel that he had stopped time while shooting. In fact, it was his wraith ability in its full beauty, each arrow finding its mark in the skulls of 3 guards patrolling the far side of the deck. The remaining guards on the ship were now fully alert, their shouts ringing out as they drew their weapons. Liam smiled coldly. He hadn't forgotten how he used to brutalize and kill the Uruks in the game and have mounts under him. Though there were no mounts with him anymore and no base to seize, he was free to do whatever he wanted here. He leaped into the fray, his sword cutting through flesh and bone with precision. They tried using guns, only to be shot by an arrow, followed by a chain of shadows. This allowed Liam to kill the first one with an arrow and then proceed to chain kill the other guards at breakneck speed. Each kill was more brutal than the last, a guard's head severed cleanly from his shoulders, another guard cleaved in half, while another had his head split. One guard tried to run, but Liam wasn't about to let anyone escape. He extended his hand, and the guard froze mid-step, his body convulsing as Liam's wraith domination ability took hold. The man turned on his comrades, firing wildly before succumbing to Liam's will and plunging his own knife into his throat. He could use the domination ability from afar too, but he noticed it was only possible when the enemy was in extreme fear and on the run. Liam moved below deck, where the heart of the operation was. But there were still guards here, more heavily armed than those above. When he used his spectral glaive, he cut through each of them like he was slicing through tofu. None of them had a chance. But since it was a cramped space, he had to use daggers too at times, throwing them like shurikens at some of the guards, impaling and stabbing them. At the door of the room that held the children, there was only one guard standing. He had heard the commotion but didn't dare to go out, as these were his instructions. Liam came down and instantly shot an arrow at the gun, making the guard lose it. This made the man fear more than ever before. "You should have run," Liam said, his voice low and filled with menace. His left hand lit up with a spectral glow, and he punched the man right in the face. Chapter 26. This attack made the man freeze immediately, and then Liam proceeded to send a flurry of sword strikes at the guard. Of course, the attacks came in chain spectral forms, and when the attacks ended, the guard blew up into small pieces, frozen in ice. There were no blood spills anywhere, and one could sense the cold atmosphere. An eerie silence hung in the air. Liam proceeded to break the lock on the huge metal door that led inside. After the loud thud, the door opened, and there he saw multiple young men and women, all of whom looked at him with fear in their eyes. Liam took a good look at them and even found the guy he had been looking for, Thomas Gallagher. But he also knew that he couldn't take these children out, at least not at that moment. The horrific scenes outside would be very bad and would traumatize them more than they were already. "Stay here. Someone will come to take you away soon," Liam said in a hoarse tone and then proceeded to shut the door again. He wasn't doing this to gain recognition, anyway, so he didn't need their approval. The younglings were confused and, thus, didn't react at all. Liam then proceeded to call Tony. "Hello. You have the nerve to call me? You call Pepper multiple times a day, and then you call me once a week." Tony shouted over the phone. "It's because Pepper is now the CEO," Liam defended himself. "And we can have this tantrum later. I just uncovered a bunch of trafficked younglings. Use your connections in the police department and free them. I'll send you some pictures to get the search warrant." Tony wanted to continue with his drama but stopped when he started seeing the pictures and videos Liam sent. His mood had already been sour for the past few days, and seeing this angered him. "Jarvis, contact the Stark Foundation and tell them to use all means necessary to deal with whoever's responsible for this." "I will get to it, sir." 4 a.m. Jesus Christ, who even works this late at night? I was having dreams of being on a beach in Hawaii. Now this case will destroy all of my plans for the next month or so. Oh yeah, you were supposed to be on vacation next week. Get ready for divorce. Ugh, don't remind me. Where's Dexter? Why isn't that guy here yet? I'm here. I'm here. I had to get an Uber. Sorry. A 6-foot-tall man with a well-built body, blonde hair, and a beard came running in. He looked a bit disheveled and slightly out of breath. He was carrying a secured steel box at his side, which seemed to hold all the equipment necessary for the investigation. But once he stepped in, he was beyond dumbfounded. When he was called for an emergency, he thought there had been a homicide or maybe multiple homicides. But this was beyond what he had expected as he stepped onto the ship. Bodies lay left and right. Some had their heads separated, some were stabbed right through their hearts, and some had their skulls riddled with holes from arrows lodged in the steel ground. This was brutality to the max. Dexter was a forensic analyst specializing in blood spatter pattern analysis, and he was the only one who specialized in that field. Thus, he had to be called in for this situation, which the detectives were trying to make sense of. What really angered the detectives was that the SWAT team was here before they could arrive. The Stark Foundation had called a judge, assembled a huge SWAT team, and raided the location. Their raid had already contaminated the whole scene, and by the time the detectives arrived, it was too late. But the detectives couldn't say a word since it was the Stark Foundation, a foundation built by Tony himself and known for using its money to fund the police, hospitals, and other institutions. Thus, they couldn't just object when everything had already taken place. Dexter surveyed all the victims, and it took almost an hour to get a rough overview. The more he saw, the less sense it made to him. He had always prided himself on being able to discern the mind of a perpetrator, but this time he couldn't discern the body of the perp. "Lay it on me, Dexter. We have a Captain America on the run, and he's carrying a sword and a bow," Dexter replied. What now?" one of the detectives asked, trying to process what he had just heard. "You see the dismembered bodies here? It takes an immense amount of force to separate limbs from a body. Maybe a person with considerable strength could do it once or twice, but this guy, assuming he is a man, was able to do this to multiple targets. Not only that, but his bow must be very well built, too, since each arrow was able to penetrate the skull, which is standard for any good bow. However, these arrows went beyond and struck 4 inches deep, which shows how powerful this person's bow was. And someone to even wield one would need massive amounts of strength. I haven't yet calculated the strength necessary, but you'll have the metrics soon." "Great, now you have a super individual on the run," one of the detectives said. "Are you seriously believing this? I know you're a fan of Captain America, but do you seriously think he ever existed? There must be another explanation for this. Dexter, get on the case. I want a thorough analysis of the victims," the other detective said, clearly furious with the detectives of Hell's Kitchen. He had always found them fishy, and there was no way he could believe such an operation was going on here without their knowledge. But thankfully, the director of the New York Police Department had taken an interest in this case and had sent their best detectives. When he saw the young children being taken out by emergency services, blindfolded with cloth, he felt nothing but blood boiling. Chapter 27. Get me the CCTV camera footage. Is a monster on the loose, and the military is having a very hard time taking care of it. SHIELD has asked for my help, but it will take an hour for me to reach New York, even if I use my fastest speed. So until then, please help contain it, Tony said, and in the next moment, he sent a video of Central Park at night. It was the abomination. At the moment, he was wreaking havoc, and it had started from Harlem. The military had been trying to control and contain the damage and had managed to bring Abomination to Central Park, but they weren't able to kill or cage him. Destruction and damage were everywhere. "Where is Banner?" Liam asked. "Wait, you know about Banner? How do you know this?" "I was only briefed about it a few minutes ago," Tony complained. "He isn't here. According to SHIELD, he is somewhere in Brazil, and it would take days to get hold of him." "Fine. I will go," Liam said and slowly got up. He took out his hood and face mask, then climbed out of his bedroom. Since he was being shadowed by SHIELD, it was better he took a normal route out, so after scaling and crossing some buildings, he found himself at a metro station. It took him some time to reach Central Park, but he was able to do so while being updated by Tony. Thankfully, Abomination was still in Central Park, and the military was able to contain him. Of course, the local branch of SHIELD also extended its help. The night was thick with chaos as Abomination rampaged through Central Park, his monstrous form tearing through trees and sending terrified civilians fleeing in all directions. Military forces and SHIELD operatives had set up a perimeter, their weapons trained on the behemoth, but their bullets did little more than irritate him. Explosions lit up the night as rockets impacted against his thick hide, barely slowing his advance. Liam emerged from the shadows, unnoticed by everyone present, thanks to his wraith abilities. Without hesitation, he launched his spectral glaive, the ethereal weapon slicing through the air before striking Abomination's legs and arms in rapid succession. The poisoned edges bit deep, and though the beast roared in pain, the true effect became apparent moments later. A/N, if you need a visual scene here, rewatch the Levi vs. Annie fight from the AOD anime. At the end of the day, the body of Abomination was based on a human being, so the nerves were still there. His limbs stiffened, muscles locking up as the venom took hold, forcing him to the ground for the first time that night. Hold your fire. Hold your fire. Don't shoot. He is a friendly. It was Phil Coulson. He sighed in relief when he saw the Wraithborn appear. He hadn't been briefed by Fury about his suspicions regarding Liam being the Wraithborn, but Phil had also seen the footage at the pier. And though he wasn't on board with his killings, one couldn't deny that what he did was justice for the children there. So when he saw Wraithborn appearing with the same mask and armor, he knew that this person would help them, and until then, they would try not to antagonize him. Thankfully, his shout about Liam being friendly had its effect, and the shooting stopped. Soon, Abomination's regeneration kicked in, his wounds sealing at a slow but steady pace. He let out a deafening roar while Liam stood a few yards away from him. You have made me lose sleep, Blonsky. Wait. You are Blonsky, right? Liam asked. All he got in return was another shout, with saliva almost hitting his armor. Thankfully, he dodged at the last moment. Abomination charged at Liam, but before he could reach him, an arrow whistled through the night and embedded itself in his foot. Ice spread rapidly, freezing the beast's limb to the ground. Liam wasted no time. Twin swords materialized in his hands. He dashed forward, moving faster than the human eye could track, his blades carving into Abomination's thick flesh. Each strike was precise, targeting joints and weak points. He also added elvish fury to his attack. In addition to Liam's strikes, spectral versions of himself also attacked Abomination. The military and SHIELD agents were dumbfounded as they saw various versions of him, with long ears and a crown on his head, appearing from Liam's body and attacking. The spectral glow on the figures could be seen easily. At first, they thought Liam was just another super soldier, but now they didn't even believe that this person was a human being. Comment. Free comment. Vote. Chapter 35. But to his surprise, Abomination flexed his massive leg muscles, shattering the ice encasing his foot and retaliating with a sweeping backhand. Liam barely managed to dodge, using his spectral dash at the last second. He reappeared several feet away, eyes narrowing as he assessed his opponent. You surprise me again, Blonsky. Liam muttered. The battle raged on, Liam weaving in and out of the shadows, his wraith abilities allowing him to strike and vanish before Abomination could react. His movements were so swift that neither the beast nor the humans, despite their powerful floodlights, could track him. But even with his superior speed and precision, the monster's resilience was formidable. Liam darted in close once more, dodging a massive fist before leaping onto Abomination's back. For a fleeting moment, he considered dominating the creature with his wraith abilities, controlling him completely. It was likely possible. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Too many eyes were watching. If people realized their so-called ghost could manipulate not just monsters but potentially humans as well, panic would ensue. Some abilities were best kept as trump cards. Instead, with a swift motion, he drove both swords into the sides of Abomination's thick neck. The enchanted blades cut deep through muscle and sinew. Abomination let out a strangled roar, his massive body convulsing before finally collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the battlefield. Liam glanced up and spotted several drones hovering high in the air, public drones, most likely streaming the entire fight. The battle had drawn quite an audience. Liam pulled his swords free, stashed them into his separate space, and jumped down from the monster's back. As he reached for his phone to inform Tony that his help was no longer needed, a squad of military personnel closed in, rifles aimed directly at him. Hands behind your back. You are under arrest for creating this monster and causing casualties and damage in New York City, a soldier barked, fingers tightening around his trigger. SHIELD agents, caught off guard by the military's sudden aggression, rushed forward, only to be met with more pointed weapons. SHIELD too drew their guns in response. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. What the hell are you doing? I told you he's a friendly. Phil Coulson shouted. Friendly to SHIELD doesn't mean friendly to the US military, the soldier snapped. He's on US soil, which means he follows our laws. If he's innocent, we'll let him go. But until then, he's under our jurisdiction. Now back off. The man removed his mask, revealing a young black officer. His stance and authority made it clear, he was in command. This is a direct order from General Ross, he added. I don't care who gave the order, Coulson said coldly. This man is not being arrested under any pretext. And what makes you think you can arrest me? Liam finally spoke, his voice resonating with an eerie, supernatural weight. His words sent a visible shiver through the ranks. Even the most hardened soldiers hesitated, their fingers twitching near the triggers. Who gave you the right to speak? The commander snapped. I thought I recognized your voice. Now I know where from. You must be Eric Stevens from the U.S. Navy SEALs. Liam tilted his head slightly. Eric's eyes narrowed. Do we know each other? He was clearly unsettled. His real name wasn't widely known, not even among those present. Most knew him only by his call sign. No, Liam said casually. But I know you. Killmonger. Do the U.S. Navy know about your other identity? The tension in Eric's body was immediate. His fingers curled into fists, jaw tightening. What the hell are you talking about? Men, arrest him. Eric ordered, attempting to regain control. Njadaka, son of Prince Njobu. It must be hard, growing up in a foreign land, yearning to see the sun set over your true home. Isn't that right? Liam's tone turned colder, quieter, deadly. The words hit like a hammer. Eric trembled, his body rigid. His men, previously tense and ready to act, now hesitated, stealing uneasy glances at their commander. You motherfucker! Eric roared, raising his gun. Liam vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared just feet away. Eric, a skilled soldier with lightning reflexes, fired again, only for Liam to dodge effortlessly. Before Eric could react further, a powerful hand clamped over his face, lifting him clean off his feet. The pressure was immense, suffocating. Pain shot through his skull as Liam's grip tightened. Eric struggled, his hands clawing at Liam's wrist. With his free hand, he reached for his sidearm, but Liam effortlessly kicked it away with his knee. The gun skidded across the pavement. Don't mistake your position here, Liam said, his voice a guttural whisper that slithered into Eric's very bones. You are nothing but an insect before me. Eric's struggling slowed. His breaths grew shallow. The world around him darkened. Then, in an instant, his body went limp. Liam released him, letting him fall unceremoniously to the ground. A heavy silence followed. No one moved. The military personnel stood frozen, uncertain whether to attack or stand down. SHIELD agents, guns still drawn, exchanged wary glances. Wraithborn. Phil stepped forward, lowering his weapon slightly. We are agents of SHIELD. You might not have heard of us, but we represent the World Council. Wraithborn? Liam was confused when he was first called that. Yes, since we don't know your name, we have designated that name for you. If you want, you give us your name and we will call you by that. Phil said. He sighed in relief, because for a moment he thought he would attack him too. He needed to be given a raise for the courage he just pulled. No. I like that name. Now connect me to General Ross. I need to talk to him. Liam said. Please give us a moment. Phil said as he soon connected to his private phone. Chapter 36, 36. Phil handed Liam the phone after introducing himself. He was certain that General Ross had been watching everything, given the multiple drones hovering above. Liam took the phone. Ross speaking. Ross answered over the phone. Your worst nightmare here. You have some guts pinning the blame for what you've done on me, Liam replied. Son, you have some nerve speaking to a high-ranking official. I don't care even if you're the US president. Listen here, you piece of garbage, if you don't back off now, I will find Banner and your daughter to testify about what you've done. I'm sure S.H.I.E.L.D. will be able to track down the scientists involved in the super soldier serum research. From what I know, it's banned. And I kid you not, I will drag every bit of your honor and dignity through the mud if I decide to bring you down. Your Eric Stevens has done a lot of dirty work outside the US. I will hunt down every one of your Black Ops soldiers and feed them to your enemies. Then we'll see how much support you have left in your position. You dare threaten a US general while standing on US soil. General Ross was incensed. General Ross, I'd advise you to stop saying those words. He will definitely come for your head. Why don't you do some research on this person before you threaten him? It was Tony, who had somehow hijacked the call and added himself in. Tony Stark, you're running out of favors to ask for. Your company has already shut down the weapons department, and you've been running solo in the Middle East. Oh yes, I know what you've been busy with. Listen here, General. I'm saying this for your own good, don't cross the line when you haven't seen the entire picture. Now, do as Wraithborn says. Or before the ghostly gentleman here takes another dig at you, I will personally sue you for human experimentation, Tony said. This shut Ross up. After a moment of silence, he hung up. Promptly, the US soldiers backed off. Of course, they took Eric too. They were thankful he was alive, just passed out. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. took the unconscious body of Abomination. Fury hadn't had time to reprimand Ross before, as he had to go through proper channels. Now that he had time, he used the World Council to take custody of Abomination. Phil sighed in relief as everything calmed down. It had been an exhausting couple of hours, and the situation could have been devastating for New York. Though he was sure that by morning, the news headlines would be quite explosive. Did you see the news? A monster broke out in Harlem. There were some casualties, and some people even got video footage. Yeah, I saw. It was horrible. But that guy called Wraithborn is so cool. He looks like an elf. I bet you he's an elf. He must be a high elf. Did you see the crown? Look at you too. Elves aren't real. Get a grip. Oh yeah. Well, monsters weren't real yesterday, and now look at Central Park in Harlem. It's done and dusted. It'll take years to rebuild. But I'm also glad the general got indicted. Apparently, he started the Super Serum Project, and that led to the monster. It's the New York Times. I don't believe them. Such conversations were rampant when Liam returned to school. Surprisingly, there was no negative news against him. He was sure he had been accused in front of everyone, and the drones must have recorded it. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. had lent him a hand. But along with the news about Abomination, his name became famous as Wraithborn. He was happy with the name, though. Tony was also amazed at how powerful Liam had become. There was also good news from Tony's side. He had replaced his arc reactor with a new element, far better than the previous one. And the Stark Expo was finally on the horizon. Liam would be teaming up with Tony Stark to showcase their new invention. Since Liam had been skipping class a lot, the principal had asked him to include Midtown High School's name in the event. Liam promised, which made the principal very happy. The dark cloud of drug issues in the school would now be overshadowed by Liam and his two friends. He was glad he had chosen to listen to Liam that day instead of just suspending him. Welcome to LA. Happy was waiting for them on the runway with his car as Liam and his friends landed. Tony has booked a villa for you near his home. Thanks, Happy. Liam thanked him by bringing him New York pizza, which he loved. Happy had been handling more responsibilities lately. He then spoke about the upcoming itinerary. The expo would last for 3 days, with their exhibition scheduled for the final day on the main stage. So they had plenty of time to look around and have fun. After dropping off his luggage, Liam went to Tony's home. Chris and Bonnie opted to rest instead. By now, they had realized that Liam was very close to Tony, and joining in on their reunion would feel like an invasion of privacy. Besides, they wouldn't understand their technical mumbo-jumbo anyway. Welcome back, sir. Hello, Jarvis. Where is he? At his lab, sir. He has been informed. You can go directly. Thanks. My pleasure. Liam walked in to see Tony working on a brand new suit. This one was different from any he had seen before. Unlike Tony's traditional suits, the helmet seemed to be made of a transparent material. It resembled the helmets worn by Kryptonians in Man of Steel from his previous life. Like my new suit. The helmet is made from the same technology as the shield of BT, though my helmet can't redirect bullets, but it has the same ability as the rest of the suit. I would have liked if the whole suit could be made of the same tech, but too much energy is being consumed. Chapter 37. You surprise me again and again, Tony Stark, Liam said after examining the new suit Tony had made. You saying the last ones were trash? Tony quipped, raising an eyebrow. No, I mean the suits are expected of you. But the helmet? That was out of my calculations. BT, did you test the strength of the shield helmet? Yes, it can stop any kind of firepower made by current humans. Big bombs are not counted here. Boom. Told you. Tony grinned, flashing a victory sign. Liam and Tony were still discussing when Jarvis chimed in. Sir, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is requesting an audience with you and Mr. Woodsworth. Oh, great. Patch is back. Tony groaned, rubbing his temples. That guy just can't take a hint. I swear, if he starts another speech about the bigger picture. Liam wasn't surprised that Fury knew where he was, but it was unexpected that he'd show up now. What did he want? Liam and Tony waited as Fury walked in like he owned the place. Well, look who decided to grace us with his presence. Mi casa es su casa. Oh wait, no it isn't, Tony said, arms crossed. Relax, Stark. I'm not here for you. I'm here for the kid, Fury replied, his tone flat. Liam. What's he got to do with anything? He's underage. He can barely rent a car, let alone be recruited into your super spy club, Tony shot back. That depends on his answers. Ain't that right, Wraithborn? Fury said, his one eye locked on Liam. Tony's expression hardened, but Liam remained unfazed. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about, Liam said, his voice calm. Look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way. You confirm what I already know, and we move on to the interesting questions. The hard way. I turn S.H.I.E.L.D. inside out, use every resource I have, and prove it myself. That might take a little longer, but make no mistake, I'll get there. And trust me, that road's a hell of a lot messier for you, Fury warned. How about neither? Tony interjected. How about I call the cops for harassment, or better yet, put out a public statement that S.H.I.E.L.D. has nothing better to do than stalk teenagers. Cut the crap, Stark. You're already in this. You're the one who tipped us off about the Pier incident, and there's no way you knew that unless you had a direct line to Wraithborn. Now, if you're worried S.H.I.E.L.D's gonna put a leash on him, relax. I'm not here to recruit, restrict, or arrest. Just talk. He'll get the same special treatment you do, Fury said. Liam was silent for a moment. Fury watched him closely. They had been tracking him for a while, but despite their best efforts, Liam still managed to show up at Central Park without tripping any alarms. That meant one thing: he knew about the surveillance. And he dodged it. My name stays out of your system. No files, no records, no mentions. You agree to that, we talk. Otherwise? No deal, Liam stated. Bit dramatic, don't you think? Fury replied, unimpressed. That's the deal. Take it or leave it. You don't speak my name, you don't share my identity. I like my privacy, and I intend to keep it that way, far from S.H.I.E.L.D. and far from anyone else, Liam pressed. Fury stared him down for a long moment before exhaling sharply. Fine. As of now, only me and Romanoff know who you are. And it'll stay that way. But don't think that gets you off the hook. You might be getting assignments. I know the drill, Liam cut in. Tony's kept me in the loop. I helped with the Blonsky situation, didn't I? I know what's expected. Yeah, about that, Fury narrowed his eye. How the hell did you know his name was Blonsky before we did? I have my sources. Not your problem, Liam replied. I'll give you intel when it matters. That's the trade-off for keeping my name off the books. You really know how to make my life difficult, kid. Now I gotta lie to the damn World Security Council, Fury muttered. Oh no, Liam said, deadpan. Nick Fury has to lie. What a tragedy. Alright, let's cut the soap opera. Tony leaned forward, irritated. Why are you here, Fury? Spill it. Eric Stevens is missing, Fury stated. The US military's running a secret manhunt, but they've got nothing. No traces. It's like he vanished off the face of the planet. He slid a file across the table for them to see. Liam didn't bother looking. He already knew the general outline of Eric's life. Tell them to stop wasting their time. They won't find him, Liam said. I give it a day, maybe two, Tony countered, cracking his knuckles. With your tech? Not a chance. Liam shook his head. And Fury, tell S.H.I.E.L.D. to stay out of this. Fury's eye narrowed. You know where he is. I have a rough idea. And even if you had me and Tony at full power, we still couldn't retrieve him. Retrieve? Fury repeated. You're saying he was taken? Thought the guy was a spy. It's complicated, Liam said. Look, Fury, don't push this. I mean it. You do not want to go down this road. I know you think S.H.I.E.L.D. is untouchable, but the people involved in this? They'd chew you up and spit you out, and they wouldn't even leave the bones. So do yourself a favor, walk away. Because if you keep digging, I'm out. He's not worth my time. Fine. I will take you up on that. Fury replied, but of course he would still secretly try to find about him, albeit not give his full force in this manhunt. It was something even Liam wasn't comfortable speaking, which meant the other party was dangerous. The more dangerous the other party was, the more he needed to know, but it was not the correct time to press Liam on. He had already pressed many buttons today. Chapter 38. My last question. What is up with the elf thing? Fury asked. This was another way of asking how his power worked. My abilities evolve over time, so it's useless to explain since they won't remain the same for long, Liam replied. It was the truth. The more games he played, the better his evaluations would be, and soon his abilities would rise. But Fury thought this was Liam's excuse for not explaining his powers. Aha. So what I'm hearing is, I'm not gonna tell you squat. Fury was a bit frustrated. He wanted to force Liam to at least give one proper answer, but he couldn't. It also didn't help that Liam was a minor. He was a child in Fury's eyes, even though he had caused quite the scene at the pier. Fine, I will give you one piece of information that might be useful to S.H.I.E.L.D. The Red Room is still active, Liam said. This made Fury's face change from frustration to full alert mode. How do you know about the Red Room? Do you belong to them? Don't make me think that you belong to the lower IQ category, Fury. The widow name should indicate that the agents must be women. In the bombing in Budapest, Dreykov and his daughter came out of it alive, Liam said. This made Fury's fingers twitch a bit. The Budapest bombing involved one of his most prized agents, someone he considered a future Avenger. And this guy knew about it. He was a baby when the bombing happened, which meant Liam was involved with an organization that collected intelligence so deep that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't even have an inkling that Liam was associated with it. Under normal circumstances, he would step forward and arrest him on the charge of espionage, but he knew if he did, it might turn them antagonistic toward S.H.I.E.L.D., and he didn't want that. He needed Liam's cooperation. Talk, Fury said. I don't know much. I only know that Shostakov might lead you to Dreykov in the end. He holds quite a bit of information, Liam said. By now, Fury was sure that Liam had a deeply rooted organization behind him. Maybe Eric's disappearance had something to do with Liam's secret organization. Which meant Liam was an accessory here, but he couldn't prove it. And his instincts also told him not to antagonize this man. A person with resources and intelligence was more dangerous than the Hulk monster. He thought Tony Stark was a handful. This guy was 4 hands full, and even then, it was spilling out of his hands. He touched his temples and went into deep contemplation. You're a pain in the ass, you know that. Fury sighed. I get that a lot. And yeah, you can tell Phil about me. He's a good guy. But on the record, he doesn't get to open his mouth about it to his fellow agents. Not even those with level 9 or level 10 clearance, Liam said. All right. We will investigate your words. Doesn't matter even if you do. Don't mind even if you don't. Knock yourself out. Liam replied. While this discussion took place, Tony actively searched for information about the Red Room, and the little he saw made his skin crawl. Though most of the information was redacted, he got a general idea of what it was. No wonder that woman was so capable. Fury had more questions, but he knew he wouldn't get any more answers. Liam wouldn't say another word about the Red Room, so he had to bail out. After he left, Tony grew more curious, and Liam gave him vague answers. Tony was scrolling through a holographic screen, his eyebrows raising as he skimmed through what little information was available on the Red Room. He let out a low whistle. Well, that's all kinds of messed up, he muttered. Secret Russian assassin boot camp for kids. Real lovely stuff. Liam sat back, watching him. Most of this is redacted, but the bits that aren't. They make S.H.I.E.L.D. look like a charity organization. He finally glanced up. And you just casually drop this into conversation like it's a fun fact? Tony continued reading. Thought S.H.I.E.L.D. should know. Liam gave a slight smirk. Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing that makes me wonder why S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't already know. And more importantly, why you do. Tony squinted at him. Liam didn't answer. Okay, let's break this down. You could have joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, you signed up with, whatever your mystery club is. I'm guessing they've got some real juicy secrets. Tony leaned forward, lacing his fingers together. You assume too much, Liam said evenly. My organization has tech and some vague intelligence. That's it. We're all starting from the same place. Tony pointed at him. Yeah, see, that's exactly the kind of answer that doesn't make me feel better. It makes me feel like I should be very, very concerned. Liam chuckled. Since the woman was related to S.H.I.E.L.D., it wasn't his concern. They talked about the expo too, and all seemed smooth, but Liam had a feeling that the expo wouldn't be as peaceful as it should be. Surprisingly, Hammer Industries also had some robotics to show, and those robotics didn't seem too high-tech at all, as Liam saw in the product description. Dude, have you seen the chess competition? It's so wild, Chris said as they walked by on the last day of the expo. The first 2 days had been boring for the trio since they didn't find anything useful. Actually, Liam wanted to skip them too, but Bonnie and Chris pulled him into it. Their argument was, what if they found something useful in the other 2 days for Marvel? Liam thought these two teenagers had too much hope and maybe had watched too many TV series to start acting like adults. Any major decision needed to be thought through. But to calm their enthusiasm, he accompanied them. The expo not only showcased products but also held competitions like chess and others that required brainpower. Chris and Bonnie were disappointed during the first 2 days, but on the third day, their enthusiasm returned because there were many wonderful things to see and watch. Chapter 39. As they looked around, they came across a young kid who seemed to be all alone and appeared lost. Bonnie felt bad and stepped forward. She bent her knees to keep her forehead at the same height as the kid's and asked. "What's your name, kid? Where are your parents?" I've been told that I shouldn't talk to strangers," the kid replied. "That's correct. But are you lost?" Bonnie asked, impressed by the kid's awareness. I came here by flying with my aunt. Can you find my aunt for me?" the kid asked. "Sure, what's your aunt's name?" "I can have them announce her name so she can come and get you," Bonnie said. I don't remember her name. I call her Aunt May," the kid replied. The moment the kid spoke those words, Liam looked deeply at him. Yup, he was the child version of Peter Parker. The last he remembered, this kid was saved by Iron Man at the expo when the robots came for him while he was wearing the Iron Man mask, being a big fan of his. Now, in this new timeline, Iron Man hadn't yet declared to the world that he was Iron Man, which meant that this kid had come all the way from New York just to see the expo. Yeah, he was a born nerd. Meanwhile, Bonnie told Peter to wait while she directed their bodyguard to find Aunt May and announce her name to the people around. In around 10 minutes, a quite beautiful middle-aged woman came running in and hugged Peter. She was relieved to see her nephew safe and well, as she had feared that she had lost him. She also thanked the trio for helping them. Liam proceeded to give her his business card. May didn't think much at first, but when she read through the card, she was dumbfounded. "Oh my! I am so sorry. I had no idea you were the founder of Marvel and a sponsor of this event. I didn't even recognize you," May said, flustered. "Sponsor might be a bit of an exaggeration," Liam replied with a small smile. "Stark Industries just did us a favor by adding our name to the event. Our products showcase is at the end of the day, hope you'll stick around. And if your nephew ever decides to look for a job in the future, I'd love for him to consider our company." "You really think he's that bright, huh?" May asked with a chuckle. "Absolutely," Liam said. "Well, if he ever chooses that path, I'll make sure he keeps your company in mind." "Thank you again," Aunt May said before thanking them once more and heading off. "You probably scared her off with the job offer," Bonnie teased. "The kid's way too young to even know what he wants yet." "Huh, trust me. That kid's going to be something special," Liam said. "Yeah, I doubt that," Bonnie smirked. "Let's make a bet," Liam said. Evening. The stage at the Stark Expo radiated with bright, shifting lights as thousands of spectators gathered in eager anticipation. The air buzzed with excitement, a blend of curiosity and sheer admiration for the genius that was Tony Stark. And tonight, he wasn't alone. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is here. Please welcome, the visionary, the one and only, Tony Stark. A booming voice echoed across the venue. The crowd erupted in cheers as Tony strolled onto the grand stage with his signature confidence, dressed in a sleek dark suit with a smirk that could charm the entire front row. And, the show host continued, holding up a finger, "I'm not the only one bringing something revolutionary tonight. Because, folks, let's be real, every great mind needs another to challenge it. To push boundaries. Please welcome, Liam Woodworth." As Liam stepped onto the stage, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience. He was relatively unknown to the public, but the ones who had followed Stark Industries closely knew him as a prodigy, a rising force in advanced technology. Now, I know what you're thinking. Tony, what kind of mind-blowing tech are you about to show us this time? Is it a flying car? A toaster that also makes coffee? The narrator laughed. No, my friends. This is something far more important. Something that can change the landscape of defense as we know it. For decades, shields have been used as a means of protection. But what if defense wasn't just about stopping an attack? The giant screen behind them lit up, showing a sleek, transparent orange-colored shield prototype mounted on a testing rig. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the latest in next-generation defensive technology. A shield that doesn't just block bullets and missiles. He paused, grinning. It sends them back. Tony added. Gasps rippled through the audience. With a nod, Liam gestured to the screen, initiating the live demonstration. The footage cut to a controlled test site. A mechanical turret locked onto the shield and fired a barrage of bullets. The moment they struck the surface, an intricate energy layer flickered alive, absorbing the force, only for the bullets to reverse trajectory and be flung straight back to their origin with deadly precision. The camera then panned to a second test, a missile launch. The projectile soared toward the shield, only for its energy field to curve the missile's path mid-air, launching it back toward a dummy target and detonating on impact. As you can see, Liam continued, this technology is more than just defense. It's a deterrent. A means to ensure that any attack launched is an attack returned. And before you ask, no, this isn't some sci-fi gimmick. This is real. This is happening. And soon, we'll be working to implement it where it matters most. I have said and I have kept my word to stop the Stark Industries from making any weapons, but that doesn't mean that the Stark Industries wouldn't add to its defense. The crowd roared in approval as the two men stood before the world. Chapter 40. The roaring applause still echoed through the Stark Expo when the first explosion rocked the stage. Liam felt the ground tremble beneath him, the sound of metal shrieking against metal as a section of the stage erupted in fire. Smoke billowed into the air, and screams filled among the whole audience. The bright lights shattered, plunging everything around into chaos. Oh, come on. Can't we have one expo without something blowing up? Tony's smile had vanished. Then came the voice, with artificial distortion. The massive screen behind them glitched before cutting to static, then flickered to life with a live feed, revealing a hulking, armored figure stepping through the wreckage of the main entrance. The moment Liam saw the broad, steel-plated frame and the glowing red optics, he knew what it was. Ironmonger. Did you really think I wouldn't have contingency plans? The deep voice mocked, amplified through speakers embedded in the suit. The metal behemoth stomped forward, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground. You stole my company. You took my future. And now, I take yours. Before Liam could process that, another presence entered the fray. The air filled with the electrified hum of whips slicing through the night. Stark. You like to play with power, duh. Vanko sneered, his thick Russian accent cutting through the chaos. Let's see if you can handle real power. Okay, who are you? That old piece of garbage. I do take responsibility, but who is this guy? Tony was still in his usual self, but one could tell that he was a bit surprised. He had already eyed Pepper to pass on his metal suitcase. Then, the sky above darkened, not from clouds, but from a swarm of flying machines descending like mechanical vultures. These were flying robots enhanced and modified, hovered in formation, their glowing optics locking onto the Stark Expo stage. Their weapons primed. Ready. Great, Tony muttered, rolling his shoulders. Because one homicidal maniac in a mech suit wasn't enough, we needed a whole tag team. Today, Stark, Stain continued, we introduce the world to a new kind of power. Not your empty promises. Not your flashy tech. Real, undeniable force. And then, we kill you. Vanko cracked his whips against the floor, sending sparks flying. Liam clenched his fists, his mind racing. There were thousands of innocent people in the crowd, scrambling to escape. If even one of those drones opened fire, it would be a massacre. This is going to be a long night. Tony sighed. Yeah, you have no idea, but first we need to run. Tony didn't need to be told twice. The second Vanko's electrified whip lashed toward him, he yanked Liam by the arm and sprinted toward the backstage entrance. The whip struck the stage behind them, sending a wave of sparks. Pepper. The case. Tony shouted, weaving through the crowd. Pepper had already been expecting this and yanked the suitcase to him. Tony caught it mid-stride, tossed it onto the ground, and stepped onto the release mechanism. In an instant, the case unfolded, locking into place around his body with seamless mechanical precision. The sleek Mark V suit wrapped around him just as he cleared the main stage. As soon as he transformed, a missile detonated near him, sending Liam and Tony tumbling backward. You can't run forever, Stark, Stain's voice boomed. And you can't shut up forever, Tony shot back, firing a repulsor blast, after getting up. The red energy beam slammed into Stain's armor, barely making him flinch. From above, the swarm of flying drones zeroed in, their weapons locking onto their targets. Then, with a loud snap, Vanko's electrified whip coiled around Tony's arm, jolting him with a surge of energy. Sparks flew as Tony gritted his teeth, trying to pull free. Liam cursed under his breath. They were completely exposed here. Too many people, too many enemies, too much open space. They needed cover. The backstage. Go now. Liam shouted. Little busy here. Liam acted first, he threw serrated knives at Vanko's helmet. These were spectral knives which Liam could conjure using wraith abilities and were quite hidden, so the risk of exposure was minimum. He also used rocks to cover the fact that he threw knives. Vanko snarled as the knife struck his visor, his grip loosening just enough for Tony to tear free. Not a bad throw, Tony muttered before jetting toward the backstage entrance. Liam was already ahead, slipping through the heavy metal doors into the dimly lit corridors of the Expo's backstage area. The moment Tony got through, he turned and fired a repulsor blast at the ceiling supports. The metal framework groaned before collapsing, sealing off the entrance just as Ironmonger's heavy steps thundered toward them. You do realize they're just going to find another way in, right? Liam said as he sighed in relief. Thankfully, those robots weren't in huge number like in the actual storyline, and they concentrated their firepower on Tony, thus the general public hadn't been harmed. Yet, at least. Now you can go out and save people. Tony said, since he could understand why Liam didn't show his abilities outside as his other identity a secret. He also checked if Pepper was fine. Thankfully Pepper was taken away by Happy. What about you? When is your armor reaching here? Liam asked. My armor isn't autonomous. It can't fly solo, yet. I had been writing the codes but I haven't finished it yet. Tony replied with a bit of embarrassment. You got to be kidding me. Liam looked at Tony with daggers in his eyes. Hey, I just fought against them. Cut me some slack. Tony replied. Then how will you fight? Liam asked. There is no we here. You will fight and I will cheer for you from here. Tony said, as he looked at his own armor. It was busted and only one of his repulsors worked now. This was a shame for him. Liam was right, he should have finished those codes instead of getting himself a new fancy helmet. Liam sighed. He knew he would have to help this hopeless guy here. And thankfully he had completed one of the 2 games that he had been given to play in a day. Chapter 41, 41. 9 hours prior. We are really back, Liam sighed as he looked at the huge chasm that had appeared near him. The place looked like it was under a constant storm, with everything eroding with every passing second. It looked like a very bad Mad Max movie, with the mountains and weather destroying everything. You got this. Head for the city ruins up the hill, Haluk spoke over his comms. He was wearing a breathtaking exoskeleton suit. The armor suit was at least 7 feet tall. The suit's silvery white metallic plating was accented with glowing energy lines, pulsating with a soft luminescence that changed color depending on its elemental charge, crackling blue for lightning, deep red for fire, and icy white for frost. The helmet's smooth visor emitted a faint glow, hiding Liam's face as his energy-threaded mantle rippled in the wind. His gauntlets pulsed with power, the embedded crystals flickering with shifting elemental energy. Thrusters on his boots and back hummed softly, keeping him aloft, while arcs of electricity crackled across his armor. The suit felt less like metal and more like a living storm, barely contained within its sleek, mystical frame. And that was why the name of the suit was Storm. Yes, Liam had landed himself in the game Anthem. One of the most anticipated games, but it disappointed people so much that most had forgotten it ever existed. But one thing no one could deny was that the game had technology mixed with magic. Liam was disappointed when he got into the game world, but once he started wearing the suit and playing, he was more than overjoyed to fight and kill some mechanical and organic monsters. Today was his last mission. A mission to face Monitor, the final boss. Haluk and Faye were his companions on the comms. Faye was the cipher, while Haluk was the mechanic. At the start, they were together, but later, Haluk and Faye had to remain back while Liam faced the Monitor alone. He had never played the game before, so he was always very cautious and took every step after proper calculations. Each game needed different tactics, and this one was no different, especially when he might have to fight while flying in the air. Liam passed through crevices and had to face the minions of Monitor. It was a constant onslaught of enemies coming at him. Thankfully, after killing a monster, he would get a repair for his suit and then continue forward. The first major hurdle he faced was the elite ancient Ash Titan. It was hell for Liam, as his attacks seemed to only take a small bit of health. Thankfully, this thing was slow, so with every attack, he would dodge using short-distance teleportation. It felt like he was living in a world of fireworks because each of his own and the enemy's attacks were so colorful. At times, he wondered if the world he was in had the color saturation set a bit too high. After fighting for almost half an hour, he took down the Titan and moved forward. He finally faced the Monitor, which was a special javelin that could be accessed by only a few people. But in the end, Monitor went rogue and transcended into a huge corrupted monster, the size of Pacific Rim mechas. If he thought the Ash Titan was big, then this one made him feel like an ant. And fighting it was much harder than he realized. He soon ran out of ammo and had to rely only on focus seals and blast seals while blinking away from every attack. The attacks were relentless, and at one point, he actually had to give chase to fight again. In the end, Monitor died while Liam was at his lowest health. Haluk and Faye drove their ship into the colossal Monitor and killed him. In order to stop the cenotaph, he had to close it, and Faye, who had heard the anthem, had to let it go. Yeah, Liam never bothered to understand what was actually happening. He once tried sitting with Faye and Haluk with the help of the Forge, but the more they talked about mechanics and tapping into Arcanist knowledge, the more it boggled his mind. The mechanics part he could understand a bit, but the Arcanist part, which allowed one to tap into elemental energy, was what made him stop. Forget about the tactics, he couldn't even understand the language of the Shaper relics. It was all jumbled, and Liam felt like he was dyslexic. He finally gave up and concentrated on the mission. After killing Monitor, his game world finally stopped. Congratulations to the host for completing the game world. You have achieved S-Class in this world. Liam jumped with joy. S-Class again. By now, he understood. Any world in which he had fewer than 10 deaths, he would get an S-Class. And another point he understood, which he had not thought of before, was that he didn't have to die every time to get back to the main world. He could just go to a checkpoint in the game and return. This game took him around 1.5 months. The rewards for this world are: 1. A self-repairing storm javelin. 2. A self-repairing interceptor javelin. 3. a forge to build any kind of javelins or machines depending on the knowledge. P.S. One had to be an engineer and an arcanist to do so. 4. All the books related to mechanics and arcanist knowledge will be provided to the host in the form of a library, which the host can access and learn from. After getting the rewards, Liam didn't know if he should be happy or sad. The first 2 javelins were fantastic, and he was beyond happy, but the last 2 rewards gave him a headache. He just went through the arcanist books, and it was still a different language, much different from English, and he would have to learn a brand new language just to start the basics of being an arcanist. There is another reward along with the S-class evaluation. Chapter 42, 42. Yeah, I know, I will get 2 games per day. Liam said. No, if the host holds off until the completion of the second game and achieves S-class evaluation in the second game, then the compounding reward would be something better than the current extra reward of S-class. Liam went into a deep contemplation. The other game which he was playing had been hard for him, because it was a totally different mechanics and only involved magic. And he was still some time away from completion as he was actively trying to control his magic abilities. In-game, the mechanics might seem very easy, but it was hard for him in reality game. Every magic move he had to learn from scratch, and though he hadn't passed the 10+ death in the game, he was struggling with the progression. He was now in 75% completion and there was still 1 element left for him to learn in magic. There was a very low chance to make it S-class, but there was still. So he had to bet on it, and after much contemplation he decided to wait for the other reward. Even if he failed in the S-class, a game per day would still persist, so he wouldn't lose much. Current time. You should get out of here and I will sneak away. We'll meet up with Pepper, Happy and Insen and bail out of here. Tony said. Nah. You will be helping me. Liam said. Help you? I am just a rag doll to be thrown around by them. I am courageous, not stupid. Tony said. I will help you. Liam said and then proceeded to summon 2 javelins. 1 storm and 1 interceptor. Tony, whose shoulders had slumped due to the failure and the feeling of helplessness, had his eyes wide opened as he saw 2 armor appear in front of him. What is this? How about you get and find out? Tony blinked in disbelief, his gaze flicking between the sleek, futuristic exosuits that had materialized before him. His brain worked overtime, processing what he was seeing. These weren't just suits, they were something else. Sleek, streamlined, and radiating an advanced tech signature that even he didn't recognize. Okay, so you're telling me you just carry around high-tech supersuits like they're spare socks? Tony quipped. He took a deep look into the suits and was mesmerized. What are these, because I can't even identify the things I am laying my eyes upon? Tony said. Let's just say it's something beyond what you're used to. Now, stop gawking and get in. You're taking the storm. Liam said, but Tony raised a hand. Hold on, hold on. You're giving me that one. Shouldn't I get, I don't know, something more? He pointed at the interceptor javelin, which looked much sleeker and faster than the bulkier storm. You would want the flashier one, but trust me, the storm's your style. It flies, it's got ranged capabilities, and it has a lot of energy attacks. Kinda like you in a suit, except with magic. Magic? Think of it like very advanced energy manipulation. Now stop wasting time, because those 2 outside, they're not waiting for you to have an existential crisis over new tech. Tony exhaled sharply and stepped toward the storm javelin. The moment his hand touched the suit, it responded, lights flickering to life as the armor began to shift, accommodating his frame. Whoa, Tony muttered as the javelin began to form around him, encasing his body in sleek, reinforced plating. Okay, I really need to take this apart later. You will not be taking apart anything. I want it back after you are done. I will give you another project to work upon, but now enjoy this. Liam scolded. Tony didn't mind and just got inside as his HUD came to life. His HUD even could interpret what he wanted and allowed him to contact Jarvis. Jarvis, you picking this up? A brief silence later. Yes, sir. I am detecting an entirely new system architecture. One moment while I interface. Sir, this suit appears to utilize an advanced form of energy manipulation, allowing control over various elemental forces, primarily ice, electricity, and fire. Additionally, it features a reinforced barrier system for defensive applications, and also allow you to teleport short distances in order to dodge. You're telling me this thing can throw lightning? Tony was beyond amazed now. That is correct, sir. Additionally, it can hover for extended periods and unleash area-wide elemental storms. But sir, I will warn you that the suit can't fly as fast as your Mark 6 or hover indefinitely. There needs to be a cooling time required for the thrusters. Okay, I'm officially in love with this thing. Tony grinned. You good over there, or do you need another tutorial? Liam asked as he got inside. He felt like he had never left the Interceptor at all, since he had been primarily using Interceptor and Storm for his missions. Jarvis gave me the quick start guide. Let's see how she flies. Tony rolled his shoulders, feeling the smooth movement of the javelin. Then let's make an entrance. Without another word, Liam dashed forward, the Interceptor's speed kicking in instantly. He launched himself at the steel doors and slashed through them in a blink, the reinforced metal shearing apart under his energy-infused blades. Show off. With a pulse of energy, Tony shot forward, bursting through the opening Liam had made. Both javelins soared into the open expo, where Ironmonger, Whiplash, and a swarm of flying robots were waiting. Alright, boys, who wants to get struck by lightning first? Tony said as he slowly hovered high along with Liam, whose Interceptor stood side by side. Ironmonger, who had been trying to get inside the building from the side, heard what Tony said and looked up. He and Whiplash didn't recognize the exosuits, but they did recognize the voice of Tony, and suffice to say they weren't expecting this at all. It was night, but the surrounding lights were still flickering as men and women were still running around. Chapter 43, 43. Liam's gaze flicked across the expo, assessing the chaos. The robots were wreaking havoc everywhere and the people were running and screaming, but thankfully the expo was quite big and most of the people had left the venue. But there were few still in mess and they needed to take care of these robots. Alright, let's make sure these people don't end up as roadkill. Tony said. Agreed. I'll take point. You hit from above. Liam said, and he didn't wait for confirmation. He was already moving. Liam shot forward, his Interceptor suit blurring as he zipped across the ground. A cluster of robots hovered ahead, targeting a group trying to flee toward a parking lot. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a searching glaive, the energized blade detached, homing in on the nearest drone before ricocheting into the next two. All three exploded in rapid succession. Let's see how this thing handles a proper storm. Tony hovered over a different section, locking onto 5 incoming robots. He raised both hands, calling on the storm javelin's power. Coulson said and excused himself. The reporters had many questions, but Tony avoided all of that and escaped. Rhodes, too, had left to deal with the military inquisition that was going to come for him. Pepper went to the office, while Liam and Tony returned to Tony's home. They went straight to the lab, as Tony seemed to be more thrilled about what Liam was going to show rather than what he had just done. You will create a storm, you know that, right? Liam said. You mean the identity thing? Please. Hiding was getting old, and let's be honest, the government already had their noses in my business. It was only a matter of time. I just didn't expect my big reveal to come with bonus content, Tony grumbled. As Liam and Tony reached the lab, the new place looked empty, devoid of all the cars, and even the Mark armors were placed back inside their shelves. You said to clear up space. So I did, Tony said. Sometimes you are way too efficient, Liam said, and then he summoned the forge right in front of him. It wasn't just another piece of cutting-edge technology. No, this thing radiated power, mystery, and a level of engineering that Tony had never seen before. At first glance, it resembled a futuristic exosuit assembly station, but there was an artistry to it. Sleek metallic panels formed a towering, circular frame, with intricate golden and silver lines running along its structure like veins of liquid energy. Blue-white energy pulsed through its core. Holographic symbols he didn't recognize flickered and rotated around the main console, constantly shifting, reforming. Tony was speechless as he stepped closer. He reached out, fingertips grazing the console. It hummed under his touch, and the symbols rearranged themselves instantly, as if acknowledging him. The interface was unlike anything he'd ever seen, no buttons, no wires, no obvious input method. Just pure, responsive energy. And then, with a soft whoosh, the forge activated. A column of hard light shot downward from its apex, forming the ghostly silhouette of a suit, a javelin, hovering in midair. Tony's eyes widened as the shimmering construct took shape, shifting through different configurations, a sleek, dagger-like form bristling with energy blades, a bulkier, tank-like version, a storm-wreathed variant that seemed to crackle with power. He had seen two of them before. "I am not done," Liam said as he went to the side of the garage and then summoned the books of mechanics and arcanist in front of him. The books appeared out of thin air along with two huge shelves, able to house hundreds of books. "Okay, now you are just showing off," Tony said as he looked at the books. "Tony, these are for you. One section is for mechanics, and the other, let's just say it's related to magic. I have tried reading the books, but I couldn't make heads or tails of it, as the language was too hard for me to decipher. Maybe you can. And the forge is the place where you can make new suits, as that has been the tradition. Of course, you can try to build it without the forge. Doesn't matter to me. But I might call dibs on some of your suits later since that will be my payment for sharing this knowledge with you," Liam said. Tony had already stepped in and was busy reading the books. "You were right. This is totally a new language. I have never seen anything like this before. Insen is a linguist, might need his brain on this if that's cool with you," Tony said. "Yeah, I trust Insen, but don't share the knowledge with others. This forge can't be moved or replicated and is very hard to damage," Liam said. "I officially owe you one. Not a small one either. Like, top tier, you get first pick on the apocalypse bunker kind of favor," Tony said. "Don't start throwing a party yet. Making the materials for Storm or Interceptor is going to be a nightmare for you," Liam said. Do you know who you're talking to?" "I'm Tony freaking Stark. I once built a reactor in a cave with a box of scraps." "I'll figure it out," Tony replied. "Yeah, try to make a suit that could just fit without using an assembly station." "I can't save you every time," Liam said. "Wow. Harsh. You mess up one time, and suddenly nobody lets you live it down," Tony growled. "Soon, you're going to have to answer to the Senate hearing, so get your act together and come up with some solid answers," Liam said. Though the sequence of his life story had been very irregular, he wouldn't ignore the fact that Hydra would try to get their hands on Tony's armors. They were way too good for anyone to be left free. Chapter 46. Sometimes you remind me of my father. You are more like him. Are you an old man in the skin of a teenager? Tony said. Those words made Liam a bit surprised, but then again, it was the truth. Liam only rolled his eyes in response. Tony got to work almost immediately after he got the forge, and at the start, with the help of Jarvis, he tried understanding the forge itself. Thankfully, Ensign came in an hour, and, suffice to say, he was dumbfounded. He thought his life as a linguist was over, but once he saw a completely different language, he dove deep into it. However, he could tell that trying to understand it would take time, but nonetheless, he also thanked Liam for allowing him to study such deep knowledge. Deciphering this would help them a lot. Chris and Bonnie left for home early, while Liam was asked to stay back by Fury himself, as he wanted to talk to him in person. Fury didn't immediately show up, though. But 2 days after the announcement of Iron Mage, as predicted by Liam, Tony got a Senate hearing to attend. And what was even more surprising was that Liam, too, was called into this hearing. Along with Rhodes, Liam was asked to be present and give his statement. The government wants to force a minor to speak in a Senate hearing? Wow! How low can they go? Liam, who had just received the letter, didn't like it at all. He knew who was behind this, that senator who worked for Hydra. He was silent for a long time. Tony, I want you to do me a favor. It must be something important if you want my help. Shoot, Tony said. Liam's statement piqued Eanson's interest, too, because he had never seen Liam ask for help. It had always been him giving away help like free cookies. Though Tony had helped him with money, both of them knew that Liam would be able to earn money if he really wanted to. I want you to go through the blueprint of Camp Lehigh and then come up with some device that will isolate all signals, both wired and wireless, that are being fed to the bunkers, Liam said. This put question marks over the heads of Tony and Eanson. Camp Lehigh. Camp Lehigh. Where have I heard that name? Where? Oh yes. Captain America. Dad. What do you want from that dusty old military camp? Tony asked. Eanson was still confused, though. Camp Lehigh, New Jersey, was the place where Steve Rogers was in the army for a brief period before he was chosen to become Captain America. But this was also the place where Zola's main computer was located. Since Hydra had decided to strike, he would strike at their vulnerable points. Didn't they like to snatch things? He would snatch their most important asset and make it a useless piece of code. You will know soon. Just make an EMP or something of that sort so that we can infiltrate, Liam said. Why do we need to infiltrate? There is nothing there anyway. Tony was still trying to figure out what was happening. No. This is serious, Tony. Some people need to be taught a lesson, and this is the time, Liam said. All right. You are the boss here, Tony said. The next day, Fury and Phil showed up at the Stark mansion. You are a pain in the ass, Stark, Fury said. I will take that as a thank you, Tony replied. Quite the show you two put on at the expo, flying robots, lightning storms, and a guy getting evaporated by a plasma glaive. You boys making my job easy or hard? Fury said calmly. You know me. I live to keep things interesting, Tony smirked. That's one word for it. Another word is reckless. You think I wanted to wake up to reports of Iron Mage running around, frying bad guys like some medieval wizard in power armor? Fury didn't so much as blink. Hey, I didn't come up with the name. Blame the people. And you. You show up out of nowhere, introduce technology that doesn't exist, and then refuse to explain how or where it came from. You think that sits well with me? Fury turned his gaze to Liam. You're asking questions I'm not answering, Liam replied, not bothered by the intimidation at all. That's so. Fury clenched his jaw. That's so, Liam said. And that's my cue, Tony smirked. What he said. He's the supplier, I'm the user, and that's all you're getting. No blueprints, no trade secrets, no where did these come from lectures. Just accept that they work. Fine. Keep your secrets. But that doesn't mean I'm done with either of you. Fury reached into his coat and pulled out 2 slim dossiers. One was handwritten, and the other had the SHIELD logo. Considered for the Avengers Initiative? Not interested, Liam replied. You two can play coy all you want. But when the time comes, you'll want to be on the right side of this, Fury said as he got up to leave while leaving Coulson alone with them. Why aren't you leaving with the boss? Tony asked as he saw Coulson not leaving. I will be stationed somewhere else for some time. There has been an incident in New Mexico, so I will be there until my mission ends, Coulson said. Oh. Then good luck and hope to never see you again. Tony said. Tony Stark and Liam Woodworth, though the director never said it, S.H.I.E.L.D. is thankful for saving the lives of the people and also putting an end to those who posed harm to humanity. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you, and we are also sorry for forcing you both to do something that we have been assigned to do, Coulson said. This was a genuine apology from him. No wonder Tony and Rogers went mad after his death. He was a good guy. Chapter 47. Coulson was going to walk away when Liam stopped him. He went to his room in the mansion and came out with quite a big leatherback book. The title of the book was A Guide to Norse Mythology. Was that the book you ordered yesterday? Tony asked, remembering Liam ordering a book on Amazon with same-day delivery. He recalled it vividly because Liam did so after watching the news about a hammer lodged in the ground in New Mexico. Liam nodded. Coulson wanted to refuse. Don't reject the book too fast. You might need it in this mission of yours. And a piece of advice, keep your mind open to all possibilities and prepare for the worst. Coulson was taken aback by Liam's words. If it were anyone else, he would have laughed it off, but this teenager was Wraithborn and had access to technology that S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't yet understand. S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone through the videos of the armor he and Tony had equipped at the expo, and none of their scientists could come up with a proper explanation for them. They had scrutinized the Mark suits before, and those could be explained by science, but the new versions could not. When Fury went through the debriefing, he knew that this technology was definitely something Liam had come up with, not Tony, so he didn't even ask Tony about it. And Phil was one of the three who were updated on what was going on with Liam. Thus, he was advised to take Liam's words seriously, as his advice didn't just come from him but from the organization he represented. At times, Phil felt like Liam wasn't even human, but he never expressed his doubts outright. I will welcome all possibilities with open arms. Phil left after that, and the next day, Liam also decided to leave. It was becoming boring since both Einstein and Tony were too deep into learning and understanding the new baby they had gotten their hands on. Liam's finals were on the horizon, and though he could easily avoid them using technology, he decided not to. Thus, he actually had to study, at least for some of the knowledge. A few days later, as he was busy with his books and pens, he got a call from an unknown number. Hello, Liam answered, half expecting a call from Wesley. The Russian brothers had toppled the underworld in a very bad way, and many of the illegal activities that had been rampant were now seized by the government. Of course, not everything had gone down the drain. Though Han's 2 fingers were cut, that didn't mean they were incapable of doing anything. It just drove them into the shadows. It was becoming incredibly difficult for the police to catch all the culprits tied to Han, but it was easier to take down Kingpin's empire. Wesley had been feeding information silently, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had been lapping it up. Actually, Hydra didn't want to take action, but the Pier incident was still fresh, so they didn't want to antagonize someone they didn't yet understand. Thus, Wilson Fisk had lost support from both the good and bad sides of society. Hello, this is Coulson speaking. It was Phil on the phone. Coulson, long time no see. How's the mission going? Miss me already? Liam asked. Well, the mission isn't exactly breaking new ground, Coulson said. That's too bad. Carry on, Coulson. I'm sure you'll get results, Liam said, ready to hang up. Let's not pretend here, please. I've already passed too many barriers to get here and call you from a special burner phone that's untraceable, Coulson said. There was a brief pause from Liam before he spoke. What do you want? I want to understand what's going on. I read the book you gave me, and the hammer that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been researching, is it supposed to be Mjolnir, Thor's hammer? Coulson asked. Oh. How did you come to that conclusion? Liam asked. Because someone actually barged into our facility, made a mockery of our agents, but in the end, failed to lift the hammer. Later, he confessed that he was Thor. So I want to know what's going on, Coulson pressed again. See, Coulson, I'll keep this straight. I gave you that book to make sure you know what you're dealing with, not because I know what's going on. I'm not omniscient. If you need help, ask Fury, Liam said. He would never reveal too much, that would be too dangerous and too annoying. I understand. I'll consult with the director, Coulson said. That would be better, Liam replied and disconnected the call. Liam wasn't bothered at all. Odin was still alive and well, and if he wasn't, the Ancient One was still around. If anything went haywire because of his interference, they would be there to stop it. So, until then, he could just sip coffee and enjoy the show. But Coulson wasn't the only one who had called him from a burner phone that day. Wesley called too. Hello, sir. Wilson Fisk is on the run. I'm sorry for having failed you. You can punish me as you see fit. Those were the first words Wesley spoke after Liam picked up the call. How did he escape? Liam wasn't too surprised that Fisk had done so. He was too cunning and knew he had been backed into a corner. The correct course of action would be to run. Sir, this morning, he was supposed to come to the office to sign some documents. Some of the goons under the Russian brothers had always kept an eye on him. But after an hour of waiting, he still hadn't come out of his home. We searched his entire place, and there's no trace of how he escaped. At times like this, he missed having a very efficient AI. An efficient AI would be able to find his traces and also catch him. But he didn't have one. So he would have to go through the old ways. Chapter 48. Liam leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly as he processed Wesley's words. Keep your men watching Fisk's other known associates. I'll handle this, Liam said. He disconnected the call before Wesley could respond. Liam didn't immediately act and waited for the night to settle in. After midnight, he moved with eerie silence, slipping between the cracks of the city like a shadow. Fisk had been smart, but he wasn't untouchable. If he had gone to ground, there was only one place he would retreat to first, the last person on earth he truly trusted. His mother. Liam arrived at the nursing home in the Bronx, standing just outside the entrance. The flickering street lamp above cast long shadows across the pavement. His wraith sight activated once more, tracing ghostly echoes inside. Liam entered through an open window, moving unnoticed past the night nurse at the reception desk. He followed the echoes up the stairs, stopping just outside a dimly lit room. Through the wall, he could see her, a frail, elderly woman seated in a rocking chair, staring at a black and white television. Liam didn't hesitate and went straight to dominate the frail woman. He felt no guilt, she wasn't a saint. She may have suffered from domestic violence, but she had also created a monster. She had always known what her son had become, yet she had protected him, allowing countless others to suffer because of her blind motherly instincts. Fisk had been careful, so careful that even Wesley hadn't known about his mother. Finding her had taken time, effort, and Tony's help. But now, here she was, and she would give him exactly what he needed. Where is Fisk? Liam asked, his voice laced with supernatural command. There are different properties my son owns. One of them has a bunker. She gave away the location without resistance, her voice eerily monotone under Liam's influence. He memorized it, it wasn't far. Liam stepped back into the shadows, vanishing as silently as he had arrived. The hunt was over. The execution was about to begin. Navigating through the streets of New York, Liam moved unseen. He arrived at the location, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Hidden within was a bunker, Fisk's last resort. Liam perched atop a steel beam, surveying the area. He activated his spectral vision, scanning the depths of the warehouse. Below the foundation, he saw it, a heavily fortified chamber, shielded from sight and sound. Fisk was inside. There were no guards, no reinforcements. He didn't trust anyone. Soon, he reached the entrance of the bunker. He summoned the storm javelin and went inside. Then he decided to use a combo. The entrance was heavily fortified with very thick steel, so breaking it down wouldn't be easy. First, he hurled an ice storm, encasing the entire door in ice until it looked as if it had been sculpted from frost. Then he summoned a living flame that struck the metal. The instant change in temperature created a high-pressure difference, causing the door to crack before bursting apart within seconds. Debris and smoke flew everywhere as Liam kicked the broken door, sending the shattered parts flying like cheap wood. He floated inside, only to be met with a rain of gunfire. While hovering, his invisible shield remained active, rendering the bullets useless. The smoke finally cleared, and Fisk came face to face with his nightmare for the first time. "Tony Stark?" Fisk asked, holding his gun and pointing at the storm javelin. Fisk knew that Stark Industries had been after him since the Pier incident. Though Stark's lawyers hadn't come after him directly, they had dismantled his associates and business. It was only a matter of time before he was caught and sent to prison. Recently, he had also discovered that Wesley had betrayed him. He had wanted to kill him but never got the chance. So, he decided to hide until the storm blew over, planning to re-emerge and take his revenge. But it seemed he had not expected his hideout to be discovered. Which meant only one thing: his mother was compromised. That was why he had opened fire without hesitation. Seeing the storm javelin made his blood boil. "Oh yeah, everybody thinks this armor belongs to Tony." "Yeah, he borrowed it from me," Liam said. Fisk was taken aback. The voice inside the javelin didn't belong to Tony at all. Fisk's mind was racing against time as he was trying to figure out who was so bloodthirsty for him. He had been responsible for many deaths, but he also made sure that none of the murders could be related to him, and uncovering any evidence would be very hard. "Who are you? Why have you come for me?" Fisk growled through clenched teeth. "Normally, I wouldn't bother with a lowlife like you. Actually, I still don't. You're just a side quest I picked up because I got bored," Liam said. What?" Fisk snarled. "Let's get this over with." "I have exams," Liam said. Then a spectral form of himself appeared in front of Fisk. Before he could fire his gun at the ghostly figure, a sword pierced through his heart. The crime lord staggered, dropping to one knee as the blade remained embedded in his chest. "I have not achieved what I wanted." Fisk had many questions. He didn't even know the identity of the man who had come for him. He didn't know if his mother was safe. He didn't know why he had lost everything. And worst of all, he knew he would never see his dream come true. He had regrets. But the world had given him no chance to fulfill his goals. The kingpin of crime was no more. Liam glanced around at the well-stocked bunker, filled with rations that could have lasted a long time. But none of it mattered now. He had made a mess of this place. "Shield's gonna have a hard time explaining this one," Liam muttered as he walked away. Minutes after he left, multiple black cars arrived. Liam had already tipped Fury off about Fisk's downfall. Now it was their turn to clean up. Chapter 49. God damn it. You can't be judge, jury, and executioner every damn time. You and your god complex, Fury screamed over the phone after Liam had returned from finishing the finals. "Yeah, well, the mountain of evidence sent to you would result in either 100 years of imprisonment or death in any court. I just fast-tracked the process," Liam replied. "And I don't have a god complex, I just do what needs to be done." "But that is not our right to decide," Fury said. "Fury, at the end of the day, the laws are made by men themselves. There is no god that sits on the throne," Liam said. Fury had no words to counter. Though he yelled at Liam, at the bottom of his heart, he was glad that this piece of shit was dead. The more he learned about this man, the more appalled he was. The manipulations, the murders, the extortion, drugs, and blackmail. The sheer amount of crime was too much, and at the end of the day, Liam had just saved a lot of taxpayers' money by getting rid of him. He was just scared that Liam would become a killing machine if he went down that path. The finals had ended, so Liam had a lot of free time for himself and had been focusing his energy on the current game he was trying to complete. He was making sure that he didn't die, and though it was taking some time, it was rewarding for Liam too, as he was learning new tricks in the game. It had been more than a month since the incident at the expo, and the cold had finally started to settle in. "Edith, how is the progress on the javelins for Tony?" Liam asked as he was busy blacksmithing. Edith had been with Liam since his birthday, but Edith wasn't some high-functioning AI like Ultron and was only capable of answering and handling orders. It was not as self-aware as BT, but it did the job for Liam when he wanted it to. Mr. Stark and Mr. Ensign have made considerable progress in the knowledge of the Arcanist, and it is assumed that they have made new armors, but that information is something I don't have access to, Edith replied. "Oh. Did Jarvis boot you out?" Liam teased. "Yes, sir." Liam wasn't that surprised that Edith had been kicked out from the server, since Liam had specifically told him not to share the knowledge with anyone. Thus Jarvis might have isolated itself. Truth be told, Edith was used more by his mother than by himself. Since Edith was connected to the home appliances, his mom would often use Edith to make her life easier. A gift from Tony Stark was now used to order fancy food. What a great use. Phone ringing. "Hello." Liam answered. "We have a situation here, and we will need your help," Fury spoke on the other side. "Here means where?" Liam was confused. "New Mexico." Liam's eyebrows squinted when he heard that. He would have to go a long distance for whatever shitstorm they might have raised there. "I am on my way," Liam replied. "Mom, I am going to LA," Liam came down from his room and announced. "LA? Why?" Olivia wasn't happy at all. Since the finals had ended, she wanted to go for a vacation in the UK. I have a project with Tony." "Don't worry, Mom, I will come back fast, and then we can go to the UK. There is still time. You better be home early." "I will give you a week," Olivia said. "And Mom, don't tell anyone that I left for LA. It's a super secret project," Liam said. "It has something to do with Iron Mage armor." "Liam, I don't want you to mess with Iron Mage armor. You are already dragged into the Senate hearing," Olivia said. "Mom, no. The project is on clean energy. Marvel and Stark Industries will enter the energy business," Liam said. Olivia contemplated for a bit and looked at the innocent blue eyes of Liam. "Fine. I believe you. But you better not get involved with the Iron Mage armor." "I don't want you to be a hero," Olivia said. "Mom, that is the work of Colonel Rhodes and Tony." "I am just a teenager," Liam replied. "You sure don't act like one," Olivia said. Liam smiled as he took his luggage and went to his car. His car didn't go to the airport, but rather to a secluded place away from the city where the skies were clear. He then summoned the storm javelin and flew high. While he was among the clouds, he proceeded to summon the Hornet. Mid-air, he entered the cockpit and then flew his way toward New Mexico. After about half an hour, he found himself near the coordinates that Fury had sent him. While still in the air, he summoned his Hornet back and then started free-falling. A few seconds later, he landed on the ground. Liam looked around the dusty terrain of New Mexico, his boots sinking slightly into the soft earth as he stepped away from the impact crater. Liam was wearing his Wraithborn armor and slowly started approaching the temporary shield camp. He could already see a few figures there, who seemed to be waiting for him. These were shield agents. Their weapons weren't raised, but their tense postures showed they were on high alert. As he closed in, he saw Fury come out of the camp and look at him. "Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D., Wraithborn," Fury said. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were surprised that Fury seemed to know the Wraithborn. All of them had read about Wraithborn before, but none of them had seen the Butcher in real life. Now that he was here, wearing the same medieval-era armor with a mask that could send shivers down the spine of anyone. Even when he walked closer, one could feel the coldness seeping in, even in this hot, desert-like weather. Fury looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and had a smirk on his face. It was always nice to surprise your own people rather than surprising some strangers off the street. Chapter 50. Walk with me, Fury said, not wasting time as his trench coat billowed in the wind. Liam fell in step beside Fury as they moved toward a nearby shield tent set up as a command center. Inside, a large holodisplay projected satellite footage, surveillance feeds, and various reports. Agents bustled around, gathering intel and coordinating operations. Fury provided him images of the hammer and also images of Thor and Warrior 3. I assume you know what the hammer is, Fury said. I know what it represents, Liam said. Then you're up to speed, Fury said. We have located Thor, but from what we have gathered, he's not at full strength. He was stripped of his powers and banished here. S.H.I.E.L.D. secured the hammer he came with, which is embedded in a crater about 20 miles from here. No one's been able to lift the damn thing. Is Thor detained or something? Liam asked. No. After he barged in that place, he was let go. But we are keeping an eye on him from afar. It was also from the surveillance that we came to know the origins of the hammer, his exile, and his loss of divinity, or whatever they call it. I'm not seeing a problem. He is an exiled prince, so what? Liam asked, unsure why he had been called. After Thor was allowed a normal life, 3 more unusual men showed up. We are calling them the Warriors 3. They came and seemed to have delivered him some bad news, Fury said. Seems manageable. What's the real problem? Liam asked. Loki. Thor's brother. He came down not long after the Warriors 3 got here. His arrival wasn't exactly diplomatic, Fury said. Wait. What? What did he say? Liam asked. He came down to take Thor away but was stopped by the Warriors 3. In the end, he was unable to take Thor, which led to him declaring that Asgard would attack our planet for harboring a fugitive. As of now, we are essentially en route to war with another planet, Fury said. Why didn't you just give up Thor? I'm sure Earth doesn't want to meddle in the affairs of another place, especially when that place is synonymous with gods, Liam said. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't mobilize fast enough to give Loki a response, Fury said. Liam rolled his eyes at that. Don't play coy with me. What are you trying to achieve? Liam asked. Loki is known to be the god of tricksters, so I feel there is something off here. Besides, I have talked with the Warriors 3 and Thor myself after Loki's threat, and they said even if Loki was the king, he wouldn't be allowed to mobilize Asgard's army easily. So his threats were empty, Fury said. Tony in on this? Liam asked. He's been briefed. He's on his way, Fury replied. I want to talk with Thor, Liam said. He wanted to understand what the hell was going on. Loki declaring war on Earth wasn't on his bingo card. Thor was having lunch with the Warriors 3 and the new friends he had made after landing here, Jane, Darcy, and Dr. Selvig. 2 black cars stopped at their rental home, and Liam was briefed about the 3 humans who had been in contact with them. As soon as Liam and Fury stepped forward to meet Thor and knocked on the door, they were met with an angry Jane. I told you, Thor doesn't want to speak to any of you. If you want to talk to him, Jane was almost on a tirade but stopped when she saw Liam in his medieval armor and mask. She was speechless, as she had never seen someone so perfectly cosplay a medieval warrior. Who? What is this? Warrior of ancient humans. Welcome to our humble abode. If this were Asgard, I would have welcomed you with fine wine from the cellars of the Golden Palace. But alas, I don't have that privilege anymore, Thor said, stepping forward. From the corner, one could see they had been busy with lunch, and the Warriors 3 were causing quite the ruckus. Food and wine were what they lived for all their lives, so they couldn't curb their enthusiasm here either. But Liam was taken aback too when Thor addressed him as ancient humans. Then he realized that Thor actually had respect in his eyes when he looked at him. Mind you, Liam hadn't shown his face to Thor yet and was still masked. You know me? Liam asked. No, Thor shook his head. But I can feel the power of a warrior emanating from you, Thor replied. Liam promptly walked in while Fury was stopped by Jane. She had met him before, and he was also the reason why she lost all her equipment, which hadn't been returned yet. Fury, give her back the equipment, Liam said, while Fury's shoulders slumped. He wanted to protest, but there was nobody who would listen to him now. He could only nod and stay in his car. He needed to give back the equipment S.H.I.E.L.D. took. It wasn't useful to them anymore. Join us, warrior. Let's feast. Volstagg said. Hello. For safety purposes, I am not able to lift my mask. People call me Wraithborn, so you can call me that. I thank you for the invite, but I am here for business. I want to understand what Loki means by starting a war against Earth, Liam said. This made the happy atmosphere die down instantly. See, now you've killed the vibe, Darcy Lewis said, as snarky as expected. My brother. Thor lamented. He has a deep hatred toward me. He hatched a conspiracy, killed Lao Fei in the Golden Palace, and pinned the blame on me. And now he has teamed up with the Frost Giants, having provided them with false proof that I killed Lao Fei. Asgard can't attack Midgard since my father is still alive, but if the Frost Giants attack, Midgard will have a hard time defending itself. Chapter 51. Liam was soon brought up to speed on what was going on. After Thor was exiled, Loki wanted to be the hero, and since their father Odin went to sleep, he hatched a more vicious plan than Thor ever could. He decided to kill Lao Fei, imprison Thor, and also kill the Frost Giants using the help of people from Earth. He was trying to kill two birds with one stone. If he succeeded in doing that, he would be regarded as a hero. He was already hailed as a great king since he had killed Lao Fei in the Golden Palace, and now he just needed to get rid of the Frost Giants. Unlike the original story, where he just wanted to destroy Jotunheim, he wanted to kill the people living there instead. Liam didn't expect that changing the future of Earth would not only affect Earth but also the whole universe. This wasn't looking good for Liam at all. As Liam absorbed the weight of the situation, he was about to voice his thoughts when a sudden hum of energy filled the air. Liam made his way to the lawn, where he saw a sleek figure descending from above. The armored newcomer stood tall, clad in a suit that was neither entirely Stark Tech nor fully mystical, a fusion of the Storm Javelin's elemental prowess and the sleek, cutting-edge design of Iron Man's Mark armor. The plating gleamed in the light, its form lined with pulsating arcane sigils, while a faint crackle of static energy lingered around him. The newcomer straightened, his helmet folding back just enough to reveal Tony Stark's unmistakable smirk. Well, looks like I walked into the middle of a mythology lecture. Hope I didn't miss the part where we blame everything on the trickster god. His tone was casual, but his eyes flicked to Liam for the briefest second, just enough for Liam to catch the silent message. Tony couldn't acknowledge him as a friend. Not here. Not now. Who are you? Thor asked. Iron Mage. Thought I'd drop in and see what all the godly fuss is about, Tony replied. While the Norsemen were impressed by the new mechanical warrior that had just presented himself, the Earthlings were stunned. What, who, what am I even looking at? Jane was the first to react. That's Iron Mage, right? Oh my god. Are we in a comic book now? First, we get a space Viking, and now we have the famous Iron Mage, with his new armor. Darcy pulled out her phone, aiming it at Tony. This is going on my Twitter. Wait, do I even have signal out here? That technology, it shouldn't be possible, Dr. Selvig muttered, taking an instinctive step forward. His analytical mind was already breaking down the design. That's definitely Stark's work, but this is something else entirely. It's almost mystical. I thought they exaggerated when I read the reports of Iron Mage, but seeing is believing, I guess. Oh, good. I was hoping for a proper dramatic entrance. And here I thought the Viking was going to steal all the attention. He turned his head slightly toward Thor before looking back at Jane and the others. Okay, but seriously, what are you doing here? Jane finally shook her head. Fury called him, why won't he call me? Tony said as he pointed at Liam. You both know each other? Darcy asked. We have met before. Tony didn't want to open the can of worms and just stopped there. We don't have time for pleasantries or banter, Iron Mage, Wraithborn. Loki declared his intent to attack Earth in 3 days. He aims to bring an army of frost giants with him, not just to reclaim the realm, but to unleash chaos upon this world. He desires my imprisonment and believes that through conquest, he can prove himself as an unyielding hero. And I am guessing giving you back to your brother isn't on the table? Tony said. I would gladly give myself away if it would mean an end to any war, but we have a spy on Asgard who revealed to us that even if we give up Thor, he would still unleash war upon Midgard, Horland said. Who is the spy? Liam asked. Heimdall. He too is in prison for going against King Loki, Volstagg said. I feel like this brother of yours has more ulterior motives by attacking us with a borrowed hand, Tony said while sitting down at the table and sipping coffee, which Darcy had happily brewed for him in exchange for a selfie. Nobody paid attention to her at all, though. How big is his army? Liam asked. It wouldn't be too many. When we attacked Jotunheim, there weren't many, and our rough estimate is around 600 to 700 normal-sized giants, with maybe 100 ultra-big frost giants. If it were a normal time, Thor would be enough to take them down, but sadly, he hasn't received approval from Mjolnir yet. Fandral spoke up for the first time, as he seemed to have been busy chugging down beer since the start. There are ultra-big giants too. Tony muttered. Jarvis had given him a briefing while he was on the way here, and the more he learned, the more he was surprised. Not surprised by the mythology, but by the fact that he would have to now accept that mythology was real. He was still having a hard time accepting the fact that he was conversing with aliens, and now there was another alien species. This world was turning way too fast. Wraithborn. As an ancient human, can you call upon a legion of warriors and help us save Midgard? Thor asked. Thor, you think too highly of me. I am probably the last of my bloodline, and I don't have authority. But the man with the patch outside has quite a bit of power over humans. You can convince him to help you fight the frost giants. But he can't be trusted 100%. There is a chance he will push you toward your brother if the situation goes south, Liam said. Tony's eyes squinted when Liam said he was the last of the bloodline. As far as he knew, his family tree was exceptionally normal. So what was Liam talking about? He would have to ask him later. Chapter 52. Tony called up Fury to come in, and this time, Jane didn't stop him, as Fury explicitly stated that he would return all the equipment to Jane again. Though she was annoyed, right now, she would have to set aside personal differences. Fury spoke with Thor and formally introduced himself as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., finally understanding what they were facing. Though he had a general idea of how bad the situation was, getting to know it firsthand sent a chill down his spine. The last time he faced an alien threat, he had help, and though this time too he had help, he didn't know if they could face an army. One was a robotic killing machine with persecution delusions, another was an egotistical superintelligent man, and an exiled prince. This wasn't looking good, but they would have to make do with it. I will go and arrange for the welcome of your brother, Tony said, and then he proceeded to fly off, while Fury went to talk with the World Council. They had never approved the Avengers initiative. This was his chance. While they left, Thor and Liam conversed. Liam was particularly intrigued by how Thor was very accepting of him even though he wore the mask. The reasoning Thor gave was that esteemed warriors of Asgard, including the Valkyries, sometimes wore masks, so it wasn't very surprising that Liam wore one too. Over the next 2 days, Liam found himself in the company of Jane, Darcy, and Dr. Selvig, doing his best to blend into their world while keeping an ear open for any developments on Loki's impending arrival. It was sometimes difficult because he had to wear a mask at all times. Jane, caught up in her research, had little time to dwell on it, though she did give him an occasional curious glance. With S.H.I.E.L.D. returning her equipment, she dove into her work. Thor had opened a new world for her, and thus, she didn't want to lose the inspiration. Darcy, on the other hand, was relentless. So, mystery guy, what's with the whole never showing your face thing? Are you secretly, like, super handsome? Or is this a Batman situation where the mask is the brand? Let's just say it's complicated, Liam answered. It's always complicated, Darcy quipped, but you're rolling with the Norse god of thunder. That's peak complicated. Not as complicated as you working as one of the two broke girls in a restaurant, Liam muttered. What? Darcy could only make out some words from Liam's mouth. Nothing. That was another issue. He did eat, of course, but never around them. He always found an excuse to step away, ensuring that no one ever saw him without the mask. A man who hides his face often hides something else, Selvig mused. Not that I mind. I've worked with enough paranoid physicists to know that privacy is a choice. But I can't help but wonder, what is it you're protecting? Yourself? Or us? Both. Meanwhile, he spent time with Thor and the Warriors 3, who were less interested in his secrecy and more intrigued by his combat abilities. Fandral had tried, unsuccessfully, to lure him into a friendly duel multiple times. It is rare to meet a warrior who conceals both his face and his skill, Fandral remarked. Surely, a small display of swordplay wouldn't be too much to ask. Not today, Liam said smoothly. If we are to fight a battle soon, we must feast. Fandral clapped a hand on Liam's shoulder. Come, masked warrior, surely you can recommend something worthy of an Asgardian stomach? Oh, I got you covered. Ever heard of Pop-Tarts? Darcy recommended. By the time the second day came to an end, the light-hearted moments had begun to fade. The weight of what was coming loomed over them all. Loki would arrive soon, and with him, war. That night, Liam stood outside alone, staring up at the vast sky. Thor, when will you be able to lift that hammer of yours? The All-Father has banished me. I don't think I will ever be able to lift it, Thor replied. Tell me, Thor, are you the god of lightning or the god of hammers? Liam asked. This question stumped Thor a bit. He wanted to reply that he was the god of lightning, but if he was, how come he couldn't use lightning? The day of the war. The weather was gloomy right from the morning. Black clouds hovered above, blocking the sun and depriving the men on the ground of its warmth. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that a war might take place, the whole town had been evacuated. Jane and the others, too, were advised to leave, but she refused, giving the excuse that she wanted to see the Rainbow Bridge for her research. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents formed a perimeter and made sure no civilians were allowed to witness what was about to happen. They were also equipped with guns, and even tanks were brought in. They couldn't let Loki's army get past the temporary barrier they had set up. You must be Wraithborn. Natasha spoke about you. Thank you for dealing with those scums at the pier. It was Barton who came forward and introduced himself. Liam didn't understand the enthusiasm. I am Clint Barton, but people call me Hawkeye. He is a big fan of yours, Natasha added, coming from behind. Huh? Liam was still confused as to why Barton was so eager. He watched you on the tape. Barton is an archer, so finding someone better than him has lit a fire under his ass, Natasha said. Now it clicked for Liam. Barton was a great archer, but when he saw the video of how Liam used a bow and arrow in slow motion, he was impressed and wanted to meet the man himself. Now that he was here, he had to introduce himself. Hello. I just did what any parent or adult would have done, Liam said. Barton nodded. He would have done the same thing. His wife had just given birth, and he couldn't even imagine his sweet child being taken away by someone. He would go to war against the world if that ever happened. Chapter 53. Liam studied Barton for a moment, and then, without a word, he reached behind him, producing a bow unlike anything Barton had ever seen. Sleek and elegant, the bow was crafted from mithril and a mixture of alloys along with the toughest wood he could find. Delicate yet unbreakable, the limbs of the bow curved with an artistry no human craftsman could replicate. Strange runes, etched in a language unknown to Barton, pulsed faintly along its surface. Barton's breath hitched. He didn't need to be told, this was no ordinary weapon. He knew this because he had seen the same kind of bow on Liam's hand before. "This is an elvish bow," Liam stated. "I crafted it myself. It is superior to any bow made by human hands." The runes on its limbs, Liam continued, pointing at two distinct markings near the grip. "One activates freezing arrows, the other," he tapped the second rune, "turns them into explosive arrows. Focus your will on the rune you want to activate before releasing your shot." "You're serious?" Barton's grip tightened. "I'm lending it to you for this battle. But when the war is over, I expect it back." "Ah." Barton looked around. He could see many eyes were now focused on him, even Fury was looking at him in one from the command center. "You don't have to look at them. They will never be able to uncover the secrets the bow holds in their lifetime. Those who can, will never work of shield," Liam said. This made Natasha smile. It seemed Liam didn't have a good view of their shield, but here he was. Helping them. What a hypocrite. Barton let out a low chuckle before pulling the string back experimentally. He barely had to apply force, the bow responded as if it were an extension of his own body. Smooth. Precise. Deadly. "This is insane," he muttered. "I don't even know what to say." "Then don't," Liam replied simply. "Just make every shot count." Suddenly, the temperature dropped. Frost began creeping along the edges of the makeshift camp, crackling over the ground in delicate but menacing patterns. The shield agents shivered. "He's here." Thor, who was with Liam, declared. Everyone came running out only to see Loki standing quite a distance away from their camp, and on his sides tall, imposing beings with ice-blue skin and burning red eyes emerged from the fog that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The shield couldn't even detect when the rainbow bridge had opened. Loki was draped in his Asgardian finery, the green and gold of his robes and of course his horned helmet. "Brother." Thor stepped forward. "Thor. You sound almost pleased to see me," Loki said condescendingly. "I wish I could say the same, but I have come only for you." He flicked his wrist, and the frost giants fanned out behind him, weapons of jagged ice forming in their hands. "It is time to go home, dear brother. I will go home, if you dissociate yourself and accept your crimes of killing Lao Fei." Thor said. "Brother, who are you fooling here? Everyone knows who killed the king of Jotunheim. You even threatened him, right on his face at his own palace." Loki laughed. Suddenly a streak of silver and gold shot through the sky as he landed beside Thor. "I'm guessing you don't do social calls, reindeer games." It was Tony who had appeared. "What are you called around here?" "Tin Man." "Actually I have a more fancy name, but we can wait for the introductions," Tony replied as he eyed the frost giants and also the ultra-large ones. He wasn't thrilled at all. "And you brought guests. How thoughtful, too bad I hate uninvited company." "Alright, big guy. You're up." A deep mechanical rumble filled the air as something massive fell from very high up. The ground trembled beneath its weight. It landed. BT 7274. The Titan's towering form loomed over them all, its armored plating gleaming under the cold light. The massive machine halted beside Tony, its glowing visor scanning the area. Liam had already known that his good old friend would be here, and he had underwent some upgrades to his tech. Thanks to the new technology of Arcanist and the Forge. Loki didn't have a good look on his face as he looked at Wraithborn, who hadn't spoken a single word, but just like Thor, he could tell that he was a great warrior. There were also Natasha and Barton along with the Warrior 3. And aside that he also sensed soldiers with weapons on the far side ready to mow them down. So brother, you have opted for war. War you shall receive. Then, with a mere flick of his fingers, the frost giants lunged forward like a tidal wave of ice and fury. Tony was the first to strike. He shot skyward, and unleashed a devastating lightning strike. Arcs of electricity split the battlefield, momentarily halting the advance of the frost giants as their bodies convulsed under the high-voltage onslaught. That get your attention, popsicles? Tony quipped, dodging a spear of ice hurled his way. Barton wasted no time, channeling his will into Liam's elvish bow. The runes flared as his arrow ignited in a blaze of fire. The arrow found its mark, striking a frost giant in the chest, detonating on impact with a fiery explosion that sent shards of ice and charred flesh flying. Yeah, okay, I'm in love with this thing, Barton muttered before knocking another arrow. The warriors three charged forward, engaging the frost giants in brutal close combat. Volstag's axe cleaved through icy flesh, Fandral danced through the battlefield with swordplay, and Hogan's mace shattered their frozen enemies with every devastating swing. Then Liam moved. A wraith-like blur, he vanished into spectral dash, appearing above a frost giant before plunging his spectral blade into its skull. His shadow pulled another toward him, driving his dagger through its chest before tossing the lifeless body aside. Chapter 54. It had been a day since Liam had completed the last game. And surprisingly for Liam, he was able to complete the game with S-class rating. Though it took much longer time to finish, he was able to get the S-class rating. And when the combined reward came, he didn't know how he would feel. The other game which Liam had been playing was called Forspoken. A game just like Anthem. Too much money spent on it and at the end received mixed to bad reviews. But the game had magic. Magic that was powerful, though it might not be like the magic of WoW or Path of Exile. But it had elemental power in the magic. Liam had to face the last enemy Susurrus, the same monster/demon which made the protagonist to travel to the world of Athia. Liam had never played that game before and thus was very cautious and finally able to win against the enemy after dying just once and for the 9th time in total. Congratulations to the host for completing the game in S-class. The rewards from this game are: 1. Phrase magic, purple magic. This type of magic is earth-based. 2. Sila's magic, red magic. This type of magic is fire-based. 3. Prav's magic, blue magic. This type of magic is water-based. 4. The Veriment cloak, a cloak that has boosting effect on damage done and recharges mana and surge faster. Liam wasn't surprised by the 4 rewards of the game, but he did expect to receive all the magic elements from the game because that would have been cool. Though the cloak was also good, it wasn't like the other element, but nonetheless he didn't complain. So I have completed both in S-rank missions. What is the other reward? Liam asked. The extra reward is from now. Liam was excited to know, but once the system spoke the whole thing, Liam wasn't very thrilled anymore. He had also been given the next game which made him more unhappy. Especially with the new reward system. Yes, the reward system had changed, and though from a different perspective it was a great one, but Liam felt that the new game he had been given was not what he hoped for. Liam wasn't done with just his wraith abilities in the battle. As the frost giants converged on him, Liam switched tactics. Channeling Frey's earth-based magic, he slammed his palm into the ground. Bind, he commanded. Jagged rock erupted from beneath the ice, ensnaring several frost giants and crushing them beneath stone fists. One of the larger giants broke free, roaring as it hurled a spear of jagged ice at Liam. He countered instantly. Shield shot. With a flick of his wrist, a massive chunk of earth rose before him, intercepting the spear before it could reach him. He then leaped off the rock in a smooth parkour motion, vaulting over an enemy, landing behind another, and unleashing Tempest Strike, his wraith blade slicing through 3 giants in a single fluid motion. Fury was looking through everything from afar using drones as he had evacuated along with high-level agents. He didn't expected Liam to even know elemental manipulation. Or was it magic? He was unsure, but he was glad that Liam was on their side and also thankful that Tony had a new suit that Liam had provided. Though he didn't know the full logistics, he was sure that Liam was associated with it. Another wave of frost giants surged forward. Liam's eyes flared with an eerie glow as he drew on Sela's fire magic. Fusillade. Liam summoned tripe flaming arrows and threw them at the frost giants, impaling multiple of them and killing them entirely without leaving ashes. The battlefield was chaos. BT 7274's heavy artillery fired in coordinated bursts, vaporizing frost giants as they attempted to flank the human defenders. Liam too helped BT in this regard. He had summoned fire into his sword using the arc slice move, and then he delivered wide sword slashes, and each attack blasted the frost giants into charred corpses. Liam also summoned 2 fiery soldiers to attack the enemies. If Fury thought that Liam was doing elemental manipulation, he didn't think so anymore. Manipulation couldn't self-thinking soldiers. Liam was moving in and out of the battlefield like he was some ghost. Not only his wraith abilities provided him speed, but now with the help of support spells from the 3 types of magic allowed him to almost fly in hyper speed near the ground. It was as if Liam didn't need to touch the ground. Loki's expression darkened. The battle was not going as he had planned. Liam wasn't finished. Calling on his ultimate ability, he raised both hands. Charge! A massive wall of fire erupted, incinerating dozens of frost giants in a raging inferno. At the same time, his wraith abilities synchronized with his magic, elven rage activating in tandem. His body flickered between reality and shadow, a relentless force of destruction as he carved through enemy ranks with inhuman speed and precision. The battlefield was now an inferno of elemental fury. Fire, ice, and lightning clashed violently as the defenders pressed forward, forcing Loki to finally step in himself. Meanwhile, some frost giants managed to slip past the main battlefield, descending upon the shield agents stationed further out. Cries of pain and alarm rang out as the agents were cut down, frost spreading across their bodies as the giants tore through them. Liam was mid-battle when a frost giant lunged at him from behind, ice spear poised to skewer him. Before he could react, an arrow whizzed through the air and struck the giant in the head, exploding on impact. Liam turned sharply, spotting Barton in the distance atop a ruined building, already knocking another arrow. Nice shot. You can keep the bow. Damn right I will. Barton blinked in surprise before a wide grin spread across his face. Chapter 55. The battle raged on, but in the chaos, Loki had slipped away unnoticed. When Thor finally realized it, it was too late. A scream pierced the frigid air. Thor turned just in time to see Loki standing over Jane, his dagger pressed against her throat. "Surrender, dear brother, and I will spare her," Loki taunted. By this time Liam and his co-ops had taken down almost all of the frost giants. Even the ultra frost giants had been down, thanks to BT and Tony, while Liam took down most using his fire magic and wraith abilities. His sword was super effective as it seemed to be burning on fire all the time, while Liam himself moved way too fast for the frost giants to keep up. The most ineffective was probably Natasha. She did her best but was injured at the end, and Fandral had to carry her out of the battlefield. She was angry with herself, but then again, open battlefield wasn't her forte, and this time she was facing against frost giants, who couldn't be easily killed by one electric shock. Fury had been watching all of this and he was more than happy with what he saw. The World Council had allowed the Avengers to showcase their power, and they did with frightful efficiency. Liam and Tony had been their start performers. He had dreamt of having his dream team since the Skrull and Kree incident, and now that it had come to fruition, he almost had happy tears. Though he was unsure of why Liam had elemental magic that seemed to be coming out of fiction, he was glad that he had. His abilities over fire and earth helped them to win against the frost giants. But now everything was on hinge once he saw Loki taking away Jane. He cursed himself for not taking away Jane from this place altogether. He didn't expect that Loki would know so much of what was going on. Thor, who was battered and bruised from fighting with nothing but his fists, hesitated. He looked on to Jane, as blood and freeze could be seen in as many parts of his own body. The moment when Loki held Jane, his fingers had a spark. Nobody noticed it but Liam did as he stood on one side, with Tony floating nearby. His repulsors were ready to take down Loki and so was the bow of Barton and Liam. Thor looked beaten and tired as he looked at the crying face of Jane. He had already decided. "Don't you dare hurt her. I surrender," Thor said. "Ah, brother, how predictable. But I never said I would let her live." Loki grinned as he raised his dagger to strike. It was then when everyone heard a loud boom. A boom created by lightning. The overhead clouds suddenly seemed to come to live as lightning flashed. Liam had a smile on his face when he saw that. The boom that was first heard seemed to resonate once more, but this time it was louder. Loki seemed to realize what this was and promptly went to stab Jane on her chest, but before his dagger could touch Jane, he was hit by a hammer on the face which led to Loki being blasting away, separating Jane and Loki. The hammer flew towards Thor with incredible speed. And as Mjolnir returned to the hands of Thor, his attire changed. Power surged through him once more, his armor forming around him in a burst of lightning. Their beloved champion was back. "Does his mother know that he wears her drapes?" Tony commented. "He did save his sweet girlfriend's life. He can steal whatever he wants," Liam said. Meanwhile, Thor's eyes burned with renewed fury as the clouds above swirled violently. He looked at Loki, who was only a few yards away, getting up from the rubble. "Well, that's unfortunate," Loki said as he looked at Thor. He lifted his dagger high up and surprisingly the bifrost opened and Loki was sucked in. "You are not going anywhere," Thor shouted, and before the bifrost could close, he went inside and instantly both of them disappeared. "Thor!" Jane shouted, but the only thing that remained was the pattern of Rainbow Bridge on the ground. Liam didn't expect to see such an abrupt ending, but it was for the best. Best to have this kind of fight at their own home. The Warrior Three were also taken aback by this sudden change, but they were also happy to see their old friend back in full glory. "Let's get rid of the remaining ones," Liam said as he looked at the remaining frost giants who now seemed to be trembling. "The one with the most kills will treat the other to unlimited tacos," Tony said. "I took down enemies in larger numbers. And I took down the bigger ones," Tony retorted back as both of them lunged into the hopeless frost giants. Liam surged forward, his movements a blur as molten fire licked at his fingertips. With a flick of his wrist, a blazing arc of flames carved through the battlefield. Bombardier. Liam kicked at one of the frost giants who was gearing for a fight against Liam. He was instantly knocked back and then burst into flames. This made the other frost giants to get knocked back too, but Liam wasn't done. As they scrambled to rise, he leaped into the air, conjuring fusillade, sending multiple burning projectiles raining down on the cowering giants. "You know, for someone who throws rocks and fire, you sure do like making things explode," Tony said as he also summoned a ball of fire and killing the other frost giants. Liam grinned inside his mask, landing with a rage slice, his flaming sword slashing through ice-blue flesh like butter. One of the remaining frost giants roared, slamming a massive ice-covered fist into the ground, sending a surge of frozen spikes toward Liam. He responded by stomping his foot, channeling up and away, launching himself high into the air while earthen spikes erupted beneath the enemy, impaling it. Up and away was one of the few water-based magic that he could use here. Using water-based magic would have been useless against these frost giants. Chapter 56. As the last frost giant stood, he unleashed Arc Slice, a crescent-shaped blade of flame that sliced through it, reducing it to smoldering husks. "Guess that means I owe you tacos, huh?" Tony hovered beside him, taking in the battlefield littered with steaming ice corpses. Liam didn't answer and rather looked at the distant shield agents that seemed to be closing in, which was led by Fury himself. Barton had also appeared in front of them. "We had been too wasteful. We didn't have any tactics and went charging in. Thankfully it was a half-open battlefield with no civilians, or else tomorrow's newspaper would have looked entirely different. Barton said while he still held the bow, like some prized treasure. I think for the first team up, we did a good job. Liam said. Yeah. You did great. The rest of us? Jury's still out on that. Barton said. I'd say you all did better than expected. It was Fury who barged in and replied. Behind him, a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents secured the area, checking for any remaining threats. He surveyed the carnage, frost-covered corpses, burnt-out craters, and the unmistakable signature of both magic and advanced weaponry. I've seen a lot of battles in my time, Fury continued. But this? This was one hell of a statement. Stark, I expected the theatrics from you. But you, he turned to Liam, I don't know what kind of Saturday morning cartoon you crawled out of, but whatever that was, fire and stone magic. Damn effective. He's full of surprises. And apparently, a taco thief. Liam rolled his eyes. Barton, good positioning as always. Thor, wherever he is, didn't do half bad for a guy running on fumes. Natasha. He paused. Not your kind of fight, but you held your own. Natasha gave a tired nod, though frustration was still evident in her eyes. And I thank you three for standing with us in this trying times. That is our duty. Midgard belonged to the 9 realms and it's our duty to protect it. Fandral said. Fury didn't know what he should reply to their planet being the territory of another god. But it could be tackled later. Look, this wasn't clean, but you got the job done. And in the end, that's what matters. The World Council's gonna have a field day with this, but they can shove their complaints where the sun doesn't shine. Today, the Avengers, he let the word hang for a second, testing how it felt, proved they're not just some fancy pet project. You mean, your personal project? Liam said. Fury just shrugged his shoulders. Everyone didn't immediately leave as unlike Liam, everyone needed to go through some healing process. Liam just went back to the home of Jane and decided to wait if Thor would return or not. Hours passed, and the battlefield had long since gone quiet. The surviving S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had wrapped up their operations, leaving only a few personnel behind to monitor the situation. Just as some began to wonder if Thor would return at all, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area, accompanied by a deep, rolling boom of thunder. With a thunderous impact, the Bifrost deposited Thor onto the ground. His expression was a mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction. It is done, Thor announced. Loki will no longer trouble Midgard. In my anger, I struck him with Mjolnir before he could escape the Bifrost. He was flung into the void, lost beyond the realms. His voice carried both relief and a hint of sorrow, but he quickly steadied himself. Where he has gone, even Heimdall does not know. Then it is over? Hogun asked. For now, Thor said. But we must return to Asgard. There is much to be done, and my father will need to be informed. His gaze shifted to Liam and Tony. I owe you both my thanks. Without your aid, Midgard would have suffered greatly. You fought with honor. You kind of left us with all the cleanup. Tony said. They had all gathered in as Fury had come to talk with them. Liam didn't expect that Loki was still knocked out of their realms in the most unrealistic way possible. This thing happened when Loki and Thor tried to escape, but Hela had done the same thing to them. Asgard promises you any help that Midgard might require, but looking at the things around, you don't need much of our help. Thor said as he looked at Liam. Thor also thanked the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and then the Bifrost opened, after which he disappeared along with his friends, leaving Liam and others looking down at the pattern. I need to learn more about this transport bus. Tony said. Good luck with that. Liam was back in L.A., at Tony's place. So, let me get this straight, you're interning at Stark Industries now? Tony asked. Yeah. Something wrong with that? Liam answered as he was chewing on the spicy tacos Tony had ordered. Nah, just feels like your high school days are on the endangered species list. Normally, I'd give you the stay in school, kid speech, but your grades are doing all the talking. Tony said. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Liam replied. Enemies don't exactly check ID before they try to kill us. Hard to argue with that. Tony said. Tony, did you finish what I asked you? Liam asked. Halfway there. You really love the dramatic touch, don't you? Tony said. You'll get it when the time comes. Liam replied. Yeah. Anyway, Pepper and I are moving to New York for a bit. Stark Tower's almost done, and we're finally kicking off that clean energy initiative we talked about. That's your department, not mine. I'm just surprised you went with the Javelin tech instead of your usual setup during the fight. Liam said. The new toy needed a proper test drive. And what better way than a live-action stress test? Tony smirked. Chapter 57. Liam had returned to New York along with Tony and his team, which basically was Pepper, Happy and Ensign. The Stark Tower was finally built and ready to provide clean energy to the city. And the great thing about this new technology was they didn't need to replace the old distribution and just needed to have a different source of energy. Though Marvel didn't have any hands in this new project, because of Marvel's shares on Stark Industries, Marvel just got richer. Also, Marvel had also received many orders on the SHIELD technology and had started the production. Pepper was mostly responsible for this and had been spearheading. Since Liam was back at home, his mother was very happy since he was in New York and could still do his internship or whatever it was. His parents were very proud of him, not knowing that their son had literally fought aliens a few days ago. SHIELD was able to keep it under wraps since they had evacuated the town before on the false news of gas leak. So it was a win-win situation for everyone. Few days later. The things you ordered are ready. Tony messaged Liam, who was in his blacksmith warehouse hammering away. I will be there. Liam replied. It was early morning, so Liam just drove towards the Stark Tower. As Liam pulled up near Stark Tower, the sleek, newly constructed skyscraper gleamed under the morning sun. Liam parked his car and made his way inside, where Happy gave him a nod before letting him through. Taking the elevator up, Liam stepped into the familiar workshop where Tony was already tinkering with something on his workbench. Ensign stood nearby, reading data off a tablet, while Pepper was on a call, most likely handling business for both Stark Industries and Marvel. Ah, the man of mystery arrives. I was starting to think you'd gone all medieval on me, making swords and armor instead of showing up for your tech. Tony said. Hey, sometimes old-school craftsmanship beats your fancy gadgets. These are your little toys, Tony said, gesturing at them. Did you go through the blueprint? Liam asked. Yeah. I have made specific items to block any kind of signal, both wired and wireless. Then call Natasha. Liam said. Off the grid. Not even SHIELD can know. A moment later, Natasha's face appeared on the screen. Liam, she greeted. This is unexpected. Yeah, Liam said. But necessary. I need you, Barton, and Fury to meet me. Camp Lehigh. 10 p.m. sharp. And I need you to get there without anyone knowing. No SHIELD, no spouses. No one. That's a tall order. I know, Liam said. But trust me, it's important. All right. I'll let Barton know. Fury might be harder to convince. I know you will be able to convince him. Liam said. Nightfall, Camp Lehigh. The abandoned military base was shrouded in darkness, the only sounds coming from the rustling trees and the occasional distant cry of wildlife. The night sky stretched wide above them, clear and cold. Liam stood near an old watchtower. One by one, they arrived. Natasha and Barton were the first to slip in, moving like ghosts through the ruins. They barely made a sound as they stepped into the designated meeting spot. "Not bad," Liam muttered as they approached. "Secrecy is kind of our thing," Natasha said. "Still feels weird sneaking away from S.H.I.E.L.D. like this," Barton said. A few minutes later, a sleek black SUV rolled in with its lights off. It came to a stop a short distance away, and Nick Fury stepped out, his long coat flowing as he scanned the perimeter. "If I get killed because of this stunt, I'm haunting you," he told Liam. "Duly noted," Liam replied dryly. Liam didn't come alone though. Tony had also arrived, though he took a different route, thanks to the paranoia of Liam. "Not gonna lie, sneaking around in secret meetings makes me feel like I should be wearing a trench coat," Tony said as he emerged from the side of Liam. "Please don't," Barton deadpanned. A moment later, another vehicle approached, a very old Chevrolet. The doors opened, and out stepped someone no one expected. Steve Rogers. After the war against the Frost Giants, Fury had declared that Steve Rogers had been found and he was alive and well, and supposedly joining their team. This didn't exactly surprise Liam as he was supposed to be found, but it did shake the other team members as they never expected an old man to come back to life. "You've got to be kidding me." Barton blinked. "Well, this is a plot twist," Tony said. "Fury, this little sneak move of yours might backfire," Liam said as he already guessed why Fury called Steve. Fury was also a paranoid man, and so he brought Steve Rogers as an extra security against an ambush. Though Liam hadn't said anything, Fury took precautions. "You got a problem with Rogers being here?" Fury raised a brow. "Not a problem. Just saying you might have just tipped your hand a little too soon." Fury frowned at that, clearly not liking the idea that he might have miscalculated something. But before he could push the issue further, Tony stepped up, eyeing Steve with curiosity. "So, you're the famous Capsicle," Tony said, smirking. "How's it feel waking up in the 21st century?" "A bit overwhelming. Especially when I am back at the same place where I was trained," Steve said as he looked at the abandoned military base, which had nothing but thick bushes and uncountable insects. By this time Tony had already done his magic and had isolated the place from the outside world. They looked at Liam for further instructions, and though Rogers had read the reports on Liam after he was awake and found it unbelievable, only believing after he had seen the footage, he was not happy with the fact that a young kid, who was supposed to enjoy his childhood, was carrying so much of a burden. Chapter 58. Liam wasn't that angry that his identity was now known to Steve, since Fury had taken the permission from Liam himself when he spoke about the fact that Steve had woken up. If there was anyone he was most comfortable about his identity being known, it was Steve. With their perimeter secured, the group moved toward one of the old bunkers, led by Liam. In order to have a proper light, 2 fire swords appeared behind Liam, hanging in air but seemed to be attached to Liam. The fusillade spell was in full force. Everyone present had seen Liam using magic, but this was the first time Rogers had seen Liam using magic. It was very novel for Rogers. They were silent but very curious about the fiery sword hanging in the air. They for sure knew that this was fire because they could feel the heat and not some illusion. Soon they reached an old elevator and switched it on. "I am surprised it still has juices after all these years," Barton said. "Are you sure it's not an ambush, Liam?" Tony joked. Liam just side-eyed Tony and didn't say anything. "This place used to be a training camp before the war," Steve muttered. "And now it's something else entirely," Liam said as the elevator stopped and opened to a new door. They reached a heavy steel door embedded in the far wall. Tony brought out his toy and opened the locks. With a loud clunk, the locks disengaged, and the door groaned open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with old computers and archaic machinery. "Well, this is charming. Didn't know you were keeping a museum, Fury," Tony said as he went to the nearest data entry point and inserted a small pen drive. Meanwhile everyone was confused. Especially Fury, because even he didn't know that this place even existed in an old site. "Whatever it is, it's still powered. Natasha moved toward one of the machines, brushing dust off a control panel. Then, suddenly the screens flickered. A high-pitched whine echoed through the bunker as the ancient computers whirred to life. Static crackled across multiple monitors before coalescing into a distorted face, cold, hollow eyes and a grotesque, pixelated visage. No way. The digital face twisted before stabilizing into something recognizable. Ah. Captain Rogers, the computerized voice spoke. What an expected pleasure. Zola. Fury recognized. Dr. Arnim Zola? Tony asked, folding his arms. As in, the Nazi scientist. Not just Nazi, Zola corrected, his voice smug edge. Hydra. Zola's face distorted into the symbol of Hydra for a moment before reforming. Zola, spill out everything. You are going to die here anyways. So it's better you go out with confession. Liam declared. There was a long pause before Zola started speaking. After the war, I was spared the noose. Your government saw my genius and recruited me through Operation Paperclip. They brought me here, gave me new purpose. SHIELD recruited you. Natasha's fists clenched. Hydra recruited me. Zola's smile widened. For years, I worked in the shadows, planting seeds. While SHIELD believed it was growing stronger, Hydra flourished within its very walls. How is that possible? Hydra was destroyed. Can't be happening. Nope, I refuse to believe. You've got to be kidding me. Tony muttered. He hadn't spent much time with SHIELD, as he didn't like them, but once he knew that SHIELD was a legacy of his father he had let his hostilities go. Though he was never a fan of nostalgia, he wasn't antagonistic about it. Now it felt like it was all a scam. Humanity does not crave freedom, it longs for order. And so, Hydra gave it exactly that. We did not need war. We needed patience. And since my body couldn't live beyond it was meant, Hydra made sure that my brain remained intact. They sampled my brain into this place. This computer. Zola said. Fury, what the hell is he saying? Barton demanded, seeing his whole world was crumbling down. I am saying, Agent Barton, that Hydra is not simply among you. It is you. Instead Zola replied. Impossible, Steve breathed. We took Hydra down. You cut off one head, Zola interrupted. 2 more took its place. Zola's screen shifted, and suddenly, images flooded the monitors, classified SHIELD operations, dossiers of compromised agents, files marked with the Hydra insignia. Nick Fury's face appeared on one screen. Natasha's on another. Barton's on a third. Even Tony Stark's name flashed in encrypted files, linked to hidden dealings within SHIELD's upper ranks. They had all been touched by Hydra's influence in some way. This can't be real, Natasha said. I assure you, Agent Romanoff, it is very real, Zola sneered. Hydra has controlled SHIELD for decades. Every war, every crisis, we were always there, guiding history toward its inevitable order. SHIELD is SHIELD. It can't ever be Hydra. Fury said. Oh, Director Fury. Zola's voice dripped with amusement. You never had SHIELD. You had Hydra, wearing its face. The impact of the revelation hit them like a freight train. But you. The screen glitched as he tried to process something. You are different. You are not supposed to be here. My calculations never included you. I wondered why I was cut off from the outside world. It was meant to isolate me. It was to make sure I never run away, though I don't think I can, but I could have warned the others. But you delivered a blow that I didn't expect. You stepped out of your reach when one of your senators wanted to call me for a Senate hearing. Liam replied. Wait. That means you have always known about Hydra? Fury asked. Yes. Liam admitted. Then why didn't you tell me? Fury asked. Would you have believed me? Hell, I am pretty sure you are thinking that this is all a ploy and an act. And you will return to ask questions. Zola, show him what happened to people who asked questions. Liam said. Zola didn't hide at all and showed how over the years Hydra had eliminated men and women who went too close to the sun. Using winter soldiers. Zola knew by this point that his gig was over, so it was no point in hiding, and he could also feel that the data he had been carrying with him was being copied away. Tony's toy was working wonders. Liam had come full prepared. Chapter 59. Wait, Hydra even has men among Senate? Barton blurted. Hydra has members serving at the World Council too. Gideon Malik. Liam replied. This made everyone shiver. While Rogers was getting angry on every turn. He hadn't brought his shield, or else he would have laid waste to this place. Natasha and Tony were rather looking at the obscure videos where both of them had some kind of encounters with Winter Soldier. One was in Baghdad, where Natasha was shot once. While the other video showed the parents of Tony where they were being assassinated. He was beyond furious. He didn't think Hydra would be related to him too. He started typing in commands on the keyboard furiously. He wanted to know more about Winter Soldier, but sadly there were not many documents on them. Only that they were being brainwashed by Hydra since a long time and were now held in Russia. Hydra believed in compartmentalization, so not all secrets would be in a single place. But Zola did have one important thing. Names of all Hydra-affiliated members. Starting from the lowest to the highest. All around the globe. It was done so for the helicarrier cleansing mission. This was also the reason why Liam had asked Tony to bring his toy, which could copy all the data from Zola, because with it they could target Hydra and they wouldn't even know what hit them. Liam wanted the names and he took specific measures for this. Told you, shouldn't have brought Rogers. Liam commented. Fury clenched his fists. He was shaking in anger. He had never expected that even his own mentor Alexander Pierce was from Hydra, as he had seen his name too. He felt his life work was in shambles and all the work he did was for nothing. I want S.H.I.E.L.D. to be destroyed. Tony declared. A heavy silence fell over the room. Tony's declaration wasn't just a statement, it was a demand, one that resonated with almost everyone present. Rogers nodded sharply, his jaw clenched so tightly it looked like it might crack. Barton exhaled through his nose, arms crossed, already running through scenarios in his mind. Even Natasha, who had spent her career playing every side to survive, looked as though she was considering it. You're angry. You have every right to be. But tearing S.H.I.E.L.D. down entirely? That's not just cutting out the rot, it's burning down the whole damn house, with innocent people still inside. Fury retorted. There is no S.H.I.E.L.D., Rogers shot back. It's Hydra, wearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face. There are still good agents, Fury countered. People who believe in what S.H.I.E.L.D. was supposed to be. People who have no idea who they're really working for. You bring the whole thing down, and you don't just destroy Hydra. You leave the world defenseless. Oh yeah? Because S.H.I.E.L.D. has done such a bang-up job keeping the world safe. Tony said. Listen to me, Fury snapped. Hydra has spent decades embedding itself in S.H.I.E.L.D., in the government, in the world's power structures. If you go in guns blazing, you tip them off, and they scatter. You won't wipe them out, you'll just drive them further underground. They'll rebuild. They always do. So what? We just let them keep their seats at the table. Barton said. No, Fury said, his voice low. We take them out. One by one. Quietly. We cut the head off the snake in the dark, before it even knows it's bleeding. The room fell into a tense silence. So what, we just trust you to handle it. I don't expect you to trust me, Fury admitted. But I expect you to understand that this fight isn't won by throwing a punch. It's won by making sure the other guy never gets back up. Everyone was still unconvinced, but Fury's words were right. If they went out with all guns blazing, it would just be innocents in the crossfire. Liam didn't bother to engage himself in this. He wasn't interested, he just wanted to retaliate back once he was called to the hearing, and he did so in the most brutal way possible. Hydra was just a small ant trying to move a tree. A tree so big that the ant didn't have any idea about. Fury spoke about how the Avengers, yes, Fury had decided to call them, that could help in this regard and just kill Hydra little by little. By not alerting. It was here where Liam spoke about his ability to dominate. This made everyone gulp down their throat. I can't dominate everyone. Only the ones who are weak-minded. Like it would be incredibly difficult to control Rogers here, as his will is very strong, and I think it goes for Tony and Fury too. Natasha too, I hope. So I will only control low-level people and let them work for us instead. If we just start plucking Hydra agents, they will be alerted. Why not let them take each other out? Liam said. Remind me not to be ever on your bad side. Barton replied, while Liam just shrugged his shoulders. Fury gave them a rough idea. And their first experiment with the Senate member who would be on the hearing. Fury gave them a rough plan of what needed to be done and slowly kill Hydra. Everyone chipped their own ideas, and while they did so they saw Zola dying. Tony had killed him by destroying all the codes after copying everything. Though the original Zola was finally dead, Tony would emulate a fake Zola to keep up the facade. It wouldn't take him much time to emulate a fake one since he already had the data to start with. He just needed to tweak. Winter Soldier is mine. Tony declared by the end, and everyone agreed. Except Liam. He didn't react at all. Yawn. Can we go back? Liam said as it was night and he was a bit sleepy. Chapter 60. New Year had passed in quite a joyous fashion. He would turn 18 this year and finally get away from some of stigma around. Especially with Roger. Liam had an one-on-one battle against Roger. It was actually Liam who had proposed that. At first Roger denied, as he felt he wouldn't be able to win against a wizard. That was what Roger considered Liam as. But Liam assured that he would only use his body and no other gimmicks. Roger felt it would be hilarious, but Liam forced him to accept. It was there that Roger was humbled by Liam. When the brawl was over, Roger said, "You are a monster in human skin. Strength-wise I might be more powerful, but techniques and swift speed makes you better than me in actual combat. And I feel like you have a healing factor." Liam only smiled at that. Roger spoke about this to Fury, and he wasn't that surprised because he remembered that Thor once called him an ancient human warrior. Fury wanted to delve deep into this mystery of Liam, but he never got the time. Now more so than ever. Few days later. The Senate chamber was packed, the air thick with tension as cameras flashed and murmurs rippled through the audience. Tony Stark sat at the center of it all, flanked by James Rhodes and Liam, his usual smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Across from them, Senator Stern leaned forward, his face a mask of self-righteous indignation. "Mr. Stark, let's not waste time here. The Iron Mage suit is a highly dangerous piece of technology, and we are demanding you turn it over to the United States government for national security reasons. See, this is the problem with you guys. You think everything I build is some kind of WMD waiting to happen. It's not a weapon, Senator. It's a prosthetic, an advanced one, sure, but just an extension of my body. You wouldn't ask someone to cut off their legs if they had high-tech ones, would you?" Stark exhaled dramatically. "That's a nice excuse, Mr. Stark, but we both know that suit is far more than that. The country can't afford a private citizen running around with technology that could rival our military's capabilities." Stern rebutted. Rhodes shifted uncomfortably but remained silent. "Oh, you mean like how private defense contractors have been experimenting on human subjects to replicate my technology?" Tony scoffed. The room fell into silence. Tony tapped a small device on the table, and the screens around the room flickered to life, displaying classified documents, photos, and video clips. The footage showed grim images, bodies, failed experiments, and a few lucky survivors left broken beyond repair. The logos of various defense firms were plastered across the images. This happened under government contracts, Tony continued. Your oversight, or rather, your lack of it, allowed this to happen right under your noses. Maybe not even under them, maybe you knew. Maybe you let it happen. Stern's face paled, and a murmur of shock ran through the chamber. This is outrageous. These accusations are baseless. No, they aren't. We have names. Dates. Transactions. All leading back to people in power who fought awfully hard to bury oversight on military tech development. It was Liam who spoke this time, who handed over all the data they had gathered and sent it to every Senate. A few senators shifted uncomfortably. Look, the real threat here isn't Tony's suit. It's the corruption that let this happen inside our institutions. Maybe instead of trying to take away the one thing protecting people, you should focus on cleaning up your own mess. Rhodes interjected, trying to play the middle guy for both parties. Enough. This is a national security hearing, not a conspiracy forum. We are not here to discuss baseless accusations. Oh, these aren't baseless. But I get it, you don't like the truth, especially when it bites. So here's the deal, no, I'm not handing over my suit. But I am handing over everything we just showed the world. By now, this data is already being analyzed by the right people. So you might want to think carefully about your next move, Senator. Mr. Woodworth, you were seen escaping the Stark Expo crisis with Stark before he returned in the Iron Mage suit. Can you confirm whether or not you piloted it? Stern wanted to shift the focus now, since it was already getting out of hand. If he could prove that Liam piloted it or even pressure him to spill anything out of line, he could say that Tony was using minors to wage wars. No, Senator. That was Colonel Rhodes. Have you seen how fast that suit of Tony moves? Do you think anyone would believe that one can use that armor without getting a whiplash and barf out whatever they had eaten for lunch with that high-speed movement? Liam said. That's right. I took responsibility for handling the suit at the time. Only a military-trained personnel can use it. Even Tony Stark himself avoids using that armor and he considers it a failure. Liam had nothing to do with it. Rhodes. Dude, don't air my dirty laundry like that. Tony answered. This sent a wave of laughter among the reporters. But it only made Stern more angry. He knew that this hearing had become baseless, especially after Tony hijacked it with specific data, and it wouldn't be possible again to get Tony Stark back for hearing or charge against him with any laws since he had significant government and military contracts. Lobbying was still a huge thing in US and thus he wouldn't be given another chance. After they came out, the trio were met with many reporters and journalists, but they avoided all of that and went into the car where they saw Fury waiting. Since the Senate hearing was over, it was time to start their Hydra cleansing mission. Chapter 61. Few days ago, Liam for the first time showed how his dominant ability worked by bringing Sitwell into their circle. He was the first Hydra to turn to their side and Liam preemptively handed him over to Fury for interrogation. Fury was skeptical of how deep the control was and he made Sitwell spit out all of the secrets, starting from how he was converted into Hydra's agents to how deep the network was. He then collaborated what he said to the data Tony had handed him over and he was telling the truth. This made him realize how dangerous Liam's ability was. He was a wizard to be feared. Now that Sitwell had connections with Senator Stern, they would now go for him. And from there till Alexander Pierce. The plan to take Senator Stern under their control had to be executed carefully. Unlike Sitwell, who operated in the shadows, Stern was a public figure, shielded not just by his political allies but also by layers of bureaucracy and security. Senator Stern prided himself on being untouchable. He had power, connections, and most importantly, plausible deniability. His public persona as a hard-nosed patriot kept people from questioning the darker dealings that funded his campaigns and secured his influence. Fury looked at Tony and Liam and said, "This is how we will execute the plan." In the evening, Jasper Sitwell requested a private meeting at his residence. Sitwell had always been useful, an insider who handled the dirty work. If he was coming with new information, it was worth his time. The senator's mansion was as secure as any high-profile official's home. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, surveillance cameras monitored every angle, and a private security team screened all visitors. Stern himself sat in his study, a glass of whiskey in hand, waiting as his guards escorted Sitwell inside. Sitwell entered, stiff as always, adjusting his glasses as he stood before the senator's desk. "Senator, we have a problem." "That's why I keep you around, Sitwell. To make problems disappear." Stern replied. "This one's different." Stark went public with the Hammer Industries files. It stirred up too many questions. Sitwell said, "Damn fool doesn't know when to quit." "How bad is it?" Stern frowned, rubbing his temple. "Bad enough. And there's more. Fury is on the move. He's getting closer to things we don't want him to see. Fury's a cockroach. Annoying, but not a real threat. He doesn't have the reach. I sometimes wonder why Pierce even bothered to put him in that chair. Doesn't he know the consequences?" "That I have no idea, sir, but Fury has some reach now." Sitwell countered. "He's gotten his hands on resources we didn't account for. If we don't act fast, he'll be knocking on your door next." "Are you saying I'm exposed?" Stern asked, his small eyes squinted. "I'm saying we need to take precautions. Move assets, shut down loose ends. I have a list of locations we should sweep immediately." Stern leaned back in his chair, considering. He trusted Sitwell, at least, as much as he trusted anyone in his line of work. "Fine," he said at last. "Send me the details. And while we're at it, start looking into how we can." His voice cut off. His breath hitched. Something was wrong. His limbs felt heavy, his fingers slack around the glass of whiskey. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, a slow, staggering thump. Across from him, Sitwell sat motionless, his expression unreadable. What did you?" "He didn't do anything." A new voice answered from the shadows. Stern's gaze flickered toward the corner of the room. A figure stepped forward, moving through the dim light with eerie silence. "Liam." His eyes glowed faintly, wraith-like energy crackling at his fingertips. Yes, he didn't need to touch the head of the man he needed to control. It depended upon the will. Even in game Liam was able to control men from far. Those low-level Uruks. Stern's breath hitched. Liam held up a hand, fingers curling slightly, and Stern felt it. The unseen force wrapping around his mind like a steel vice, pressing down with an unnatural weight. His thoughts blurred, his resistance crumbling. Fury emerged from behind him. "You've been running the game a long time, Stern. Thought you were untouchable. But see, we've got a new player on the board. And he doesn't play by the old rules." Stern's mouth moved, but no sound came out. His mind was slipping, bending under the force of Liam's will. "You're going to tell us everything," Liam murmured. "Who you report to. What you know. Where the bodies are buried." Stern's resistance shattered like glass. And just like that, the mighty senator, one of the most powerful men in Washington, was no longer his own. After Stern, it would be the World Council. Fury didn't want to go for Pierce yet. He might be old, but he had a will. Anyone who could be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. shouldn't be taken lightly. Thus Fury was going for men who didn't have strong will but had a vast presence. It was a slow process, but they were getting somewhere. Meanwhile, Tony was actively making better armors and also trying to find out the location of the Winter Soldiers. At night Liam was back, and not to his home but to his blacksmith's home. This time he wasn't alone. "Welcome back, Liam." A walking robot came to open the door for him. It was BT. Since BT's work with Tony was done, he was returned, but in a much smaller package. The bigger package was in Tony's garage, and it could be used next time when there would be a crisis. They just needed to transfer the AI to the bigger husk. BT was getting bored in the garage anyways. "Thanks, is the food ready?" Liam asked. "I am hungry." "Of course. I made your fave pasta," BT said. "Thanks Mom," Liam teased. Chapter 62. Liam didn't go to sleep after having dinner. Since he had completed the 2 games and was given the extra reward, he had been avoiding the gaming world and the system like the plague. Not because he wanted to, but because the situation had changed now. Unlike last time, the new game didn't have the time stoppage effect anymore. In other words, it meant that if he spent 80 years in the game, it would amount to 80 years in the real world too. That was the most significant change for the new game. But there was an upside to it too. The new game would allow him to bring any non-living thing or things that belonged to him from that world to the real world at any time. That would include weapons and resources. Of course, if a weapon didn't belong to him, he couldn't bring it from the game world to the real world. But he could bring things from his own world to the game world too. That meant he could bring his javelin or BT into the game world and then complete missions, but the system had already said that if he did that, his evaluation would drop. Thus, for now, he didn't have any thoughts like that. Plus, he wasn't sure if his toys would even be helpful. Because the game he had been given to play was God of War. No, not the old one, but the one that started in the 9 realms. And as expected, this game world was set in "Give me God of War" difficulty. The highest difficulty. Liam wouldn't admit it, but the difficulty gave him chills because he knew for sure that this difficulty would stump him. He had played as a human being, he had played as a wizard, but never as a god. And he knew that new skills would often come with challenges, thus he was also mentally steadying himself for an arduous journey. Tonight, he had decided to take the first step. "Welcome back, host." The system seemed to be teasing Liam for not using it for over a month. Liam didn't bother with that attitude and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw himself standing in front of the tree. He took a few steps forward and then looked at his reflection in the clear, flowing river. The face staring back wasn't his own. It was older, weathered by war and time. A thick beard framed his jaw, streaked with white like frost clinging to the branches of the ancient tree before him. He touched the huge scar on his chest, the gift from Zeus, his father. He felt like he could see all the memories of his past, living and breathing. His muscles felt heavier and much denser. His hands flexed instinctively, and he felt the raw strength coursing through his veins. This wasn't just a body, it was a vessel of power, tempered by rage and loss. Yet, beneath the overwhelming might, there was something else, a quiet, almost solemn burden. A lifetime of war, of regrets buried beneath the surface. The feeling was alien to him. Liam had carried responsibility before, but nothing like this. This was different. This was the weight of a god. He slowly walked back to the huge tree that he was supposed to cut down with his axe. He checked the Leviathan axe that he was carrying and then used the same axe to chop at the tree. The first movement felt like his brain and muscles didn't connect at all. He was new to this body, so the first time was always the hardest. It would take him time to get used to it. The system had strictly told him to follow the script, just like last time. He was allowed to interact, for sure, and even make friends, but he could only progress in the story if he followed the script, which the system always helped with, prompts and even dialogue boxes. Nothing changed this time either. He was finally able to chop down the tree, but in doing so, the cloth wraps on his hands fell off a bit. By this time, his son had returned. "I found them," he said. "Get to the boat, boy," Liam said, as that was the only dialogue prompt. Atrus didn't question him further and went to the boat, while Liam looked at the log of wood. Time to test the truth, Liam thought as he decided to pull up the log. Just like last time, his muscles refused to coordinate. This is going to be a tough journey, Liam thought, as he couldn't imagine playing this game every day in Give Me God of War difficulty. Liam didn't immediately go to the boat but went into the forest to get a basic test of his strength. He didn't stay in the God of War world for long and was back in his place. He went there to feel the world and also give himself a mental image of what he was going to face. It was night, so he was sleepy anyway. He had already advised Fury not to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. And that too, with proper appointments. And that was how his days went for the next few weeks. Wake up. Have a healthy breakfast. Get to God of War. Train to the bone. Come back. Have lunch. Train again. Come back. Have dinner. Sleep. While he did all this, he had to visit Fury twice and help him control the new agents and lowlives who worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra had no inkling that their time was now very limited. "Mom, I will drop out of school." Liam dropped the bomb after he returned from the internship. It was like a nuclear explosion going off at home. Though Mason wasn't bothered, Olivia wasn't happy at all. Liam did so after spending a few weeks in the God of War game. Unlike last time, the system wasn't helping him with his mental fatigue and was only concerned with his physical one. Chapter 63. Though there were no mental scars from it, after fighting for a full day, he didn't have the time nor the energy to deal with school life. Money wasn't a problem for him anyway, so he wasn't that interested in learning about real-life skills anymore. Olivia didn't like this at all. She was okay with her son not attending a university, but not even finishing high school wasn't in her plans. It was Mason who came to the rescue, saying that even if Liam lost the business, his knowledge of cars would hold him up pretty well. He had seen him work in his garage, and he could easily say that his son knew more about cars than he himself did, and that was a huge compliment. "If anything goes wrong, I will not come to save you," Olivia declared before she stomped away to the master bedroom. "Leave your mother alone. She just thinks you will grow up dumb," Mason said to his son. "Do I look dumb?" Liam asked. "Of course not. You're the most intelligent son a father could ever ask for. Before 18, you're already a millionaire, and you don't have the impulses of a teenager going to parties or raves. I know that you have some secret and have some dealings with Tony Stark. I won't stop you, but I need you to promise me that you won't get into any trouble," Mason said. Liam wasn't that surprised that his father might have suspected something. He, out of nowhere, was all buddy-buddy with Iron Mage, going for an internship at his place, and even disappearing on them many times. If it were any other moment, Mason would say that his son was dealing drugs. But he knew that his son wasn't and was caught up in something important. Maybe his son was in some top project of the military, especially after the new technology that Marvel had been pouring out. This was also the reason that Mason was allowing his son more freedom. "I am safe, Dad. You don't need to worry about me. Just convince Mom," Liam said. "I will." From that day on, Mason spent the majority of his time in the warehouse and would come home only on the weekends. 2 months later, Liam had finally started his mission, and at one point in the journey, he finally came across Brock. The dwarf. The same man who made the Leviathan axe and Thor's hammer. Liam helped him cross the hanging bridge, and in return, Brock asked him if he needed an upgrade on his axe, to which Liam gladly accepted. Of course, in the fashion of Kratos, acting as if his words cost him money. But after Liam gave him the axe, he also brought out his own items. Brock squinted at the weapons laid before him. The blades gleamed under the ambient light of the sun, and the bow seemed spectral, as at times, light seemed to pass right through it. "Ha! This ain't normal dwarf work, that's for sure," Brock muttered. He tapped the flat of one blade with his knuckle, listening to the sound it made. Damn thing hums. That's some good craftin', but it sure as hell ain't from any human hands either. Brock huffed, lifting the bow next. His eyes narrowed. These weapons, they got an elvish touch to them. Not just in the design, but in how the magic clings to them. He shook his head, scoffing. Can't say I expected you to be carryin' elf work, big guy. Wait, you have swords? Atrus was in disbelief. Since when? I thought you only used the axe. Liam glanced down at Atrus. A warrior does not reveal all his weapons at once. Right, well, you want me to work on these, huh? Fine. I'll see what I can do. These are already fine weapons, but I can reinforce them, enhance their magic flow, maybe even give them a bit more bite. But I gotta know, what exactly do you want from him? More power? More speed? Or do you want them to do something special? I want them to be better. Stronger. Able to cut through gods if necessary. If you need any kind of resources, you can ask me, and I will get it. Heh. Now that's a tall order. But if anyone can do it, it's me. He grinned, rolling up his sleeves. Alright, big guy, leave them with me. Give me some time, and I'll make these beauties even deadlier. Liam also gave him his other armor to let Brock work on that. In return, he would pay him with resources or whatever Brock and his brother Sindri would need. And after an hour of waiting, Brock didn't disappoint. After the upgrades were done, he was immediately thrust into battle, and instead of using the Leviathan axe, he used his twin swords. Though he didn't have the Wraith abilities with him, he did have the power of a godly body. So, using the swords, he was able to kill those small-time monsters. And the blades served him well. He was happy with the extra power. And along with the power also came the power of elements. Vigilance had the power of fire, and Dominion had the power of lightning. Though it wasn't at the level of the Leviathan axe or Mjolnir, it was still quite the extra power Liam was able to wield. This would help him a lot in the real world. After Liam was done with Brock and running around for a few more days, he finally met with Sindri, who again made his weapons better than before. The story thus further progressed with Liam having better weapons at his disposal, though he mostly used his axe in his mission to complete, as that was faster. After this Liam also met Freya, and she helped Liam a lot in this journey. But Liam knew how this journey would end. Chapter 64. 6 months later. The night air was thick with humidity, the dense jungle of West Africa swallowing the sounds of distant wildlife. The mission was supposed to be routine. Brock Rumlow and his Hydra agents had arrived under the guise of a shield operation, their objective simple: secure an asset, extract vital intelligence, and eliminate any local resistance. Everything had gone smoothly, until now. Comms are dead, one of the agents whispered. We lost contact with base. That ain't right, Rumlow muttered. This has never happened before. Shield's got satellites on this op. There's no way we should be blacked out. He had a bad feeling about it, and his instincts were right. Suddenly one of the agents dropped dead. Followed by an arrow lodged deep into the ground while the head of the agent burst open like a blown-up pumpkin, throwing blood everywhere. He could see that with the help of torchlight. The man beside Rumlow gave a strangled gasp before being yanked into the shadows. No gunfire. No struggle. Just gone. Form up. Rumlow barked, raising his rifle and scanning the darkness. We need more lights. Now. One of the agents reached for a flare, but before he could strike it, tendrils shot out from the darkness, wrapping around his limbs. He let out a strangled cry before being pulled violently into the abyss. The faint sound of a blade slicing through flesh followed, and then, silence. A shadow darted through the clearing. Liam appeared behind another Hydra agent, his form flickering like a phantom. He plunged an ethereal dagger into the man's back, the blade phasing through armor as if it weren't even there. The men fired wildly, muzzle flashes illuminating the jungle for split seconds. Eager, Liam created a dome-shaped huge barrier around himself that not only stopped the bullets but also pushed all of the agents backward, making them fall. Liam made his next move as he reappeared behind another agent, grabbed him by the head, and unleashed a wraith drain, siphoning away his life. "We need evac." Now, another agent screamed into his dead comms. No response. Only silence. Liam wasn't done as he used shimmy to reach other agents and used wraith chain to kill the rest in a swift and efficient way. And this attack not only killed the agents but each of them were burned to death, into ashes by the end. Rumlow stood alone by the end. He knew that he couldn't do anything, even his bullets only made him fall on his back. Liam appeared in front of him while a bluish orb seemed to revolving around and multiple one at that. "You are the Wraithborn?" Rumlow asked while gritting his teeth. He had seen Wraithborn fight in that war against the Frost Giants, so he knew that escaping was not on his cards. "You are Perspective," Liam said. "Why are you doing this to us? We are friends. You won't be able to run away once S.H.I.E.L.D. comes to know." Rumlow growled. "Funny thing is, it was S.H.I.E.L.D. itself who asked me to get rid of you," Liam replied as he lifted his hands, forming an arrow with jagged sides made of cold ice. "What? Impossible. We are S.H.I.E.L.D. Rumlow argued. "It was Fury who sent me here, my friend. Hydra's happy days are coming to an end," Liam replied as he released the arrow. Arrow went straight through the body of Rumlow's abdomen, followed by another arrow going straight through his head, making the body headless before it touched the wet ground. Liam looked at the battlefield who didn't have any other living being. Crucible. This spell destroyed everything on its path as it summoned a wall of fire, burning away any evidence, even the bodies of the agents, leaving nothing in its wake. Liam didn't waste another moment here as he summoned his javelin and flew high up before summoning his hornet and flying away. Mission accomplished. Liam sent a short message before he reached New York. These few months Liam wasn't the only person busy. Natasha, Barton, Rogers and Tony had been secretly taking stealth missions and completing them all over the globe, killing Hydra agents and bases. Thanks to the tech given by Tony, they would first isolate the place and then burn them to the ground. Hydra bases were getting attacked left and right, and all the heads felt like they were living in pins and needles. They knew someone was targeting them but didn't know who. Fury played the perfect director. At times he would send only the Hydra agents in the mission and leave the good ones, which resulted in the death of all of them. Alexander Pierce had even asked Fury to help him in investigation, and Fury of course obliged, only to show no results by the end. It was a weekend, so Liam went back to his home and spent time with his family. Liam had progressed a lot in the game in the last 6 months. He finally got used to the new god body and also controlled the rage factor that came with it. Though he quadrupled times against Baldur, he was able to take him down the first part. And now he was in the endgame. He would have to face Baldur again and kill him, and doing so would be hard since that guy was immortal. And only Mistletoe could actually kill him. Liam was getting ready to face Baldur again and for the last time. Over time he started liking Freya, but he knew what was going to come. "You seem a bit dejected. Did your experiments go wrong?" Mason asked as he saw his son being a bit silent. "No. It's going all right. I was thinking of moving to my own place permanently in a few days." Liam replied. "What? You are not even 18 yet." Olivia said. "I will be in a few months, and I have been living outside anyways the past few months." Liam said. "You sure you want to do this?" Mason asked. "I am. Though I will drop by. But I want to move my things out," Liam said. Chapter 65. Liam found himself in between snow-capped mountains with Freya close by and Atreus. Liam had come a long way since he had started the game. Fighting with axe was fine, but then came the blades of chaos. Oh, that was a doozy. At first he wasn't even able to use it. The blades were the most impractical weapon he could even think of because it took him almost a month to learn from the ground up. Throwing the blades and then bringing them back to his hands were tough. But at the end he finally got the taste of it and he didn't look back. Now he was here, ready to fight the last battle. And as expected, it was a very tough one. He died again in the first few times since he wasn't able to time his attacks and got railed by Baldur. But he didn't give up. The next day he was back to fight, and this time with more concentration and determination. Thankfully he was able to defeat Baldur. At the climax of their battle, Liam and Atreus stood over Baldur, the unyielding Aesir god whose immortality had been stripped away. Baldur was quite the nuisance. It reminded Liam of how Kratos was during his time with the Greek gods. The brutal fight had left the land scarred, the air thick with frost and fire, remnants of Freyja's desperate attempts to protect her son. Baldur, no longer invincible after Freyja's spell had been broken by Atreus' mistletoe arrow, staggered forward, bloodied yet still laughing, a twisted grin stretching across his face. "More," Baldur muttered, his body trembling. "I feel everything, finally." But his newfound mortality did not bring him peace. Baldur lunged at Freyja, intent on choking the life from her, his hands tightening around her throat as she did nothing to resist. Liam stepped forward, grabbing Baldur and wrenching him away, throwing him to the ground with a force that cracked the ice beneath them. Breathing heavily, he looked down at his fallen foe. He understood the pain of a son consumed by vengeance. He understood the cycle of hate and bloodshed. And yet, there was no choice. "This cycle ends here," Liam said. Then, in one swift, decisive motion, Liam wrapped his hands around Baldur's neck. The Aesir god struggled at first, but the ghost of Sparta's grip was unrelenting. The struggle turned to gasps, then to silence. With a final, sickening snap, Baldur's body went limp in Liam's grasp. Freyja knelt beside her son's lifeless body. She was sobbing. "Congratulations to the host for completing the game. You have acquired a evaluation. Do you wish to progress to God of War Ragnarok or take the rewards now?" Liam became silent. He was expecting this response from the system. He didn't complete the game in a grand way like he had done the previous ones. This game was brutal and he had died many times. Thus he had expected the evaluation to be bad. Thankfully though he did get on a category. Liam actually wanted to deny this, but he knew that he might have the chance of greater rewards from the game if he continued. "I will continue," Liam said. "Accepted." Liam didn't immediately step on to the next phase. Ragnarok was bigger and scarier. Heimdall, Thor, and at the end Odin. Each of them was a huge headache, and though by now he was accustomed to his weapons, the enemies he would have to face were terrible. Liam had decided to take a small vacation. Vacation would be a wrong word, as Marvel had decided to open a branch on UK and Pepper had convinced Tony to come and inaugurate the branch office. Marvel now had different contractors for their shield technology, and opening a branch in London would allow them to deal with the contracts in Europe. The moment Liam gave the last green signal, within a week Liam found himself on a private plane flying with Tony. "So, Liam," Tony suddenly spoke up. "What's the first thing you're gonna do when we land? Hit up a licensed alcohol place? Tour the royal palace? Or maybe, just maybe, get yourself a ridiculously overpriced suit so you can stand next to me at this grand inauguration without looking like an intern?" "I'll take my chances looking like an intern." Liam scoffed and decided to ignore him. He turned back to the window as the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom, announcing their imminent arrival in London. The ceremony took place in a modern, high-rise building in the heart of London. The Marvel branch office stood tall, its sleek glass facade reflecting the city's skyline. A crowd had gathered outside, including journalists, company executives, and tech enthusiasts eager to see what Stark Industries had planned for its European expansion. Tony, ever the showman, stepped up to the podium with a grin, flanked by Pepper and several key Marvel executives. Liam stood on Tony's side too, but he knew that people were more interested in Iron Mage than a budding new pupil of Tony. "Ladies and gentlemen," Tony began. "I know you all came here expecting a long, drawn-out corporate speech, but let's be honest, you don't really care about that, and neither do I. So, let's cut to the chase." There was a chuckle from the crowd. "Marvel is expanding, and this new office is gonna help us bring cutting-edge tech, top-tier innovation, and, of course, just the right amount of chaos to Europe. So, with that, let's make this official." With a dramatic flourish, Tony pressed a button on a nearby console, and behind him, the Marvel logo lit up in bright, golden letters. The crowd erupted into applause, cameras flashing as the grand opening was officially sealed. As soon as the ceremony was over, Liam was dragged by Tony to different luxurious places that he loved here. He already had the itinerary ready for the next day. Tony was determined to have a good vacation time here. Chapter 66. "So, I pulled some strings and got us a private tour at the National History Museum," Tony said. "I thought nostalgia wasn't your thing," Liam asked. "It's not. But your mom once told me you were a walking history textbook," Tony said. "That was then. I'm not the same person anymore," Liam said. "So, what you're saying is, I just wasted a perfectly good opportunity to distract you from your latest brooding session by booking us a guide who happens to be easy on the eyes?" Tony sighed dramatically. "What do you mean?" Liam asked. "Look, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna be that guy. You've been off lately. More broody than usual. Feels like you're carrying something heavy, and it's grinding you down," Tony said. Liam stiffened. Over the last few months, he had kept his distance from Tony, and from most people, really. Moving into his warehouse only made it clearer. To an outsider, it probably looked like he was going through something rough. The exhaustion on his face, the weight on his shoulders, it was all too visible. After a pause, he finally spoke. "I've been in a trial." "Trial? As in, court trial? Why the hell didn't you call your lawyers? You've got the best in New York." "Scratch that, if they suck, I'll get you better ones," Tony said. "Not that kind of trial. This one's about fighting. Surviving. Coming out on top," Liam said. Tony's eyes widened as realization hit him. "You're telling me those secret society nutjobs have you running their death matches?" Tony's voice sharpened with anger. "It's not like that. I chose this. Tony, this world is bigger and deadlier than you think. You can't even begin to imagine the kind of threats out there," Liam said. Tony opened his mouth, then shut it. He wanted to tell Liam to walk away from whatever madness he was caught up in. But could he? Hadn't he done the same damn thing? Since Asgard, since the Frost Giants, since realizing aliens were real and Earth wasn't ready, Tony had been preparing. Working. Fighting. His paranoia kept him up at night, pushing him to build more, to be ready for the next attack. Liam was doing the same thing. Different battlefield, same war. In the end, Tony exhaled sharply and let it go. "Fine. Not gonna nag you about it. But you're still going on this tour. Consider it a history lesson and a Tony-mandated day off." Liam didn't argue. He liked history. The real question was, how much of it was actually real? How much was just a well-crafted lie? Then he saw their guide. "Hello, my name is Circe. I'll be your guide today," she said, shaking hands with both of them. Liam froze for a second. He recognized her instantly. Circe. An Eternal. Sent to watch over Earth until a Celestial was ready to be born. Circe. Like the Game of Thrones lady with the murder streak? Tony quipped. "I get that a lot." "No, Mr. Stark. With an S, not a C, and I'd rather not be compared to her." Circe laughed. Liam was still staring at her, lost in thought. Tony nudged him. "Hey, kid, You in there? My young Padawan here is clearly distracted by your, stunning historical expertise, Tony smirked. Liam snapped back. Right. Sorry. Hi. I'm Liam. But you already knew that. Cersei blushed slightly. Tony was definitely playing the wingman. Welcome to the National History Museum, she said. Cersei led them through the grand halls, speaking with the confidence of someone who had done this 1,000 times before. Even Tony, who had initially been more focused on teasing Liam, found himself paying attention. They stopped in front of an ancient Mesopotamian exhibit. This cuneiform inscription dates back to the reign of King Gilgamesh. It records a decree regarding trade and laws. Many consider Gilgamesh a mythical figure, but historical evidence suggests he was a real king, and his legend simply grew over time. Liam narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew Gilgamesh wasn't just a legend, he was another eternal, just like Cersei. He glanced at her, but her expression remained neutral, as if she were just reciting museum facts. So, basically, he was the world's first celebrity influencer. Guy does a few heroic things, and next thing you know, people are writing epic poems about him, Tony said. You could put it that way, Cersei chuckled. History has a way of turning leaders into legends. They moved on to another exhibit. This section focuses on the chivalric orders of Europe, the Templars, the Teutonic Knights, and others who shaped history through war and diplomacy. She gestured toward a set of ornate armor. This belonged to a knight of the 14th century, meticulously restored to showcase the craftsmanship of the time. Liam studied the armor, his mind drifting. Battles fought in shadows. Wars no one remembered. Deaths that never made it into history books. But then, he felt Cersei's gaze on him. You seem particularly interested in this, she noted. Just wondering how much of history is truth and how much is just a good story, Liam said. A bit of both, I suppose. History is written by those who survive to tell it. Cersei smiled. You really know your stuff, Tony said. I've studied history for years. It's a passion of mine. Liam knew better. She hadn't just studied it. She had lived it. They continued through the museum, past artifacts of ancient Egypt, relics from Rome, and even a section on the age of exploration. I hope you both enjoyed the tour. You know what? I actually did. And I don't say that often. Tony said. Yeah. It was enlightening. History has a way of repeating itself. But those who understand it can shape the future. Cersei said at the end. You are right. But one needs to know history in order to not repeat their previous mistakes. Especially if there were no written records. Liam said. He wanted to hint Cersei about Tiamat but he couldn't do so. It might alert Ikaris and he wasn't powerful enough to confront that beast. Not yet. Chapter 67. Cersei was a bit taken aback by the words of Liam as she felt like Liam was targeting her with the words for some reason but she didn't understand how. The tour ended with a happy note and later Tony and Liam went to good place to have a teacher-student time. I have seen more beautiful girls than her not able to faze you the slightest. But this girl made you speechless. Do you have a thing for Asian sheiks? Tony asked. Liam choked on his chips when Tony asked that. He had coughed out to make his throat clear. I have no interest romantically on anyone. Liam said. Then why did you falter when it came to Cersei? Tony asked. She just was a bit fancy. Nothing major. Liam said. Explaining about Eternals would be too much and Tony would probably have a panic attack right here. So it was better for him to now know and just enjoy his time. Now I can tell that you are hiding something. You think I can't delve deeper into her history? Tony asked as by now he was getting curious. I hope you won't choke on your saliva when you do that. Liam said. Tony was going to say something against it, but by that time Pepper and his own family showed up from shopping. His father had returned with quite a number of bags on his hands, but he looked happy doing so. Liam thanked his stars for Pepper and others showing up. He didn't want to talk about Cersei or anything related to that topic at all. The rest of the days in London spent by shopping and some sightseeing. But after a week Liam and everyone were back to New York. Liam had already moved to the new place a few days before he left for New York, so he directly went to his new home. Since it was a long flight, he had decided to rest before diving into the Nine Realms again. Liam found himself in a cave making sharp arrows. The cold had started creeping, and even for a god like him, he could feel the Fimbulwinter coming down to freeze everything on its path. The death of Baldur came with consequences, and this was one. Liam sighed looking around. Though he couldn't relate to the thoughts of the regretful being like Kratos, but he did feel the burden of being a god. As he was making the arrows, his son came back with the hunt. "It's time to go," Liam said as he got up. Liam knew what was coming next, a fight against Freya. He wondered if he could ever learn the magic of hers. It would be incredibly helpful in his journey. Over the next 4 months, Liam found himself living in two worlds, one where he was an ordinary young man, balancing everyday life in New York, and another where he was a god, traveling the Nine Realms, facing challenges in the world of God of War Ragnarok. From fierce clashes with Odin's forces to deep conversations with Mimir and Atreus. He had already mastered the Blades of Chaos and Leviathan Axe, but he also honed his own combat style, integrating his personal techniques with Kratos' raw power. Kratos was known for brutality, and Liam brought agility into the mix and showed his nimbleness. In these 4 months he faced many, and Heimdall was his greatest foe. This man could predict his movements, and it took him 14 hours of continuous pursuit to even deliver the first blow. Liam was sure that if he didn't have the Spear of Draupnir, he would never been able to kill this man. For the first time he felt like death was rather easy than facing this monster who knew observation hockey and have the power of Bifrost. Unlike last time, this time Liam never lost sight of his life in the real world. He made sure to check in with Tony, spend time with his family, and even occasionally hang out with Pepper and Happy. But there were moments when he found himself lost in thought, reflecting on the divine battles and the fate of characters he had come to care about. It would all end soon once he completed the game. No matter what, there was no way around it. As his birthday approached, Tony decided to throw him a surprise party. Of course, Tony being Tony, it wasn't just a simple gathering, it was an extravagant event held in the Stark Tower, complete with a high-end catering service, a custom-made cake shaped like the Leviathan Axe, and even a private fireworks display. Yet Tony had seen Liam's new weapon and even let Tony examine it. Though he couldn't understand the intricacies of the weapon, he was able to gauge that this weapon was almost indestructible. The axe was the only thing Liam had brought out for now from the game world. There were not many things that were helpful to him. There was gold and other riches, but they weren't helpful to him at all. Thus he never bothered that much. And if he engaged in business and got sidetracked, his evaluation in the game would drop down. Thus he was trying to finish his quest fast and not get distracted in the midst of it. "Happy birthday, young man, now you are legal," Tony said, handing Liam a small box. Inside was a sleek, high-tech bracelet, one that Tony claimed had a few surprises built into it. Liam didn't even have to ask to know it probably had tracking systems, upgrades to Edith, and maybe even some form of protection. "You're impossible," Liam said with a chuckle. "That's what makes me lovable," Tony quipped. "Now go on, enjoy your party. Or do you need me to get you a horned helmet and some more paint to fit your new aesthetic?" Liam rolled his eyes but couldn't help but appreciate the gesture. For one night, he allowed himself to relax, surrounded by friends and family. Chapter 68. 5 months later. It had been calm in the real world of the MCU, but for Liam, today was the last day he was going to face Odin, and he was determined to end it once and for all. He had already fought him twice, but today, he knew how to maneuver himself and win the final battle. In the world of God of War, he was very thankful that before he came to this world, he was well versed in fighting tactics. Before, he could fight like an elf or a human, but this world had taught him how to fight head-on. If he hadn't been well trained before, he was sure he would have suffered greatly in this world, and since there was no stoppage of time here, he was very grateful for his past experiences. Now, everything would come together in this last fight. Wish me luck, BT. Best of luck, my friend. Liam vanished from his room. He was back again in the Nine Realms, ready to face Odin. Without hesitation, the battle commenced. Odin wielded his vast knowledge of magic and combat, conjuring powerful spells and illusions to confound his adversaries. Liam, drawing upon his months of preparation and the bond he had forged with Freya and Atreus, countered with a combination of strength and strategy. The fight was arduous. Odin's mastery of the arcane arts created shifting realities, but Liam was finally able to defeat him. Tears welled in Liam's eyes as he watched Odin's soul being sucked into the marble of Laufey. He was beyond happy that he had finished the game with far fewer deaths and greater efficiency. He had only died once during his fight against Garm, twice in his battle with Odin, and, oh yes, once against Thor. That bastard had really electrocuted him to death. An actual death, not the fake one in the game. In the end, he was finally able to complete the game, becoming the new supposed All-Father of the Nine Realms. After finishing the last stage, Liam returned to his world. It was deep into the night when he arrived home. He felt an incredible burden wash away from his body now that he had completed the game. Liam sighed deeply as he stepped into his home. He had done it. This might not have been the longest time he had spent in a game, but it was definitely the most mentally exhausting. Unknowingly, his eyes welled with tears as he realized he wouldn't be able to see Atreus anymore. Even though Atreus wasn't his son, he somehow felt empty inside. He had never thought about starting a family, but having Atreus around made him feel like maybe having one wasn't so bad. But his current life didn't allow for that. All of it could be put aside for now. He was now ready for the rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the game with his first SS category evaluation. This time, Liam truly broke down in tears. He had worked so hard, fighting through the game in the fastest way possible, and now he was reaping the rewards. He took a deep breath, savoring the sensation of winning the game in such a grand fashion. The rewards for finishing the game with an SS category ranking are: 1. Gain all the powers and template of Heimdall. 2. Gain all the powers and template of Atreus/Loki. 3. Gain Fenrir as your buddy, in the body of Garm, with all of its powers. P.S. The abilities and powers of both characters will not overlap. The one with better stats will take precedence, while the other will vanish. Liam was beyond dumbstruck. As soon as the rewards were announced, he felt an unprecedented surge of power pour into his body. Liam staggered as the sheer force of the new abilities coursed through his veins. His body trembled, his muscles tensed, and overwhelming energy ignited every fiber of his being. His breath hitched as his vision blurred, then sharpened, so much sharper than before. It was as if he could see the very weave of reality, every detail magnified beyond comprehension. Then, the change began. His irises shimmered, their natural hue consumed by a radiant glow, swirling like the Bifrost itself. For a moment, Liam felt like he could see and hear everything. Everything in the Nine Realms. Yes, the current Nine Realms. He could even see Asgard. He wasn't just Liam anymore. He was something more. Something beyond mortal comprehension. His senses exploded in magnitude. He could hear the heartbeats of people across the street, the rustling of leaves in a distant park, the subtle hum of electricity flowing through the city grid. He could feel the intent of the world around him, as if time itself had slowed, allowing him to perceive the smallest shifts in energy. His reflexes, already honed to near perfection, now reached a divine level. This was Heimdall's gift, the power to see, hear, and sense all before it even happened. And yes, he could also feel that he could predict the moves of others. Then came Atreus' power. His muscles burned for a second before settling, as if adapting to a more agile and dexterous form. Magic welled up inside him, the ancient might of Jotunheim and the power of transformation. He felt the blood of the giants within him now. Instinctively, he knew he could shift into an animal, summon spectral creatures, and wield powerful runic magic at will. Liam clutched his chest, gasping, as the influx of both Heimdall's and Atreus' power reached a crescendo. His mind reeled, trying to balance the two entities within him, yet there was no conflict. 2. Yeah, great, just what I need, more people in my house with opinions. Get here fast. Ensign nodded, already working on stopping the bleeding. Tony glanced up at Fenrir again, shaking his head. Liam, buddy, you better wake up soon and explain what the hell is going on and whose heads I need to pop. Liam jolted awake with a sharp intake of breath. He was expecting to be in the battlefield, but instead he found himself at a well-lit, pristine room. As his vision adjusted, he noticed someone slumped in a chair beside his bed. Happy Hogan, half asleep, snored lightly with his arms crossed. The slight movement must have triggered something because Happy suddenly snorted awake, rubbing his face before his eyes landed on Liam. Oh, you're up, Happy became incredibly aware. You're up. Hang on, I gotta call everyone. Meanwhile, a blur of fur and movement launched itself onto the bed. Fenrir, who had been resting nearby, wasted no time in bounding onto Liam's lap. Liam was very relieved to see Fenrir fine, and he even noticed that there was no wound in his belly. Chapter 73, 73. He had questions, but that could wait as he heard heavy footsteps approaching the room. The door flung open, and multiple people walked in. What really surprised Liam was the presence of Thor among the ranks. He wasn't expecting him to be here. Thor. Didn't expect you to be in the loop, Liam said. I was not supposed to be, but my father deemed it necessary that I deliver a message. Thor stepped forward. So, you mind telling us what the hell happened? You drop in, bleeding all over my place, missing a hand, and bringing a giant wolf with you. That's not exactly normal, even for you, Tony interjected. He knew how powerful Liam was, and it still wasn't enough to stop the enemy and come back injured. I passed my trial. Fenrir was one of the gifts I received. Afterward, I was testing out my new abilities on a remote island when I was ambushed by monsters and a man who was very powerful, Liam said. You don't know who he was? Natasha was surprised that Liam didn't even know the identity, which meant that they themselves had no clue. When everyone came in and saw Liam had to be patched back up, they had a very grave look on their faces and were also angry. Though Liam had the least interaction with all of them, they were protective of the youngest member of their new team. Especially after Hydra, Liam was a huge asset as he was able to take on more people. Though Tony, too, was very helpful, Liam was clean in what he did. And she had heard that Liam also gave them information about the Red Room. She had made quite the progress in her search for the Red Room. This was one of her regrets, and she came to know that the girl who was supposed to die was still alive. Though Dreykov was still on the run, she was very close to finding him and putting an end to the misery. No. But he was unlike anyone I've faced before, Liam replied. This made everyone's face uglier to look at. Barton clenched his fists in anger. He was already seething in rage since someone had hurt Liam so badly, especially after Liam had gifted him his bow. He practically slept with his bow, and now someone had hurt its maker. You sure it is not the people who had pushed you into your trial? Rogers asked. It's not them. Liam didn't elaborate much, but he was firm. That is why I am here. My father sent me to inform you that you faced a terrible enemy. Even I wasn't informed of the name, Thor said. Wait, your father knows about this guy? Must be some big deal for him to not even tell you, Fury said. Though he had never met Odin, from the mythology, he knew that Odin was incredibly powerful. He wasn't called the All-Father for nothing. My father also left you an address. When you are well enough, you should go there. It may provide answers, Thor said as he handed over a parchment of paper. Tony didn't even bother to ask and snatched the piece of paper. 177A, Bleecker Street, Tony mumbled. Jarvis, I want to know everything about this place. Tony. Thor was offended that Tony took away the information. It's okay, Thor. I know that address. I understand a bit now of who came to save or stop me at least, Liam said as he petted Fenrir, who snuggled closely to him. Though he didn't know who attacked him and why he came for his now missing blades of chaos, it must be related to the Ancient One since the address belonged to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Sir, the building is registered under the name Sanctum Sanctorum, a property of a business mogul based in Hong Kong, Jarvis said. Tony, you don't need to. I recognize the address and the person, Liam said. Tony looked at Liam. From his knowledge, Liam didn't have anyone living at that address. None of his friends lived there either, nor any relatives, so who was this person? Regardless, we need to get you back on your feet. Whatever you walked into, we need to be prepared if it comes knocking again. Everyone took a mental note of the address, and Fury would definitely do his own search on it. By the way, can you explain why your eyes seem to be filled with rainbows? Rogers asked. Since Liam had arrived here and Ensign had done a check on his eyeballs, he was appalled to see rainbow-colored eyes, as such instances had never been seen in the medical field. Yeah, about that, Liam said as he opened his bandage. Ensign, who had been silent, was alarmed to see what Liam was doing and went forward to stop him, but Liam stopped him. I will show you my new abilities. Before anyone could respond, Liam suddenly gritted his teeth, feeling an intense burning sensation in his severed arm. Everyone took a step back as a glow emanated from the stump where his hand had been lost. A deep, vibrant blue light crackled over his forearm, forming a ghostly outline of fingers. The shape solidified, flesh knitting itself together in the same way Heimdall's had when he fought Kratos. The skin was unlike his own, it pulsed with an ethereal, icy glow, its veins coursing with a strange magic that was undeniably not of this world. What the hell? Rogers was the first to react. He had never seen anything like this in his life. That's new, Tony could only comment. What in Odin's name is this? Thor couldn't help but ask. This is my magic, Liam lied. He didn't say that it was a conjuration of his Bifrost energy. He would have to explain a lot if he spoke of the Bifrost. Liam moved his hand a bit and felt like it was the same. He could easily tell that his left hand could now be used as a weapon too, as the strength of the Bifrost was stronger than his flesh. Tony and the others were dumbfounded. Here Tony was thinking of making a prosthetic that would be helpful to Liam, and now he had to trash that idea into the dustbin. Chapter 74. Told you, I have received new abilities, Liam said. You need to introduce me to your organization. I need to meet them. Tony was now incredibly jealous. Liam smiled at him and replied. Actually, all of you are invited next time to see the power of our organization, Liam said. This made everyone do a double take. Until now, Liam had proclaimed that the organization was incredibly secretive, but suddenly, they were open to recruitment. So I can get abilities if I join? Barton asked. You are thinking too much. It's not a recruitment. The organization just wants to open a path for you, and it depends on you what you will achieve, Liam said. So this is kind of a trial, like yours? Rogers asked. You can think of it that way, Liam said. Then we will take the trial. I've had enough of secrecy and want to see what kind of two-headed monster this trial would be, Tony said. Be careful what you wish for, Liam could only murmur under his breath. But I need rest before we can take the trials, Liam said. Fury had been silent, watching Liam. He never liked the idea of an organization so secretive that he had no knowledge of it. But he couldn't complain. Hydra had seeped into his own home, and though he was rooting them out bit by bit, it was taking time. He couldn't say a word. Still, it was good that Liam had opened a way for communication with them. He could learn more about what this secret organization was. Rogers then asked about the fight, and Liam described it. But he was embarrassed while recounting it. He had been incredibly wasteful in the battle against the man, maybe due to arrogance, or maybe his constant fighting in the game world had made him impervious to the fear of death. His brain hadn't been able to properly judge the enemy. Otherwise, he would have used the power of realm shift, time slow, to engage the man and wield Hofu, the weapon of Heimdall, since swords were his bread and butter. His arrogance had made him think he could use the spear of Draupnir and magic to take the other guy down. Though when Liam went into Spartan rage, he was sure he would have won in the end, it had only activated when Fenrir was wounded. He shouldn't have allowed that to happen in the first place. But now, he was thankful that Fenrir didn't bear the wound anymore, though he could still feel the scar. "I will go and check the place for clues," Fury said. Liam just shrugged his shoulders, he didn't care what Fury did. "So how are you gonna explain to your parents what happened to your hand?" Tony teased, now that everything had settled. Liam's parents had no idea what their son was up to, and Tony could already see Olivia blowing up at Liam once the truth came out. "I think I'm ready to lose another hand rather than face her." Liam almost had tears in his eyes, thinking about how he was going to explain this to his parents, especially Dad, to whom he had promised he was safe. "I will not visit my parents and wear gloves at all times." "You can run, but you can't hide forever," Natasha joined in, making jokes. Thor had never spent much time conversing with all of them together and thus decided to stay for the night before leaving for Asgard. "Alright, enough with the doom and gloom. I say we take a break before we all collectively lose our minds." Tony clapped his hands together and declared. "What are you suggesting?" Rogers asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm throwing a barbecue," Tony announced. "You know, a good old-fashioned, all-American grill and chill session. Burgers, steaks, ribs, you name it. Even you, Blondie, can enjoy some old-timey war rations or whatever you people used to eat back in the day. You know, we did have real food back then, right?" Rogers said. "Debatable," Tony said, already walking off. "Anyway, you're all invited. Even you, Fury. I know you love a good conspiracy, but maybe try a burger instead for once." Fury gave him a deadpan stare but said nothing. A few hours later, the Avengers, Thor, and even Fury found themselves on Tony's rooftop, where the smell of grilled meat filled the air. Jarvis had taken care of everything, high-end grills, premium meats, and even some alien liquor Thor had generously provided. The god of thunder had insisted it would bring strength to mortal hearts. Liam sat at the far end, watching as Barton flipped a burger with surprising expertise. "Didn't take you for a grill master," Liam commented. "Spending years in the field means you learn how to cook with whatever you've got. A barbecue is nothing compared to making a meal in the middle of nowhere," Barton said as he concentrated on the grill again. Steve also joined in to help. Barton looked at Liam, who seemed normal, and thus whispered, "How is so calm after losing a fight and even cheer up quite easily? I would be fuming and throwing things around if I lost a hand." Maybe in his trials he had lost a lot and thus failures came natural to him. Steve said. "How are you so sure?" Barton asked. "Because I know that look. I was him when I was young. I got bullied left and right, but I used to get back up always and have the same attitude. I can see that he does the same, though I feel it is for different reasons. His trials must have changed his perspective to the world." Steve replied as he contemplated a bit. "I am more curious now about these trials," Barton said. Meanwhile, Liam walked on to Natasha and the others who were busy talking. "So, how long before your parents figure out what happened?" Natasha asked. "Why do you all keep bringing that up?" "Because we're waiting for the explosion," Tony chimed in. "It's gonna be legendary. Olivia's gonna rip you a new one." "Don't remind me," Liam muttered. Speaking of reminders, Rogers cut in, "How serious are you about that trial thing? You really think we should do it?" "I don't know much about the trial," but from the hints I've been given, it involves monsters, vampires, ghosts, and magic. We will be given a specific task, and we can do it together. It's only because of my previous results in the trial that I've been allowed to bring my friends in, Liam said. The word magic instantly raised everyone's hopes. While the others thought about magic, Thor was excited about monsters. Can I join in? Thor asked. Of course, buddy. I take it your father came to save me too, so this is the least I can do. Liam said. A test of strength. I welcome such a challenge. Perhaps I shall emerge even mightier. Thor commented. Chapter 75. With that, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. Tony spoke of how he had made new armor that he could carry on the backpack always and was lighter than the previous versions. Roger spoke of his time in World War while Barton listened eagerly and even Liam paid heed. No matter what, Liam was a history nerd and would like to know more from a living legend. Pepper too had come down from her workplace and the first thing she did was freak out seeing Liam. She didn't know what had gone down and thus seeing Liam's new eyes, his glowing hand and huge wolf sent her on a frenzy. Tony had to calm her down and tell her some sob story of how Liam had gained new powers and thus had changed his hand. Pepper was very skeptical of the words of Tony but didn't argue much back. The wolf also helped as Liam gave him knowing eyes and it went and snuggled to Pepper. Pepper didn't question any more once she got her hands on the fluffy creature. Later she too joined the barbecue and had fun with the rest. Few days later. Liam stood at the entrance of 177A, Bleecker Street, the Sanctum Sanctorum looming before him. The ancient structure radiated an energy that sent a faint hum through his Bifrost-enhanced senses. He exhaled, glancing at the two men standing beside him. You both don't need to be here, Liam said. In fact, you might not even be welcome. Yeah, well, we've got a slight trust issue after you nearly died on us. So forgive me if I'm not letting you waltz off into some magical death trap alone. Tony said. Liam gave them a very rough explanation of a different organization based on magic. Tony was more accepting of magic since he himself had been using Arcanist magic on his armors now. We're staying. Rogers said. Rogers didn't really care if it was magic or technology. For him both were the same at this point. Of course you are. Liam sighed. He looked down at Fenrir, who padded beside him, his fur gleaming in the dim streetlight. The wolf gave a low chuff, as if agreeing with Tony and Rogers. A hooded figure came out in the doorway, his hands clasped in front of him. The Ancient One has foreseen your arrival, the master of the New York Sanctum announced. Ancient One? Who calls himself that? Tony murmured. Calls herself, and be very careful on your words, Tony. She isn't a joke. Liam reminded. Can we enter with him? Rogers asked. Yes, of course. Kamar Taj would welcome anyone that comes at our door. The master said. The man then turned without another word, beckoning them inside. Liam exchanged a glance with his companions before stepping over the threshold. Tony and Rogers followed. The master led them through winding hallways before stopping in front of ornate doors that seemed to have different scenarios on the other sides. And that wasn't the only door, there were multiple ones on the sides. He pointed at one door and gestured them to step in. After you, Tony said, making a sweeping gesture. Liam shot him a glare before stepping through. As they stepped through the portal, Liam, Tony, and Rogers emerged into the sunlit courtyard of Kamartaj. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of burning incense. Before them, the majestic peak of Mount Everest stood tall under a clear, shining sky. It was far, but its brilliance couldn't be hidden. Jarvis, where are we? Tony asked over his comms. Sir, your GPS data suggests that you are in Kathmandu, Nepal. Jarvis replied. Tony blinked, his head swiveling between the towering mountains and the ancient temple structures around them. Okay. That's Everest. As in, We were in New York 5 seconds ago. Rogers was equally stunned, scanning the vast landscape around them. We just traveled thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Fenrir can do the same thing. At Liam's words, Fenrir gave a cheerful bark, wagging his tail, clearly proud of his ability. Before Tony or Rogers could reply, their attention was drawn to the courtyard itself. Around them, dozens of apprentices were engaged in training. Some were deep in meditation, their hands moving in intricate patterns, shaping golden sparks of magic in the air. Others engaged in friendly duels, hurling glowing discs or weaving illusions that flickered before dissipating into the wind. Are we sure this isn't some high-end magic school? Because this is looking way too Hogwarts for my liking. Tony said. Rogers, still adjusting to the surreal nature of what he was witnessing, watched as an elderly man effortlessly parried an attack from a much younger apprentice, only to laugh and give the student pointers. There was no age restriction here, some were as young as teenagers, while others looked like they had already lived several lifetimes. As they took in their surroundings, a green-robed figure approached them, gesturing for them to follow. Come. The Ancient One is expecting you. Liam recognized him immediately. Baron Mordo, one of the big bads in the later part and in comics Doctor Strange's archenemy, hell-bent on taking the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. Even in a different world he had taken that mantle after Doctor Strange died. Liam had to nudge Rogers to get him out of his trance, and then all three of them followed Mordo towards an inner hall. The room looked ancient and exactly like the one Liam had seen when Doctor Strange for the first time walked in. Ancient One was sitting cross-legged in front of a tea setup. Come. Sit. What would you like? Is tea all right? Ancient One said. You can leave Mordo. Chapter 76, 76. I would like a coffee, Tony said, which made both Liam and Rogers glare daggers at him. But to Tony's surprise, the small cup of tea suddenly changed into a small mug of hot coffee. He could easily tell that the coffee was authentic, as he was a connoisseur of high-quality coffee. Liam didn't hesitate and accepted the tea, and so did Rogers. The Ancient One's actions even made Tony silent, and he concentrated on his coffee. Meanwhile, Fenrir seemed to hesitate at first as it remembered the Ancient One. But in the end, it came and sat beside Liam while he petted its head. It promptly closed its eyes, but its ears remained straight, ready to take action if required. Your manipulation of the Bifrost is exemplary, the Ancient One said as she looked at Liam's hand. Rogers and Tony looked at Liam with surprised expressions because Liam had said this was magic, yet now this bald woman was saying something else. Liam didn't even look at the duo and just sipped his tea with a smile on his face. Thank you, Liam said. You seem to know me and didn't even ask who I am. Have we ever met? Liam was also a bit surprised, as he expected the Ancient One to know about his involvement. She had the time stone, so why was she unable to see him? 2. Yeah, great, just what I need, more people in my house with opinions. Get here fast. Ensign nodded, already working on stopping the bleeding. Tony glanced up at Fenrir again, shaking his head. Liam, buddy, you better wake up soon and explain what the hell is going on and whose heads I need to pop. Liam jolted awake with a sharp intake of breath. He was expecting to be in the battlefield, but instead he found himself at a well-lit, pristine room. As his vision adjusted, he noticed someone slumped in a chair beside his bed. Happy Hogan, half asleep, snored lightly with his arms crossed. The slight movement must have triggered something because Happy suddenly snorted awake, rubbing his face before his eyes landed on Liam. Oh, you're up, Happy became incredibly aware. You're up. Hang on, I gotta call everyone. Meanwhile, a blur of fur and movement launched itself onto the bed. Fenrir, who had been resting nearby, wasted no time in bounding onto Liam's lap. Liam was very relieved to see Fenrir fine, and he even noticed that there was no wound in his belly. Chapter 73, 73. He had questions, but that could wait as he heard heavy footsteps approaching the room. The door flung open, and multiple people walked in. What really surprised Liam was the presence of Thor among the ranks. He wasn't expecting him to be here. Thor. Didn't expect you to be in the loop, Liam said. I was not supposed to be, but my father deemed it necessary that I deliver a message. Thor stepped forward. So, you mind telling us what the hell happened? You drop in, bleeding all over my place, missing a hand, and bringing a giant wolf with you. That's not exactly normal, even for you, Tony interjected. He knew how powerful Liam was, and it still wasn't enough to stop the enemy and come back injured. I passed my trial. Fenrir was one of the gifts I received. Afterward, I was testing out my new abilities on a remote island when I was ambushed by monsters and a man who was very powerful, Liam said. You don't know who he was? Natasha was surprised that Liam didn't even know the identity, which meant that they themselves had no clue. When everyone came in and saw Liam had to be patched back up, they had a very grave look on their faces and were also angry. Though Liam had the least interaction with all of them, they were protective of the youngest member of their new team. Especially after Hydra, Liam was a huge asset as he was able to take on more people. Though Tony, too, was very helpful, Liam was clean in what he did. And she had heard that Liam also gave them information about the Red Room. She had made quite the progress in her search for the Red Room. This was one of her regrets, and she came to know that the girl who was supposed to die was still alive. Though Dreykov was still on the run, she was very close to finding him and putting an end to the misery. No. But he was unlike anyone I've faced before, Liam replied. Send one, as it would be a waste of money. Thus, they had time. Conflagration. This spell called forth a huge fiery column of fire spanning quite the distance in front of Liam. Magma oozed out from the ground as it assaulted the very foundations of the fortress, its molten waves devouring stone and steel alike. The searing heat distorted the air, turning the once icy wasteland into a hellish inferno. Dreykov's screams, muffled by the howling winds and the roar of the flames, barely registered in the ears of those watching. He had spent a lifetime building this place, fortifying it with his twisted vision of control, and now it crumbled in an eruption of fire and fury. The very walls that once held innocent lives captive now cracked and collapsed, succumbing to the relentless onslaught. Well, that's one way to handle pest control, Tony quipped. The widows and scientists watched in stunned silence. Some of them, especially those who had suffered under Dreykov's rule, showed no sorrow for what was happening. For them, this destruction was long overdue. As the firestorm raged, the very ground trembled beneath their feet. A final, deafening crack echoed across the land as the main tower, the last standing remnant of Dreykov's empire, surrendered to the inevitable and crashed into the abyss of flames below. Liam lowered his hand, the glow of magic dissipating as he watched the fortress burn. Tony tapped the side of his helmet, opening a secure line to Fury. Hey, Patch, take care of these scientists and widows. How many of them are there? Fury replied over the comms. Natasha glanced at the group of women. Some were afraid, others cautious, and a few seemed ready to bolt the moment they got the chance. The scientists stood behind them, equally uneasy. Enough to cause a huge headache, Natasha replied. All right. I've got a warehouse in Norway. It'll serve as a temporary safe house until I get things sorted. No one will bother them there. They will be assessed and processed as fast as possible for the current actual shield, Fury said. Liam, still watching the burning remains of the fortress, finally turned to face the others. Fenrir can take care of transport. At the sound of his name, the massive wolf stepped forward. It gave a deep growl. The message was clear: step out of line, and there would be consequences. Some of the widows shifted uncomfortably, their instincts screaming at them not to trust any of this. But they also knew they had no real choice. They had seen what Liam and Fenrir were capable of. Chapter 84. Yeah, I think they got the message. Tony smirked. Soon a portal tore open in front of them and these people were forced to go through the portal. The scientists were reluctant, but hearing the snarl of Fenrir, they didn't protest. Natasha took a step forward, addressing the widows. This is your chance. You walk through that portal, you're free. You try anything stupid, and I promise, you won't like how it ends. There was hesitation, but one by one, they stepped through, disappearing into the dark glow. Well, Barton said, lowering his bow, that's one hell of a relocation program. After they had left, it was their time to leave too. Antonia was taken in by Natasha as she felt responsible for the child. Of course she would be medically fit first and also find out what after effects her father had left on her. She didn't even cry when Dreykov screamed. She seemed to be under huge trauma and was unresponsive. But all in all, with the mission wrapped up and the widows safely transported, there was nothing left but to head home. Barton stretched his arms with a tired sigh, while Rogers adjusted his shield, while Fenrir opened a new portal for them. But then, Liam stopped. He stood motionless for a moment before turning to see embers of the fortress as they dimmed against the snow. His expression darkened, enough to make everyone else pause. Liam. Rogers frowned. What is it? Natasha asked. Liam didn't answer immediately. He wasn't able to see things clearly yet as his eyes shone in more brilliance than ever. But his questions were answered soon. At first, it seemed like shadows twisting through the wreckage, flickering in and out of sight. Then, something crawled out of the fire-charred remains. Its body was long and sinewy, covered in an eerie mix of bone-like plating and shifting tendrils of flesh. It looked like some kind of four-limbed monster. Pale blue and green markings pulsed along its grotesque form, glowing faintly in the cold air. Then another one emerged. And another. More of them slithered and climbed out of the smoldering wreckage, beasts of unnatural design. Their eyes, hollow and soulless, scanned their surroundings, their hunger palpable in the freezing air. What the hell? Barton muttered. Does anyone know what those are? Rogers asked. Not ringing any bells, Tony said. I can tell you one thing, those are not from around here. Thus at the end they turned to Liam. Since they were monsters, and he was from the magical side, he might know them. Liam? Natasha asked. You recognize them? Liam didn't answer right away. He just stared at the monsters with an unreadable expression. What he saw only confirmed his suspicions. These weren't just creatures. They were something else entirely. Something ancient. Something that shouldn't exist here. He didn't expect to see them here. Though he knew that they existed, he had hoped to see them in the future and face them. They are not from Earth, I can at least tell you that. Liam spoke for the first time since these monsters had emerged. It doesn't need a genius to understand that. What are these? Abhorrent experiments of some beings. Take them down and kill them. Don't let their tendrils touch you or stab you, or else they will copy your DNA and gain all your abilities. Yes, Tony, including your intellect. These creatures are meant to evolve. They are meant to destroy everything on their path, so don't bother with mercy. Fenrir, don't engage. Fenrir barked in disapproval. No. You are too big, and if they copy you, they will be able to escape. Liam warned. He was serious. He didn't want these abhorrent creatures to touch them at all. Since Liam spoke of such warning, every one of them took the matters now seriously. Barton didn't even bother to get approval. It already shot an arrow at one of these monsters. It struck at one of the limbs, blowing it away, but tendrils and bones started to grow, albeit very slowly, but it was still there. They regenerate? Barton was surprised. Who created them? Liam didn't respond and had already made a run towards these monsters. They were 6 in total from what he could see. Captain. Natasha looked at Rogers for their next move. Barton, you stay here and cover us. Tony, take to the skies and bring down hell. Me and you will keep them away from sneaking on Liam, as he will be the vanguard here. Now give them hell. Liam surged forward like a shadow, which had been given a form. He stopped upon the nearest monster, and it also seemed to have smelled Liam. It lunged at Liam, but thanks to foresight, its attack carved through empty space, and before it could recover, Liam struck. His form blurred as he spectral dashed behind the deviant, his blade, Vigilance, slicing through its tendrils in a flash of silver. The creature screeched, ichor spraying from its wounds, but it was already regenerating. But Liam didn't give it a chance. He used his bare hands alone to punch at the monster, flying backward, its chest caving in from the force of the impact. And after the monster was punched, a huge ball of fire struck at the monster, making it scream loud, and within seconds it got burnt to a crisp in this chilly weather, showing how powerful the attack of Tony was. Yes, the others had now joined his fray. And so did the other monsters. The other 5 moved in immediately, their bodies twisting and contorting unnaturally as they swarmed Liam and Tony. Liam used his shimmy and spectral dash together to dart through the air with impossible agility, his body propelled by magical bursts as he leapt from the wreckage, flipping over one monster while sending 3 consecutive Dropner spear at one of the monsters, and simultaneously exploding them. Above, Tony soared through the air, unleashing repulsor blast at the one Liam just exploded. The blast went straight through the head of the monster. He took Liam's warning seriously, no mercy. Chapter 85. 2 down. Tony wasn't done. His arc reactor, part of the suit, opened up and blasted a uni-beam at another monster. The attack went straight toward the bulged head of the monster. What remained later was the huge, headless, charred remains that hit the ground. The limbs twitched before stopping altogether. Yeah, that's disgusting, Tony muttered, then went toward the last ones. Meanwhile, Rogers and Natasha worked together in perfect tandem. The captain's shield smashed into the jaw of one monster, sending it staggering back, while Natasha was already behind it, twin batons crackling with electricity as she drove them into its exposed tendrils. The creature convulsed violently before breaking free, snarling. Barton loosed another arrow, this time a freeze arrow, straight into the skull of a monster about to pounce on Liam. The ice spread quickly, encasing the creature in a thick shell. Liam then took out his Leviathan axe and went straight for the next. The monster was already frozen, thus this attack was clean and separated the head from the body, killing it. The last monster rushed him from the side, its grotesque tendrils lashing out. Liam ducked under the attack, his instincts heightened by Heimdall's gifts. His movements flowed seamlessly, and in one swift motion, he summoned the Dropner spear, twirling it in his grasp before hurling it straight into the beast's chest. Liam threw multiple spears and then detonated them in a series of explosions, tearing chunks out of the monster's body. And before the monster could get up, the last spear detonated on its neck, tearing apart the monster and killing it. What remained was the last monster, which was held by Rogers and Natasha. The monster managed to lodge one of its tendrils into Natasha's thigh, alarming her as she felt her strength fading. But before the monster could drain more from her body, Rogers' shield came flying in, separating the tendril from Natasha's body. Liam was right, Rogers murmured. The monster wasn't going to give up on the female so easily and pounced on her, but before it could deliver its jaw attack, Liam came almost flying in and punched the monster in the gut. It threw the monster off its feet, sending it falling a few yards back. "You all right?" Liam asked. "Yeah." The monster, which had its underbelly crushed by Liam's punch, slowly mended itself and saw that by now, all the other monsters were dead, leaving only itself standing as the last one. Barton and everyone slowly gathered in front of the monster, looking at it like meat waiting to be put on the chopping block. Surprisingly, the monster didn't immediately attack. It just looked at them with eyes that had green on the eyelids. "Humans. We. No. Enemies." The monster spoke for the first time, throwing everyone off. They had never expected the monster to even speak, which meant it could think. The hell? It can talk. Barton was amused. You just tried to kill all of us, and now you want to put up the white flag. Not a chance. We. Hungry. The monster spoke again, justifying why it had attacked them. So you think humans are food? You're worse than monsters. Natasha could still feel the stab on her thigh as blood oozed from it. She was not happy about it at all. No. You. Humans. Don't. No. Anything, the monster said. Oh, so now we're ignorant. Why are we even letting you talk? Tony's fingers sparked up with lightning, ready to strike. The only reason they hadn't put it out of its misery yet was because Liam hadn't made a move since the monster started talking. So what are you? A monster from hell? From other dimensions? Rogers asked. He had read some of the books given by the Ancient One, as Jarvis had translated for him. So he knew that other dimensions existed. The monster didn't reply and just growled at them. My magma attack freed you from the icicle you were all frozen in under the structure, didn't it? How many years has it been? 4,000, 6,000 years. Liam spoke up for the first time, making everyone realize what he was pointing out. All of them had assumed that these monsters appeared because of some kind of portal, but no. These monsters had been frozen all this time, and Liam's fire attack had melted the ice and freed them, albeit unknowingly. You. Know. About. Us. Eternal, the monster spoke. Liam didn't reply and simply used the Genesis spell on the monster, bringing forth jagged rocks from the ground that impaled it from different angles, killing it. Everyone was silent, but they had questions. Let's go home. I miss my warm home, Tony said. Let's go. Fenrir, Natasha called. As if the wolf had been dying to be called by someone, it came running from a far distance. Liam had sent Fenrir a few miles away, so once it heard someone calling its name, it couldn't wait and came running. Liam and everyone gave it a hug, and in the cold weather, the warm fluff of Fenrir gave them both love and warmth at the same time. By now, Fenrir was loved by everyone present, and they would probably go to war against the world for this wolf. Let's go home, Liam said, and Fenrir promptly opened a portal to Stark Tower. Everyone was a bit tired and also needed medical attention, especially Natasha, so Einstein was already on standby. We can discuss what happened at a later time. The team needs rest and recuperation, Rogers said, and everyone agreed. Liam promptly left with Fenrir, while the others just took the old ways and went to their homes. Only Natasha and the young girl were left behind for Einstein to check. Natasha herself needed a checkup and a patch on her thigh. Fury was also there, and though he didn't ask what had happened in the last few minutes, he was curious nonetheless. Chapter 86, 86. A few days had gone by since the incident in Siberia. Everyone was back at Stark Tower, which had now been renamed Avengers Tower, though Tony hadn't put up the name on a huge neon board yet, as the Avengers weren't accepted by the government as of yet. Nat, how's the kid holding up? Heard she's not keen on the whole foster family gig, Barton asked. She's stubborn. Knows how to throw a punch too. But yeah, she refuses counseling. I'm barely home myself, and honestly, I don't think she'd have much of a childhood living with me, Natasha replied. Yeah, kids can be a handful, Barton said. Natasha almost made a remark about how he'd know better, but she remembered that Barton had mentioned his family to the team. And how's the leg? Barton added. It's fine. That bastard apparently shaved a few years off my lifespan. In medical terms, I lost 5 years, Natasha muttered, irritated. She wasn't thrilled about it, spy or not, she was still a woman, and aging wasn't exactly a topic she liked discussing. As they talked, Liam entered the room with his oversized, fluffy wolf, and everyone immediately gravitated toward Fenrir first. Fenrir, basking in the attention, even let them feed him treats. Liam could only shake his head. Right. Guess I know my place now, he said. Clearly, I'm just here to carry Fenrir's stuff. Oh, you better believe it, Natasha said without hesitation. And just like that, I lose my youngest on the team, privilege, Liam lamented. The mood was light, filled with jokes and laughter. It was rare to see Liam loosen up, and the team appreciated it. He usually carried himself like he bore the weight of the world, so seeing him joke around was a welcome change. A person under stress would break eventually, so it was good to have Liam open up every now and then. All right, listen up, Fury's voice cut through the chatter. We've got a lead. We finally found where the winter soldiers are kept. Plural. As in, more than one. Right now, they're locked up in Siberia. He paused, then added dryly, yeah, I know. Siberia. Again. Boo-hoo. Cry me a river. We're going anyway. When they had infiltrated the Gulag, Tony had hacked into their systems and pulled every piece of intel that looked remotely useful, and it paid off. They finally had solid leads on the winter soldiers. Cap and I are handling this, Tony said. This one's personal. Fury didn't argue. He was willing to let them take the lead. Liam debated warning them about Bucky's presence but decided against it. This was their fight. If you're going in, you need to lock the place down, Natasha reminded them. No survivors. Their war against Hydra was still in the shadows. Oh, I'm aware, Rogers said firmly. A good Nazi is a dead Nazi. Damn, Cap. That was dark. Barton blinked. I used to think differently, Rogers admitted. Then the world changed. I barely recognize it anymore. It's time we tie up loose ends before we're dragged into court. Nobody disagreed. Then, all eyes turned to Liam. They didn't say anything, but he knew it was his turn to speak. I think everyone's wondering what exactly we fought out there, Fury said. Might be time to clear the air. Humanity can't stay in the dark forever. You want the lie or the truth? Liam sighed. Let me guess, Tony cut in. The truth is something out of a sci-fi horror flick. Some aliens got creative, whipped up some genetic nightmares, and decided Earth was the perfect testing ground. That would be the lie, Liam said. Oh, fantastic. Because that wasn't terrifying enough. Tony made a face. Okay, so, what? Humans did it. We found some aliens and decided to play mad scientist. Barton guessed. The fact that their guesses were still off was unsettling. Deep down, they all feared the truth was worse. What I'm about to say might blow your mind, Liam warned. Buddy, we just found out Satan is real. You'd be surprised how open-minded we've become, Natasha deadpanned. They were experimented on by a god, Liam said. Oh, great. Is this where Jesus enters the chat? Barton groaned. Nobody laughed. Not even Barton himself. It's not Jesus. When I say God, I mean an actual God. One that can create and destroy galaxies, one that shapes the universe and decides whether planets live or die, Liam explained. We call them celestials. Fury narrowed his eye. We. There are others on Earth who know about them, Liam said but didn't elaborate. These celestials. Wait, celestials, plural. As in, more than one. Tony cut in. Liam nodded. The room tensed. Oh, that's just peachy, Tony muttered. Always love learning there's a whole club of universe-wrecking deities. God help us, Rogers murmured. And these celestials, experimented on people? Fury asked, his voice controlled but heavy. No, Liam corrected. They experimented on something worse. They created these things, monsters. We call them deviants. They were thrown into worlds like ours to maintain balance, to keep life from growing unchecked. There was silence. Yeah. That tracks. Gods make life, then decide we're too much of a hassle and hit the kill switch. Real classy. Barton scoffed. I was right on being agnostic. Nothing is good. Tony said. Someone once said. If God is all-powerful then he can't be good, and if he is all good, then he can't be a god. Liam said. Wise words. I will write it down. Natasha said. So we will face them in the future for saving mankind? Rogers asked. It depends. There shouldn't be many because from what I know the Celestials had stopped those experiments as in some planets they grew too powerful for their evolutionary traits and they had to scrap the project. Liam said. Everyone was silent as they took their time to soak what Liam had taken in. And you know all of this because of your organization? Fury stated. Chapter 87, 87. System, tell me all the rewards that I am supposed to get starting from S-Class. This secret is killing me already, Liam said. Are you sure you want to know the reward system? Why wouldn't I be? This secret that you're dangling over my head is not even required. The reward system starting from S to SSS are as follows. For S-Class. Get access to 2 games per day, and if you complete the consecutive next 2 games in S-Class, then the extra reward will be the next game being a free world where the protagonist playing as the host and is allowed to bring things to and fro from the game world and real world. Time will run parallel to the real world. For SS Class. Get normal rewards for completing SS Class and also 3 years access to the next game world without playing the protagonist in the game. Pros. Standard rewards, and from the next game, the host can bring everything and anything to and from the game to the real world, including living beings. Any abilities or items gained in the game, apart from the eventual reward system, will belong to the host permanently and can carry on to the next games in the future. The time frame given to the host for evaluation is 3 years in real time with a time ratio of 5 to 1, 5 years in the game world will equal 1 year in the real world. P.S. You will not age while in the game world, this applies to you and any living beings you bring with yourself. However, if the living beings brought by you decide to stay there after the 3-year period, time will flow normally for them. Cons. Death is permanent. You can take help from people in the real world, but the evaluation will be lower. Items received from previous games cannot be used either. For SSS class rewards. Get normal rewards for completing SS class and also permanent access to the next game world without playing the protagonist in the game. Pros. Standard rewards, and from the next game, the host can bring everything and anything to and from the game to the real world, including living beings. Any abilities or items gained in the game, apart from the eventual reward system, will belong to the host permanently and can carry on to the next games in the future. The host will gain permanent access to the game, forever. The time frame given to the host for evaluation is 3 years in real time with a time ratio of 5 to 1, 5 years in the game world will equal 1 year in the real world. After the 3-year period, the real-time world and the game-time world will sync. Cons. Death is permanent. You can take help from people in the real world, but the evaluation will be lower. Items received from previous games cannot be used either. Back to current time. Yes, Liam replied. He sighed as he did so, knowing that a single-word answer would suffice. The reason I know so much, and the fact that they help me while being invisible, is because the organization works in multiplanes, or what we call a multiverse. I think Tony must have read about it in the books of Kamartaj, Liam said. Tony froze for a second, and then it suddenly dawned on him. Liam was right. If the organization supporting Liam was multiplanar, it would explain why Liam was so powerful and also why they never showed themselves. It would also explain why Liam's so-called trials were never seen or heard of by anyone. It was because they never took place on Earth to begin with. Since Fury and the others were a bit confused, Tony went on to introduce the multiplanar theory that he had read about, and the others were beyond speechless. Fury himself felt his world crumbling as he realized how laughable S.H.I.E.L.D. was. But that also made him more determined to bring order and peace to the world, from the dangers of the multiverse. No wonder you have so many abilities, Natasha said as she finally understood. So, we are going to a different world for your trial? Barton asked, a bit excited as he finally caught the hint. Don't be happy too early. My abilities and my weapons will be stripped away the moment we step in. This is where you guys come in. Including you will lower my evaluation, but if I go in alone, I will definitely die. So, you have 2 more days to prepare, Liam declared. Heh. So our vanguard will be missing. Got it, Tony replied. Not having Liam's abilities meant they would be vulnerable, but the older team members didn't mind babysitting Liam since he had been doing the same for them for a long time. Barton and Tony had been directly helped by him, so helping Liam would make them feel less guilty. I will make you some sweet armor for this trial, Tony promised. I hope so, Liam replied. Liam discussed what precautions were needed for this trial and gave them a rough idea. The warnings made them shudder but also excited them at the same time. Liam then promptly left for his home. He had not been exactly idle in the last few days. He had been working and making things that would help him in the next game. First, he made some cold weapons, specific weapons that would help him on this journey, and worked on the main craft of Celebrimber. The craft of ring-making. Drawing from Celebrimber's knowledge, he had crafted the foundation of 2 rings, one for endurance and strength, the other for healing and restoration. The first ring, Anwar Dirthull, Strength of the Tower, in Elvish, was forged with mithril and bone dust from Nidhogg from the god of war, its band carved with runes of resilience and might. A shard of obsidian rested at its crown, pulsing with latent volcanic energy to enhance stamina and physical power. The second ring, Lena Estel, Light of Hope, was more delicate, its mithril alloy infused with celestial quartz and crushed petals of the mythical Everbloom. A tear-shaped sapphire gleamed at its center, radiating a soft, soothing light, the runes on its surface etched to channel vitality and restore energy. Chapter 88. Kamartaj. A black portal opened in the courtyard, and from inside emerged Liam and Fenrir. The apprentices immediately gathered around Liam again as he carried a bunch of books with him. These were some of the books that Tony and Steve had taken previously and also some books on arcanists. The apprentices, by now, knew that Tony and Liam were honorary members of Kamartaj, and since they had money, everyone would try to curry a bit of favor with them. Tony hadn't actually disappointed them. To improve the place's Wi-Fi speed, he had sent a direct satellite connection, linked to Stark's own satellite. Thus, Kamartaj now had very fast Wi-Fi. This already made the apprentices very happy, and they worshipped Tony more than their own teachers. After all, the internet came free of charge. Alright, don't bother him so much. He's here for business, Mordo said as he noticed the bustle around. He had not been happy about Tony being allowed to take some books out, but once he read the Arcanist books, he understood why the Ancient One had decided to grant Tony this access. Though he couldn't use the magic written in the books, one could, however, learn and imbue magical runes into alloy metals and other materials. This meant they could create magical weapons. Though Mordo wasn't very talented in this regard, the weapons created through Arcanist knowledge had immense potential. He referred to it as potential because the magic written in the books was hard to emulate, as their paths differed greatly from the paths described in the Arcanist books. Thankfully, this worked both ways. Tony, genius as he was, couldn't even perform the basic magic of Kamartaj. Of course, Tony wasn't one to give up easily and had been working hard to learn and master the magic. Mordo, is the Ancient One at home? Liam asked with a smile. Yes, she's in her chambers, Mordo replied. Liam nodded and went to the library to deliver the books. Mordo followed him. Liam remained silent during this short walk, but he could sense that Mordo had something to say. Is there something you want to say, Mordo? Liam asked as politely as possible. I'm sorry for my behavior that day, Mordo said with a hint of embarrassment. What are you talking about? Liam asked, genuinely confused. That day. I stopped Tony and you from taking the books, Mordo explained, and Liam remembered that Mordo had indeed done so. "Ha, you're overthinking. You stopped Tony and Steve." "I was just a spectator," Liam replied, as he genuinely didn't care about what Mordo had done. Mordo was portrayed as a villain in the comics to begin with, so Liam always considered anything coming from his mouth to be unworthy of worry. Even in this world, Mordo would eventually turn against Strange just because he used the Time Stone. What kind of logic was that? By that reasoning, Loki should be his eternal enemy. Liam would love to see a fight between Loki and Mordo, that would show Mordo what true time manipulation looked like. It was my presumptuous self acting out. "I still need to apologize," Mordo said, lowering his head. Liam was slightly impressed and replied, "It's all water under the bridge. Don't be so rigid, Mordo, because this world wasn't built on structures, it thrives on chaos." Liam offered his advice as he delivered the books to the librarian, who looked very pleased. The librarian was a sucker for books, and new arrivals always made him happy. Liam's words made Mordo pause. The Ancient One had given him similar advice before, but he hadn't heeded it. Mordo believed those who didn't follow the rules should be condemned. Rules, after all, distinguished intelligent beings from savages. He said no more on the topic and instead conversed with Liam about his life. Liam, in turn, asked about his magic. Soon, they arrived at the Ancient One's chambers. Mordo didn't follow Liam any further and had already started reading a book when Liam entered. "Sit," the Ancient One said after closing the book she had been reading and looking at Liam. "That day when I came here, I was extremely rude. I didn't thank you for saving my life and Fenrir's as well," Liam said. His words brought a smile to the Ancient One's face. "I didn't save you. I think, in the end, you could have handled him," the Ancient One replied. "No, you saved me from myself. I would never have forgiven myself if I had lost Fenrir that day," Liam said. The Ancient One simply smiled in response. "This time, you look particularly happy and bright. Did something happen?" the Ancient One asked. I don't know. Do I?" Liam asked, genuinely unaware of any change in himself as he looked at his hands and checked his clothes. "No. I meant you look like someone who has shed some of the burdens you were carrying," the Ancient One explained. Liam hadn't expected that answer. "You always seem to carry a sense of responsibility, and since you have some knowledge of how the world works, it makes you worry most of the time. Isn't that right?" she asked. Liam was speechless. Since the day he had arrived here, he had felt an incessant urge to make himself more powerful and to protect everyone. Anyone could handle street gangs, but when the world was at stake, he would have to step up. He didn't want to be one of the 50% who vanished, nor did he want to witness a celestial being born. He wasn't ready to face any kind of incursion into his world either. And the reason he felt a bit free of worry was because in the next game he would have friends with him. That would mean he wouldn't be alone, and although he wouldn't have any kind of power or magical weapons with him, having his friends with him would elevate the loneliness he had been feeling since he had started this whole journey to the game world. Chapter 89. "But I am happy to see that you are a bit cheerful now," the Ancient One said. I have some amazing friends that have allowed me to take a breather," Liam replied. After he had decided to rely on his friends for the next journey, he had really let himself go a bit. "I am glad to know that," the Ancient One said. Liam didn't talk anymore as he got up to leave for home. Before he left the chamber, the Ancient One said, "I am sorry too for stopping you that day, but I couldn't let other parties wage war here. I comprehend the reason entirely. If I were not ignorant, I would not have even brought out those blades," Liam replied. She nodded and waved him goodbye, and Liam did the same. "He is probably going to come back more powerful than ever," the Ancient One mumbled. She didn't have any clue how Liam was able to gain abilities, and it also stumped her that she couldn't watch his future. But she knew that this person had a good heart, and that was all that mattered to her. The team had come to the tower. Tony Stark lounged on the couch while the others talked among themselves. The Avengers, as Fury liked to call them, weren't the only members present in the room. Pepper was petting Fenrir. Since Liam wasn't allowed to take items or powers from his game worlds, it included Fenrir too. He actually wanted to give Fenrir to his parents, but Fenrir needed more space, which Pepper would be able to provide as she knew what kind of wolf Fenrir was. So in the end, Liam had decided to give Fenrir to Pepper. Of course, it didn't mean that for the next 3 years, he would spend 24/7 in the game world, but Liam would spend most of the time there. And so would his friends. Liam then proceeded to summon several large, cloth-wrapped bundles. "What's in the bundles, Santa?" Tony quipped. "Don't tell me you've gone into the gift-giving business." "You could say that. I've been working on something for all of you. Something useful, I hope." Natasha said as she arrived, ready with Antonia, who at the moment was downstairs with Happy eating ice cream. "Oh, it's useful," Liam replied. "I know you've all got your gear, but I figured you might appreciate something extra, specifically for the trial." He pulled the cloth off the first bundle, revealing a gleaming set of armor. It shimmered faintly in the light, appearing both metallic and ethereal. The silver gleam of mithril was unmistakable, but there were darker streaks of other alloys embedded within the design, giving it a unique, layered look. The runes etched into the plates glowed faintly. "This," Liam began, "is armor I've crafted from mithril and other alloys. Mithril for its lightweight durability, mixed with alloys I forged to enhance its resistance to damage, whether it's swords, arrows, or even magical attacks." "Are we going to Middle-earth or something?" Clint couldn't help but get excited. "Much bigger than that," Liam replied. "And you just whipped this up in your spare time?" "No big deal," Natasha said. "It's been a project of mine. Took some time, but I wanted to make sure it was worth it. This is incredible craftsmanship." "And the runes?" Steve investigated the armor. "They imbue the armor with defensive properties. They'll absorb a portion of incoming magical energy, which will give you some protection against spells or enhanced attacks," Liam explained. "How effective is it?" "It can take a direct sword strike or an arrow without a scratch, and magical attacks will lose a significant portion of their power on impact. I tested it myself. Believe me, it holds up," Liam said. "No offense, but can't we just use guns?" Natasha said. "It will be effective against humans, for sure. But for monsters? Only head severing would guarantee that the monsters had died. But of course, on some monsters, silver bullets would be helpful," Liam said. "Wait. We're up against humans too?" "I thought it was just monsters," Tony asked. "Tony, what did you think the trial was? A game world where you will fight monsters day and night?" "No. For the next period of time, you will have to blend into a medieval society plagued by wars, monsters, and things one can't even imagine. And as we all know, humans are the worst," Liam said. "I thought the trial was some kind of Mario hopping over to save the princess," Tony admitted. Liam could only roll his eyes. He actually didn't want to include his friends when the game world was first given to him, but then the mission came to influence the world. Since he wasn't the protagonist anymore, he was given a separate mission. Influence the world, and the more influence there was, the better the evaluation by the end. It was as if the system was forcing him to ask for help. Though he would carry much less burden, it would open problems that he wasn't ready to handle yet. It was after much contemplation that he was even allowing his friends to come and help. Liam moved on to the second bundle, unveiling sleek silver swords. Each blade gleamed in the light, the edges razor-sharp. Intricate runes ran along the flats of the blades, glowing faintly in colors that shifted from icy blue to fiery red. The hilts were simple yet elegant, designed for a perfect grip. "These," Liam said, lifting one of the swords, "are silver swords infused with magic. The runes enhance their sharpness and durability, and they also give the blades elemental properties. You can channel fire, ice, or lightning through the sword with a little focus. I've gotta admit, this is a step up from your average hardware store machete. What's the catch? The catch is to kill the monsters with these before they can kill you. Silver swords are the only thing that could actually wound them. It is also the reason why I told you to coat both of our armors in silver, because it disgusts the monsters. What kind of hellish trial is this, that we need silver? Steve murmured. Chapter 90. So, what's the deal? Do I just shout, lightning strike, and hope for the best? Clint had already tasted the magic of Liam, so he was quite excited to try these. It's not that dramatic. Just focus on the element you want, and the blade will respond. Give it a try. Clint swung his sword in an arc, and a burst of flame erupted from the blade, flickering harmlessly in the air. His grin widened. Okay, this is officially the coolest thing I've ever owned. These are beautiful. But are they as durable as they look? Natasha asked as she checked her sword. They won't break under normal circumstances, Liam assured her. You'd have to be fighting something on the level of a frost giant to even put a dent in them. You've given us a lot, Liam. Thank you. Steve thanked, and so did the others. They know that these items would be necessary. You're welcome, but this isn't just a gift. It's preparation. Liam reminded them. Everyone nodded heads and soon wore their armors. Even Tony wore his magical armor. After everyone was done, he then gifted them some medieval-era clothes which he had custom-ordered. Though they didn't like the fashion at all, Liam insisted. All preparations done? Liam asked again. Everyone nodded. Clint had a small bag, sword on his hip, bow on his shoulder strapped with a quiver of arrows that Liam had provided. Natasha had the sword and also 2 batons on her thighs, while also 2 guns on her back. Steve was with his iconic shield, and this time he had a sword too. If it was any other time, he would have been declared as a knight, and could definitely fight better than a knight. And lastly, Tony was with his armor bag and sword on the hip. The logistics was carried by Liam, as his system space would still work in the game. Fenrir, be a good boy when I am gone. Liam petted Fenrir. Bark. I will take care of him. Pepper promised. Tony too came forward and kissed her. She knew that Tony was doing this for his friend, and though it would be dangerous, Liam had done way too much for all of them. The whole team owed Liam a lot. I will not say much. But I hope you come back with the colors of victory. Fury said. It will be a long trial, Fury. Ensign, I am sorry, but you will have to be on standby. Liam said. This is the least I can do. Ensign replied. Wish us luck. Tony said as he got ready, and so did the others. Have a safe journey. Pepper said. Give them hell. Fury encouraged. Liam summoned a portal and everybody stepped in after one look around. They could hear the bark of Fenrir stop as they vanished from their world. To a world different from their own. To another plane altogether. As the group stepped through the swirling portal, the blinding light faded, revealing a rugged dirt path surrounded by dense woods. The air was damp and carried the scent of wet earth, while the distant calls of crows echoed ominously through the trees. What is that smell? Steve commented the moment he stepped in. They wanted to enjoy the dawn that had just cracked in, but couldn't at all since a very bad smell assaulted their nostrils. It's the smell of the dead. Natasha said as she became instantly vigilant. Dead human bodies. You seem to recognize the smell. Tony asked. I have seen my fair share when I was in Red Room. Natasha said as she had flashbacks to the time in Red Room where she was once forced to be in the same room as a morgue. It was done so that she could get accustomed to any kind of bad smell while on future missions. Liam looked around as he slowly drew his vigilance, seeing that the others did it too, except Tony as he clutched his bag ready for any kind of attack. They took their first steps on the road while having eyes scanning the surroundings. The thick canopy overhead dimmed the sunlight, casting long shadows on the forest floor. Natasha took the rear, while Clint had his bow drawn, an arrow nocked and ready. Not exactly the most welcoming place, Tony muttered as the smell still lingered even though they had moved. The uneasy quiet was soon broken by a low, guttural growl that made everyone freeze in place. From the underbrush ahead, a pack of ghouls emerged. Their hunched, feral forms moved with unsettling agility, their mottled gray skin stretched over jagged bones. Their glowing yellow eyes locked onto the group, and their snarls sent chills down Clint's spine. "What the hell are those things?" he hissed, raising his bow. "Ghouls," Liam said. "Fast. Vicious. They hunt in packs, and they're always hungry." Tony and Liam stayed back while they allowed Steve, Clint and Natasha to take the lead in this fight. They would make sure that there weren't any sneak attacks. The ghouls wasted no time, lunging toward the group with inhuman speed. Steve stepped forward with his shield raised, intercepting the first ghoul with a resounding clang as its claws scraped against the vibranium. With a swift motion, he bashed the creature backward before driving his sword into its chest and then slashing it down from the inside. It let out a guttural wail before collapsing in a heap. Natasha was already in motion. She sidestepped a leaping ghoul, slicing through its flank with her sword before spinning to deliver a killing blow to another closing in from her left. Clint, positioned slightly behind them, unleashed a volley of arrows with deadly accuracy. Each arrow struck true, finding its mark in the ghouls' heads or hearts, dropping them instantly. These arrows were normal arrows, but once they were used in that super-powered bow, it unleashed a magic that could kill most monsters from the inside. Meanwhile, Liam kept his gaze sharp, vigilance gleaming in his hand as he scanned the tree line. Chapter 91. "Not bad for a warm-up," Tony muttered, his hand hovering over his magical armor bag, ready to deploy his suit if necessary. Liam and Tony were impressed by how the three people were able to systematically take down the pack. One ghoul broke through Steve and Natasha's front line, charging directly toward Liam and Tony. Liam stepped forward, his sword a blur as he sliced cleanly through the creature, his movements almost effortless. The ghoul fell in two pieces at his feet, and he flicked the blood off his blade with a sharp motion. "You really have lost your godhood," Tony murmured. "What kind of heartless people take away the precious gifts of my apprentice?" Liam just rolled his eyes. The moment he had stepped in, his eyes returned to normal, and his one hand had vanished. Another reason why Liam wanted his friend's help was the loss of his hand. Having a single hand in this godforsaken place was a bane for his survival. The others had also noticed how Liam lost his hand, but none wanted to put salt on his wound. This only meant that they would need to take care of him, no matter what. But Liam wasn't helpless either. Years of training with swords allowed him to have command over them, and also because of his rings, Anwar Dirthal and Lena Estel. This made his body have better stats than normal. The system had allowed him to bring his own items, so he made his rings. "That was unpleasant," Clint said, lowering his bow. What really surprised everyone was that Liam actually bent down and brought out a vial. And then, to the horror and disgust of everyone, he extracted ghoul blood and the eyes of the ghoul. While killing them, the team didn't bother to keep track of where they were hitting and thus were only able to extract the blood and eyes from one of the ghouls. "What the hell are you doing?" Clint stepped back when he saw Liam touching these dead and smelly monsters. Even Steve himself stepped back, seeing what Liam was doing. "Research purposes," Liam said as he put them in the system space and then proceeded to sanitize his hand. He had brought a lot of handy things that would be required. "You want to research their blood? Are you even capable?" Natasha straight up asked. Though she was disgusted, she wanted to know the reason why Liam was doing that. "No, but there are scientists out there who could. I am sure some scientists who majored in biotechnology would love this sample. In fact, I would advise all of you to make a habit of extracting items from the monsters you kill," Liam said. "I ain't touching these filthy monsters," Clint declared. "Never in my life," Natasha said. Steve just shrugged his shoulders, signifying he was with them on this. No amount of research or mission purpose would make him want to extract items from them. "Don't look at me. Even in the name of science, I ain't touching that. Tony lifted his arms in surrender. Liam just sighed. Though it was true that these items might be helpful, Tony was in no way touching them. While Liam was extracting the blood, the sound of hoofbeats approached from the direction they had been heading. Out of the morning mist, two riders emerged, an older man with graying hair and a well-maintained sword strapped to his back, and a younger man with striking white hair and piercing yellow eyes. Both were clad in armor that looked worn but sturdy, as though it had seen countless battles. Both of them stopped, and the younger man dismounted the horse. He surveyed the scene, the ghoul corpses, the group's weapons, and their stances. Their Witcher sense could tell that these monsters were killed by this team. "Not bad," he said, his voice carrying a gruff yet respectful tone. "Takes skill to handle a pack like that." Liam's eyes were shining like stars when he saw the man with the gray hair. There were very few things in his life that he was very fond of, or a fan of, if the correct term was used here. And this man was the epitome of what Liam considered his star. Geralt of Rivia. The Butcher of Blaviken. Liam had known that he would meet them at the start of the journey, thus, seeing him wasn't a surprise as both of their starting points would be the same since the game he had got was The Witcher 3. Meanwhile, the older man, still on horseback, gave a small nod of approval. "Vesemir. Ghouls aren't exactly easy monsters." "You handled yourselves well," Vesemir said as he looked at the swords of the men. Each of them was made of silver. One needed to know that a single silver sword would cost a normal person an entire fortune. Even an empire wouldn't easily commission a silver sword as they were very difficult to make, and silver wasn't exactly lying around to be taken away. It also needed specific blacksmiths for this. He was surprised to see all of them carrying silver swords, and Vesemir could swear that he saw some runes marked on their swords. These people weren't normal at all. Both Vesemir and Geralt were instantly vigilant. But of course, both of them didn't show it on their faces. Being a Witcher meant that their emotions had mostly been stripped away. In fact, some of the Witcher schools, like the Cat School, were worse as they had almost all humanity stripped away. The Wolf School was better in this regard, as their basic emotions were still there, though they had been dialed down by a huge degree. Thus, acting while being vigilant came as bread and butter to them, came as porridge to them, as bread and butter was a luxurious item here. "We do what we can. I'm Steve Rogers. And you are?" Steve came forward to introduce himself. He did so because he could feel that these two men weren't normal to begin with. Chapter 92. The white-haired man hesitated for a moment before introducing himself. "Geralt. Of Rivia." He glanced back at his companion. "And this is Vesemir." "Clint Barton," Clint said. "Nice horses." "Natasha Romanoff," Natasha said curtly, her eyes still scanning the tree-line for any remaining threats. "Romanoff? What kind of name or title is that?" Vesemir mumbled. He also noticed that these men seemed to have titles, which meant they weren't low-level mercenaries. If the silver sword wasn't proof enough, then their names having titles meant they weren't born poor or, at least, had land in their names. Vesemir didn't know that their names had titles because that was how everyone was named in their world. Poor people in old times didn't have titles for many reasons, primarily because it wasn't required, there was no proper education, and a single name would hardly be common since living beyond the age of 30 was already a huge matter, as death was common. Tony Stark. Engineer, genius, and occasional adventurer. Engineer? Geralt asked, as he didn't understand or know that term at all. Tony instantly got glared at by everyone present. This guy is going to be the death of us. A scientist. I am Liam Woodsworth. The leader of this group, Liam replied with a glee. Gerald could easily sense that this man seemed a bit overzealous. But what really surprised him was when the man introduced himself as the leader. He could easily tell that he was the youngest of the group, and he even missed a hand. So how was he their leader? Gerald had too many questions, but as usual, he didn't ask. He wasn't here to uncover the mysteries of the world but to focus on his mission, find Yennefer and Ciri. Geralt's expression didn't betray much, but there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "You're not locals. What gave it away? The outfits or the lack of fear when a pack of these filth showed up?" "You don't smell like Temeria," Geralt replied flatly. "Or any place that I have visited before. Doesn't matter. You're clearly capable, and this road isn't safe. Where are you headed?" "We're still figuring that out," Liam replied. He might be a fan of The Witcher 3, but it didn't mean he would know all the ins and outs of everything, and definitely not the map. "Well, if you're heading toward any nearby town, stick close. Roads like these attract worse things than ghouls," Geralt said, finding it strange again that these people didn't have a name. Then why were these people out of their homes? Didn't they know the whole place was dangerous? Especially during wartime. Who were these people? Initially, Geralt thought these men were witchers or sorcerers since they saw the dead bodies of ghouls, but when he closely looked at them, he could tell they were normal human beings. But something was very off about them, their mannerisms, their way of talking, their swords. They didn't even know the name of the place they wanted to go. But his instincts were also telling him that these people meant no harm. Especially their leader seemed a bit too enthusiastic for his liking. Though Liam didn't say much, his eyes said it all. Another reason Geralt was even talking with them was because none of them showed any hostility as any normal person would toward a cat-eyed bastard like him. So it was already a green flag in his books. "Where are you heading?" Natasha asked. "We are following a trail of someone," Geralt replied. Since these people weren't going to reveal many secrets, he wouldn't either. "Oh. We are new here. Can you please lead us to the nearest place?" "As you can see, we don't even have horses," Liam said. Geralt hesitated a bit before nodding that they could follow them. The other team members were a bit confused, as they didn't see any reason to follow him, but Liam was their leader here, and they were his glorified guards. The group followed Geralt and Vesemir down the winding dirt path. The whole place reeked of blood, and what really took the trophy was several men hanging from the trees by their necks. One could see that it had been some days since these people had been hung, as the smell was far from pleasant. "We need to buy horses. Or I'm bringing my toys out," Tony declared. "Tony, you don't want to be a bone in the throat. If you do something very unusual, they'll probably burn you. And I'm sure the church will be the first to come for your head," Barton reminded. "Wait, there are churches here, right?" "Yeah, and they're notorious too," Liam answered. "The war has been brutal in these lands." Vesemir didn't understand what Tony meant by toys, but he joined the conversation regardless. His friend wasn't much of a talker anyway. Steve was curious about the war and asked, and Vesemir replied how this place, Temeria, was invaded by Nilfgaard, and also the reason why there were so many ghouls, as they fed on dead beings. But their discussion was cut short once they neared the riverbank. The peaceful sound of flowing water was interrupted by the shrill, panicked cries of a merchant. Ahead, a small wooden cart lay tipped on its side, its single remaining horse struggling desperately to free itself from the harness. A massive griffin loomed over the scene, its razor-sharp talons tearing into the lifeless body of the other horse. The merchant cowered behind the cart, clutching a short blade that trembled in his hands. "Helping?" Vesemir asked, as unlike himself, Geralt was more empathetic when it came to life. "Stay here," Geralt said firmly, drawing his steel sword. His medallion buzzed faintly against his chest. But just as he was about to step into the fray, Liam reached out and gripped his shoulder. "Wait." Geralt turned his head sharply, his expression one of irritation and mild confusion. "What are you doing? That thing won't wait for an invitation." Chapter 93. The griffin let out a bone-chilling screech mid-air as it went for the horse again. Its golden eyes locked onto its next meal, and it lunged forward, beak aimed for the trapped animal for the last time before taking it away. But before it could strike, Rogers dashed forward, shield raised. The griffin's powerful beak collided with the vibranium shield in a deafening clang. Steve gritted his teeth, the sheer force of the attack driving him back several feet, his boots carving grooves in the dirt. But he held firm, standing as a wall between the beast and the helpless horse. What the hell? Gerald hissed under his breath. He had expected the shield to break into pieces before its bearer was ravaged to the ground. He had never seen a shield capable of stopping an attack of that magnitude, and even if one existed, he had never seen a human being take on a griffin and land in a tussle. Even for himself, it would be quite difficult. And he was sure that this person wasn't a witcher. All of them here might be well built, but they were definitely not witchers. So who are these people? New experiments from some distant land sorcerers? But they seemed to have intact emotions. What the hell was going on? Even Vesemir's mutant eyes were wide open in shock as he saw that. Barton, now! Steve shouted. Clint Barton didn't need to be told twice. He knocked an arrow and let it fly. The projectile struck the griffin square in the wing joint, eliciting an enraged screech as the beast stumbled sideways. Natasha Romanoff seized the opening, sprinting forward with Steve to press the attack. Natasha moved like a shadow, her sword flashing as she slashed at the griffin's side, drawing blood. Steve followed up with a powerful swing of his shield, landing a solid blow to its flank. The griffin roared and retaliated, its talons swiping dangerously close to Natasha. She leapt back just in time, the beast's claws gouging deep furrows into the ground where she had stood. But the side talon of the beast managed to scratch her arm and deliver a wound. Mind you, she was already wearing armor, and even then, the griffin was able to inflict injury. This wasn't a game where one could eat chicken while fighting and heal himself. This was the real world. One small mistake, and anyone would be dead. Liam gripped his sword when she got hurt. Even Gerald was ready to step in, but Liam shook his head again. Her pride would be hurt if he helped her. Meanwhile, the griffin's tail whipped around, catching Steve in the ribs and sending him sprawling. Natasha lunged in again, aiming for the beast's exposed neck, but the griffin twisted with surprising agility, forcing her to retreat. Though she was wounded, it didn't mean she couldn't fight. It flapped its massive wings, kicking up a cloud of dust as it prepared to take to the skies. "No, you don't," Clint muttered, drawing another arrow. His shot hit true, striking the griffin's shoulder and forcing it to lose altitude just as it started to lift off. The beast crashed back to the ground, roaring in frustration. Before it could recover, Tony Stark stepped forward. Tony had approached the battlefield stealthily, and one could see him wearing red gauntlets that extended to his shoulders. If one closely observed those gauntlets, one could see small lightning sparks emanating from the sides. The griffin was writhing in pain, but Tony then appeared at the side. "Let's see how you like a little voltage therapy," Tony quipped as he unleashed a surge of electricity into the griffin. The beast convulsed, letting out a guttural cry as it fell to the ground, temporarily stunned. "Barton, finish it," Natasha called out. Clint grabbed a handful of specialized arrows fitted with ropes. He fired one after another, embedding the arrows deep into the griffin's flesh. The ropes unraveled and anchored themselves into the ground with secondary arrows, effectively pinning the massive beast in place. He did this from both sides of the beast. The griffin thrashed and screeched, trying to break free, but the ropes held firm. Its wings beat against the earth, but it was clear the fight had been taken out of it. Geralt and Vesemir stood a few paces back, watching the entire spectacle with wide eyes. "That's not how I would have handled it," Geralt muttered, as he had never seen anyone capture a beast that easily. No doubt being rich helped them in this regard, as he could easily tell that the bow held immense magic, and even the red gauntlets Tony wore had magic that was unknown to him. But one couldn't deny they had made light work of such a huge monster. Gerald would have been able to take it down, but it would have taken time. The power of having a specialized team was also very apparent here. I'll give them this, they're efficient. Loud, reckless, and chaotic, but efficient. Vesemir gave his evaluation. And also mysterious, Geralt added by the end, his gaze lingering on Liam and his team as they regrouped. They fought like they'd done this 100 times before, but their techniques, their tools, their coordination, it was all unlike anything he'd ever seen. Told you they could handle it. Liam approached Geralt, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. You've got an unusual way of doing things, but it worked. Geralt smirked faintly. Now what? Do we just leave it here? Natasha wiped her sword clean. We can have a democracy here. We can kill it, or we can take it home for research, Liam suggested. This made Tony and Barton excited, while the faces of Steve and Natasha weren't so much. All of them could understand what Liam meant, but they weren't sure if what he suggested would be safe. The griffin howled again in pain, only to be electrocuted by Tony to shut it up. Chapter 94. Who votes in favor of taking it back? Liam asked, raising his own hand. Barton and Tony promptly followed suit, their hands shooting up without hesitation. There was no need to formally vote against it, Steve and Natasha's disapproving expressions said it all. Neither of them wanted to haul a half-dead monster back. Seeing no other way forward, Steve decided to let the matter go. Instead, he turned his attention to the merchant with the bowl-cut hair, who was still visibly shaken from the whole ordeal. The man looked startled but grateful as Steve began helping him repair the badly damaged carriage. As Steve focused on the shaken merchant, Liam turned back to the griffin, which let out another weak screech. Its golden eyes flickered with fury but lacked the strength to act. Before Liam could move, Vesemir stepped forward. I would like to object, if you allow me, Vesemir said gruffly. Taking this creature back alive, that's a reckless idea, even for you lot. But there's something worth considering here. And what would that be? Liam asked. He was sure that they didn't have any idea of what he was capable of, so he allowed their ignorance. A live specimen is rare, unheard of, actually. There could be differences in anatomy or behavior we've never seen before. I'd like to study parts of it while it's still alive. That kind of knowledge could be invaluable in dealing with its kind in the future, Vesemir said. Study it? Tony interjected. What are we talking here, blood samples, feathers, talons? No offense, but you sure you're up for this, Gramps? We've been at this longer than you've been alive, boy. Don't mistake experience for frailty. Vesemir narrowed his eyes. Right, Tony said, crossing his arms. That's a lot of words for yes. You don't recognize us? Geralt came forward and asked. Should we? Steve asked in return. They're witchers, Liam interjected before the situation could escalate. They hunt monsters for a living. And they're very good at it. You mean mages, sorcerers? Natasha asked in curiosity. Not quite, Liam explained. Witchers do know some magic, but it's limited. Their main claim to fame is monster hunting. Enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes, they're the real deal. Wait. Tony held up a hand. So, you're telling me we've got monster-slaying knights with magic? And no one thought to give us a heads up? Seriously, Liam, you couldn't throw that in the briefing? Well, what was the surprise if I told you everything? Liam smirked. Sorry if we came off uninformed. We didn't mean any offense. Steve came forward and apologized. Sorry. Geralt was taken aback. He had never heard such words from a normal human before. All they had received in their life was scorn and expletives. Sorry was never in anyone's dictionary. Is there a problem? Steve asked as he noticed Geralt and Vesemir were a bit surprised by Tony's words. It means people usually call us freaks, monsters, and worse. Never, sir, or thank you. Vesemir replied. Wait, seriously? Barton looked genuinely surprised. But you're saving lives, right? Shouldn't people be, I don't know, grateful? They're grateful until they're not, Gerald replied. Fear's a powerful thing. Ignorance even more so. Historically, witchers have not been liked by the general public. Witchers have long lives, enhanced senses, and are great swordsmen. But there is a downside too, mainly the loss of emotions and being unable to have children of their own. Once, monsters ran rampant, but through passage of time the witchers and the sorcerers had annihilated many of the monsters. Thus, over time, their population went down, and people, being the ignorant beings that they are, started hating witchers and sorcerers. Of course, witchers themselves don't have a good reputation, as many of them have involved themselves in politics and committed quite a number of crimes. The story is more complicated, but this is the general gist, Liam said. The last words made the merchant hang his head in shame. So, thanks for doing what you do. And sorry for being a little, Tony said. Annoying? Natasha suggested with a smirk. I was gonna say, direct, but sure, let's go with that, Tony shot back. Apology accepted. Gerald's eyes narrowed slightly. Steve, Natasha, Barton, and Tony gave Liam more glares than they ever could in their lifetime. They felt embarrassed. No wonder Liam seemed to have puppy dog eyes when he saw Gerald. He knew who they were from the beginning, and it also explained the cat-like eyes of these two men. The team thought that these two were some kind of hybrids. Since Liam had said this would be a magical trial, everyone was keeping their minds open. Coming back to the griffin, I want to examine this monster and take whatever is required, if you allow me to. I can offer you orens in exchange for allowing me to harvest what I need. Fair trade, wouldn't you say? Vesemir said, bringing back the topic as the beast seemed to be waking up, only to be electrocuted by Tony again. He was a little dumbfounded by the ignorance of these people, but one couldn't deny their teamwork and strength. Keep your orens, old man. We don't need your money, Liam said. But you and Gerald? You'd owe me a favor. Something I can call in when I need it. Vesemir frowned, considering the offer. Gerald, who had been quietly observing the exchange, spoke up. A favor, huh? You're playing the long game, aren't you? Especially when your group doesn't even know about monsters. They might not, but I know some of the secrets around. As you know, knowledge is power, Liam smirked. After a moment of silence, Vesemir gave a curt nod. Fine. You've got yourself a deal. But don't expect us to agree lightly when you come to collect. We won't get involved in killing human beings or give you any kind of political powers, Vesemir said. If we want to kill humans, we are probably more efficient than you. No, I am sure that we are more efficient than you or both of you together, Liam spoke with pride. For the simple fact that they carried guns. This made both Vesemir and Gerald do a double take but didn't refute. Actions. Chapter 95, 95. Vesemir wasted no time. With Gerald's help, he carefully began extracting samples, venom from the griffin's talons, a few feathers, and even some blood. The griffin snarled weakly but was too exhausted to put up much of a fight. Tony and Barton watched with interest, though Natasha kept her distance. In the end, Vesemir took out his silver sword and cut the underbelly of the monster. This was enough to kill it while blood came out like a fountain. It screamed in pain, but Vesemir wasn't done as he went for the heart and the liver of the monster. This horrible scene made Barton look away while the other three didn't have comfortable looks on their faces. The griffin didn't last long after that and died. Vesemir then proceeded cut of the head of the monster and give it to Tony. You should be able to earn some money and get the goodwill of the people if you deliver it to a garrison or just parade around. From the looks of it, you don't need money but one can't ever deny the goodwill of the people around. Vesemir said. Tony was disgusted but Liam promptly came forward and took the griffin's head and kept it inside his space. Vesemir had seen Liam with this space magic before, but seeing him making the head disappear made him more surprised. He had never seen someone using space magic to keep things before. Wait, there was someone. Siri, with her space and time magic. Does he know about her? Vesemir looked at Geralt and he too was thinking the same thing, but they couldn't just ask him directly. If they ask him, Liam might feel he was being accused of kidnapping her or take it the wrong way. Both of them still didn't understand what was up with this group, and didn't want to antagonize the group. Yennefer was more important at the moment. Geralt turned to the merchant. You said you were heading somewhere. Why yes, that's right. I was going to the next town to sell my vegetables but I can't anymore. The merchant replied. I'm looking for someone, Geralt continued, a sorceress. Powerful, likely traveling alone. Have you seen or heard of anyone like that passing through? Even a rumor? The merchant rubbed the back of his neck, frowning as he considered the question. Can't say I have. We don't get many travelers these days, not with the war and all. But, if anyone knows something, it'd be the innkeeper at the White Orchard Inn. She's always got her ear to the ground. The innkeeper, then. Thanks. Geralt nodded slightly. What's this about? You're looking for someone specific, lover. Tony teased. It's personal, Geralt said bluntly, his tone making it clear he wouldn't elaborate. White Orchard sounds like a good place to regroup. From the sound of it, it's a proper village. Maybe we can get some horses there and then figure out our next steps. Steve said, trying to change the topic. Not a bad idea. It's not far from here. Vesemir suggested. Everyone looked at Liam, and gave the green signal. The merchant seemed to want to give some orens to Steve for saving him but he refused. Money wasn't their problem. Well, I guess it's settled, then. Road trip to White Orchard. Hopefully, it's not as bleak as it sounds. Tony said, as he missed just flying around. Don't get your hopes up, Vesemir muttered. The group set off toward White Orchard. The road to the village was quiet, with only the occasional rustle of leaves or distant bird calls breaking the silence. The griffin's absence had left the area eerily calm, though the group welcomed the reprieve. The group reached White Orchard town. The cobblestone streets were quiet, and a few villagers moved about, tending to their evening tasks. But as Geralt and Vesemir walked through the heart of the settlement, it became apparent that their presence wasn't exactly welcomed. Villagers stopped in their tracks, openly staring at the two witchers with looks ranging from fear to disdain. Bloody mutants, ain't they? Someone muttered under their breath. Bring in trouble, no doubt, said another. A woman hurriedly pulled her child closer as Vesemir passed, and a group of men seated near a small cart exchanged uneasy glances. The rest of the group, Tony, Steve, Natasha, and Liam, caught the stares but didn't comment, though Tony raised an eyebrow at one particularly nasty glare. They always this friendly? He asked Geralt in a low voice. More or less, Geralt replied flatly. Even inside the White Orchard Inn, the reception didn't improve much. Conversations hushed the moment the witchers stepped through the door, and patrons turned to glance at them with wary eyes. Some even moved a little farther away, as though proximity to the two might bring some kind of curse. The innkeeper, however, didn't seem fazed, though her initial glance at the witchers lingered just a second too long before she turned to greet the group. Welcome, she said simply. Food for all of us, Vesemir said, making the innkeeper blink. Aye, generous sorts, ye are. Won't see me complainin'. Fair payment for the trouble, Vesemir replied with a smirk. We've been taking advantage of our companions here, and they've earned a proper meal. As she nodded and disappeared into the kitchen, the group moved to an empty table. The other patrons continued to steal furtive glances at the witchers, though no one dared approach or say anything outright. Tony leaned over to Steve, his voice low. I get that Geralt and Vesemir are a little intense, but the stares. Feels like we just walked into the middle of a bad Western fantasy. We are in a Western fantasy. Barton corrected them. Those two weren't the only ones who were getting stares. Their group was receiving end of it too. Especially at their gears. One could easily tell that they were rich, and this place which had been ravaged by the recent war and famine, the group was a walking gold. Meanwhile, Liam walked up to the innkeeper. Chapter 96. He waited until she brought out steaming bowls of stew and bread before speaking up. "We're going to need horses. 4 of them. And we're willing to pay well if you can get them quickly." The innkeeper raised an eyebrow at the request. "Horses, ye say? I might know someone who can help, but it'll cost ye." "We'll make it worth your while," Liam replied. "All right. I'll see what I can do. Might take till mornin', though," the innkeeper said. "I want it by evening," Liam stressed this time. The innkeeper was silent for a second and then nodded her head. Despite the food and warmth of the fire, the tension in the room never fully eased. The villagers and patrons continued to cast wary glances at the Witchers. Geralt, as usual, seemed completely unfazed, while Vesemir's expression remained as unreadable as stone. "One customer says Yennefer was here. She went to the Nilfgaardian garrison outside the village. That's where I'll head next. While you do so, I noticed a blacksmith nearby. I want to go and repair my armor a bit," Vesemir said. "We will not receive our horses early, and I need to change my money into local currency," Liam said. "How do you want to do that?" Vesemir asked. "Convert my gold into orens," Liam replied. "You didn't have orens all this time?" Vesemir asked as he got the hint from Liam. The whole group shook their heads in unison. "And then have the guts to refuse my orens. You folks are funny," Gerald said with the most deadpan face possible. The group started to realize what it really meant for someone not having emotions. It was very hard to gauge if Gerald was finding their situation funny or annoying. "Let's get to that blacksmith," Liam said. "I'm curious to see how good his work is. And maybe he can do something about these dents in my armor." "Lead the way," Vesemir said. Liam didn't bother to finish the food as it wasn't that great, to be honest, and was very unpalatable. Only Natasha and Steve looked fine eating that food. Tony actually pushed away the bowl, and Barton, after one try, refused to eat anymore. Geralt and Vesemir had noticed and were by now sure that these people were rich. But it also didn't make sense. If they were rich, how could they fight against a monster without any fear in their eyes? And also have a strong body? The two stepped out of the inn, still under the wary eyes of the villagers. The blacksmith's forge was modest but well kept, with a few swords and horseshoes on display. The shop looked half burnt down, but his workshop looked intact. A stout dwarf with a bushy beard and sharp eyes could be seen wiping his hands on a dirty apron. "Who's there?" "State your business," the dwarf barked. "We're here for some repairs, and to exchange some gold," Vesemir spoke the last words in a very hushed tone. He didn't want any trouble. The dwarf's eyes immediately narrowed on Vesemir's silver sword, then shifted to Liam, his gaze lingering. "Ha! That ain't just any armor you're wearin' under there, is it, lad?" the dwarf asked, nodding toward the faint glint of metal visible beneath Liam's attire. "What are ye hidin'? You've got a sharp eye." Liam raised an eyebrow. He unclasped his cloak and pulled back the edge of his shirt to reveal more of the intricate plating beneath. The craftsmanship was unlike anything the dwarf had seen before, sleek, angular, and adorned with strange, glowing runes. "By Mahakam's anvil. I've never seen anything like it." "What are those markings?" "They ain't dwarven, that's for sure. Nor elven." "Lad, where did you learn to craft something like this?" Liam took out his sword next, presenting it to the dwarf. The blade shimmered unnaturally, the same runes etched along its length. The dwarf took a cautious step closer, almost reverently, before reaching out to inspect it. "Careful," Vesemir warned. "That's not your run-of-the-mill steel." He could hear the faint vibration of his medallion. It showed how powerful that sword was. I figured as much. This ain't just smithin'. It's bloody magic. But not magic I've ever seen. The dwarf looked up at Liam. What are ye playin' at, lad? This kind o' work doesn't just come from nowhere. It's a long story, Liam replied vaguely. And not one I intend to share. Even I don't recognize these runes, and I've seen my fair share of magical weapons. You're saying they're completely foreign to you too? Vesemir asked. Aye, Willis confirmed. Foreign and powerful. Whoever made this, and I'll take ye at your word it's your work, lad, they had knowledge far beyond what anyone around here could hope to match. I appreciate the praise. But I didn't come here just to show off. I need some orens. I hope you've got some, Liam said as he brought hacksilver coins and placed them on the table. Both Vesemir and the dwarf looked at the coins that Liam had just placed. I have never seen that kind of coin in my life, Vesemir said. What are these? The dwarf asked. This is hacksilver. It contains about 80% silver, so you can make the judgment. I hope Master Vesemir would see that I am compensated. Of course, you can keep 10% of the commission, Liam said. The eyes of the dwarf shone as he started to calculate, and so did Vesemir. Gold and silver were very rare in these lands. And silver, for Vesemir, was very important as this fueled their swords, and swords were the lifelines of witchers. I don't have the required orens to give you back, but can you give me 3 hours to gather them, the dwarf said. Until then, we will be here, so that you don't cheat us, Vesemir said. The dwarves were known to be straightforward and not cunning like humans, so they could be trusted, and even if this blacksmith tried something funny, Liam wouldn't mind showing his prowess. Chapter 97. Meanwhile, Geralt approached the Nilfgaardian garrison just outside the village. State your business, the guard soldier demanded. I'm here for information, Geralt said curtly. I was told your commander might know something about a woman I'm looking for. A sorceress. Sorceress. The soldier hesitated, then nodded. Wait here. I'll inform the commander. Geralt went in but came back with a gloomy look. Roach. I think we will have to owe those mysterious people again, Geralt sighed as he petted his favorite horse. Liam and Vesemir were at the workshop of the blacksmith as he repaired the armor when Geralt walked in. His face didn't look good at all. He spoke of what the garrison commander had said. In order to get the information about Yennefer, he would need to kill the griffin and bring back proof. Can't they just go and check the dead griffin? Vesemir asked as he, too, was angry now. They are lazy asses who refuse to move, Geralt said. Though he wasn't able to show it, Liam was sure that Geralt was very angry at the moment. That's easy enough. I don't need it anymore. With a wave of his hand, the griffin's head materialized from his storage. Let's get this over with. But, your group was the one to take it down, and we have already taken advantage of it. We can't ask for more. Well, you can do that by owing us one more favor, Liam said as he pushed the griffin's head away. Geralt didn't know what he should say here but accepted it. Vesemir also looked a bit guilty, if at all it was possible for a witcher to show. Thank you, Geralt said, and then rode off. Why are you being good to us? Vesemir finally asked. It didn't take a genius to know that Liam had been good to them since they had met. He didn't show any hostility and rather a sense of adoration that Vesemir didn't even see in his own students before they became witchers. It was a unique feeling to him, and also the fact that they now owed Liam. I have my reasons. You will know soon. Don't worry, it has got nothing to do with something dangerous or some kind of assassination plot, as I have said before. For now, all I can say is I am after knowledge, and you two are the best individuals at the moment if I want to acquire some, Liam replied. Knowledge? Vesemir didn't know what he exactly meant by that. It was true that they did hold some knowledge as their school was quite old, but their school had almost been destroyed in the last raid, so very little was left in terms of knowledge. By the time evening fell, the group had gathered back at the White Orchard Inn. Gerald returned first, leading Roach. Vesemir and Liam had returned just a short while earlier. Liam now carried a pouch full of coins, 6,000 orens, to be exact. The blacksmith, Willis, had been thoroughly impressed by Liam's craftsmanship and the runes on his sword, but he was equally baffled, unable to decipher their origins or purpose. Even Vesemir, with his centuries of experience, had no answers. Nevertheless, Liam had managed to convert his hacksilver, got from God of War. He had already cleared with the system as this item was inconsequential or, as the system had put it, I can't be too harsh to the host, into orens, ensuring the group wouldn't have to rely on Geralt and Vesemir's already thin finances. As the group sat around the table, Geralt dropped into the seat beside Vesemir and let out a long sigh. Yennefer's in Vizima, he announced, cutting straight to the point. The griffin's head was all he needed to loosen his tongue. But now we know for certain. She's in Vizima. We should get moving. Good timing. The innkeeper just informed me the horses have arrived. They're ready and waiting outside, Liam said. Steve, Barton, and Natasha, who had been quietly listening, exchanged glances. Tony, sipping from a mug of ale, the only thing he liked here, set it down with a smirk. And here I was starting to think this was going to turn into a long-term stay. Let's saddle up, then. If you're coming to Vizima, I won't stop you. But understand that this is personal. Once we're there, I'll take care of my business, and you'll take care of yours, Gerald said, as he kind of guessed that Liam would go with them. This group seemed to be on some aimless adventure for some arbitrary reason, and now that he owed them a lot, he would have refused if not for the fact he knew this group was powerful too. Understood, Liam said, standing as well. But let's not forget, you owe us a bit more now. Consider this favor repayment for one of the many. Gerald gave him a sharp look but said nothing, nodding in acknowledgement. The group exited the inn, the evening air crisp and cool. For sturdy horses were tied to a post outside, their coats brushed and their saddles well fitted. But they weren't the only ones outside. 5 men that they had seen in the inn before were waiting for them. The 5 men blocked the path to the horses, their faces hard and weathered. They looked like locals, laborers or farmhands. But their expressions were twisted with malice and greed. One of them, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a thick beard, stepped forward. He carried a hefty wooden club in one hand, which he tapped against his palm menacingly. Well, well, he sneered, his voice low and gravelly. A pack o' freaks and their friends, all travelin' together. Must be our lucky day, boys. Move aside, Gerald said flatly. We don't have time for this. Oh, ye've time, freak. Plenty o' time. Look at ye, dressed fine and ridin' high. That bag ye carry looks heavy, eh? He pointed at Tony. Hand it over, or mayhap we lighten your load by talking it ourselves. Chapter 98. There's no need for violence. We can talk this out. Steve came forward to calm the situation. Before he could finish, the bearded man swung his club at Steve, aiming for his head. Steve reacted instinctively, raising his shield in a swift motion to block the blow. The impact rang through the air, and the club bounced off with a loud clang. Steve pushed forward with his shield, forcing the man to stumble back. You don't want to do this. The other men shifted uneasily but didn't back down. Another stepped forward, drawing a rusty dagger from his belt. Talk, is it? Nay, we'll see how ye talk when your guts spill like hogs at the slaughter. I was hoping for a quiet departure. But I suppose even simpletons need to learn the hard way. Tony sighed. The Witchers had already brought out their swords as they realized the situation wouldn't end well. For all the big talks of calling them freaks and us friends of freaks. You surely are dumb. You know well that these two are known to hunt monsters. Monsters that could give one nightmares, but you insist and dream that you can kill us. And that too, together. I don't understand where you all get the guts from. Liam said. The men exchanged uneasy glances, but the leader spat on the ground and barked. They're not but braggarts. Take 'em, lads. Natasha. Finish them. Liam said. What followed next were 5 suppressed shots that the Witchers heard. The loud thud of bodies hitting the dirt was all that followed Natasha's swift response. The 5 men, who had been readying themselves for an attack, crumpled to the ground one by one, blood pooling beneath their heads. They wanted to see guts spill, didn't they? Natasha shrugged. Geralt and Vesemir stood frozen. Both Witchers stared at the fallen men, their eyes darting from the modified pistol in Natasha's hand to the lifeless bodies on the ground. There were no signs of an obvious attack, no visible cuts or slashes, just lethal precision. The blood oozing from the heads of the men was the only evidence. What in the name of Melitel was that? Vesemir finally managed. Some kind of magic, Geralt muttered. But no signs of a spell being cast. No gestures, no incantations. It's not magic, Natasha replied. Just technology. A gun. A gun. Geralt repeated. It moves faster than the eye can see. No sword, no bow, no crossbow. How did you kill them so quickly? It's a projectile weapon, Liam explained. It fires small pieces of metal, bullets, at high speeds, propelled by an explosive force. It's fast, accurate, and deadly. Geralt sheathed his sword. He and Vesemir now had a slight unease. If they didn't take the group very seriously before, they definitely were now. I told you. We are better than anyone when it comes to assassinations. Liam said. Efficient, yes. But it's unnatural. No effort. Just death. Unnatural or not, it's effective. But the way it works. It's almost too efficient. Almost monstrous. Vesemir said. Funny, Natasha replied. That's the first time I've been called a monster by a Witcher. We should move. The longer we linger here, the more attention this will attract. Steve said as he saw that the innkeeper had hidden herself. She was now afraid of them. He felt conflicted a bit, as they had to take the lives of these men. These men were stressed from the war, drunk after a day long, and thus they projected their fear onto them. He had been in war before and thus had a general idea of what war does to people around. And this place was more dangerous than he had seen during World War II. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance, growing louder as a group of riders approached. Soon, men in black armor led by a woman wearing a fine black dress appeared and stopped near them. It was a familiar figure, Yennefer of Vengerberg. Her black and white attire was spotless, and Liam's heart started racing a bit faster. Those who have played the Witcher know how beautiful she was, along with Triss, and seeing her in reality made Liam almost forget about breathing. Just like Geralt, he was a great fan of her. Though she was quite the feisty one, unlike Triss, she was one of a kind. Well, this is quite the spectacle, she said dryly. She looked at the dead bodies on the ground. She gave a deep look and realized that they were not killed by swords but rather some kind of attack on their heads, which didn't look like magic either. She also noticed the group that seemed to be with Geralt. Leave it to you, Geralt, to find trouble even in the most mundane of places. Yen. What are you doing here? And why the Nilfgaardian escort? I thought you were in Vizima, Geralt asked as he was a bit surprised by seeing the escort and also a bit annoyed. He knew who the king was, and he wasn't a big fan of his. It was a day's ride away from here, so when I got the news that you were here, I brought news. His Imperial Majesty, Imhir var Emrius, the white flame dancing on the barrows of his enemies, has requested an audience with you. What does Imhir want with me? Geralt's expression hardened. You know very well why he wants to meet you. And honestly speaking, I am tired of running around alone. He has promised us resources but on the condition that you meet him, Yennefer said, and one could easily see her tired expression. She looked a bit exhausted too from the journey she undertook today. And what if we decline this request? Geralt said. He didn't want to exclude his new friends either. Then I imagine things will get very unpleasant very quickly. Nilfgaard doesn't take kindly to refusals, and neither does him here. You do well not to test his patience, Yennefer said. You have one hell of a lover, Barton whispered to him. Chapter 99. Tony, I didn't know you can ride a horse so smoothly, Liam said. Among them, Tony was the only one who was brought up in a greenhouse, while the rest had their fair share of tough jobs. Barton was brought up on a ranch, and even now, he lived on a huge ranch. Natasha and Steve had their horse training too. We had a ranch in one of my father's summer houses. So, of course, I had my run with them, Tony smirked. The group rode in silence for the most part, the clopping of horse hooves echoing against the quiet, darkened road. The night sky was cloudless, stars stretching like scattered diamonds above. The Nilfgaardian escort rode in formation, flanking Yennefer, who led the way. Geralt stayed near the front, Vesemir and Steve close behind, while Natasha, Barton, and Liam rode farther back. There wasn't any danger, and though there were some ghouls and algals, the group avoided them and just made their horses run faster. But what was supposed to go wrong, did go wrong. The first signs of danger came with the cold. It swept through the forest they were passing by suddenly. Frost began forming along the edges of their path, glittering eerily under the starlight. The riders began shifting uneasily, gripping their reins tighter. Faster. Ride faster, now. Yennefer yelled at the top of her lungs while looking back. What's happening? Steve called, glancing back as a chill ran down his spine. No time to explain. Yennefer snapped. Her eyes glowed faintly as she began murmuring incantations under her breath, a faint magical shield forming over her and her horse. Then came the sound, a bone-chilling, echoing howl that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Barton twisted in his saddle to see what it was and froze. Emerging from the woods behind them were ghostly figures mounted on skeletal steeds, their armor shimmering with frost. The riders of the Wild Hunt. Liam recognized them immediately. He was both fearful and happy. He was fearful of their power but happy that they had shown up. His future plans included them. They're catching up. Barton shouted, knocking an arrow and readying his bow. I said, ride. Yennefer screamed. Her hands were glowing with a bright violet hue as she unleashed a warding spell behind them. The barrier erupted, briefly slowing the spectral riders, but they pressed on, their speed unnaturally swift. One rider raised a frost-tipped spear and hurled it toward the group. Yennefer spun around, her eyes glowing brightly as she raised her hand. The spear shattered against a magical barrier, sending shards of ice flying harmlessly around them. She turned back, her voice laced with urgency. They're targeting us. Keep moving, I'll hold them off as long as I can. But the frost magic was overwhelming. One spectral rider sent a blast of icy energy toward them. Yennefer countered, a dome of protective magic sparking to life around the group, but the force of the attack was enough to disrupt their formation. All the horses were now panicking, and everyone was having a tough time controlling them. Tony's horse reared back, panicked, and he lost his grip. With a shout, he was thrown from the saddle, hitting the frozen ground hard. Tony! Natasha shouted, pulling her horse up. Go! Get out of here, he yelled. I'll catch up. Just go. The frost from the Wild Hunt began creeping toward him. The riders barely paid him any mind, confident their chilling presence would finish him off. But Tony smirked, tapping his backpack as he spoke to it in a low voice. All right. Time for the cavalry. The pack unfolded, wrapping around his body in a series of interlocking plates. In seconds, Tony was suited up in his custom javelin. The ghostly riders turned back in confusion as they heard some sounds coming from behind. Tony extended both arms, and crackling flames began swirling in his palms. With a roar, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a massive ball of fire that streaked through the air like a meteor. It exploded in the midst of the wild hunt riders, scattering them and forcing the spectral mounts to rear back. "I've got your frost problem right here," Tony muttered, launching another barrage of fiery attacks. This time, he aimed directly at the riders closing in on Yennefer and the group. The flames consumed the frosty air, breaking the icy aura that surrounded them. And seeing the opening, Yennefer sent a lightning attack at the wild hunt, which disrupted the spectral horses and sent them tumbling down. "Tony, come back," Liam shouted. Tony, who was ready to teach these ghostly guys a lesson, finally reined himself in and flew towards them. His horse was already done for. "Bye-bye, horsey." "You were a good horsey," Tony mumbled. "A/N, Ikik." Tony hovered over them as they rode through the night. Except for the group, everyone was dumbfounded seeing Tony inside what looked like a metal armor and flying on them. Everyone had too many questions, but the fear of the hunt made them ride in the night like prisoners on the run. "You never told me that he is a sorcerer." "An armored sorcerer," Vesemir said. He. "Why, you saw how he was able to electrocute the griffin," Liam said. "Yes. But I thought it was some kind of enchanted equipment," Vesemir admitted. Like Vesemir, Geralt was also surprised. But the person who was the most surprised was Yennefer herself. During the Thaned coup, almost all of the sorcerers from the Brotherhood were killed, and those who remained, which she didn't think were more than a couple, she had knowledge about them. So, who was this man with such an eccentric personality that she had never heard of before? Another thing that surprised her was that she couldn't sense any kind of mana flowing through his body, and the magic that Tony unleashed seemed too foreign to her. And she could also easily tell that the bow Barton had brought out wasn't locally made either. So, who were these people? Chapter 100. "This place is much better than I expected," Natasha remarked, glancing around the inn. Her voice was cool, but her appreciation for the comfort was genuine. The warm baths, proper food, and sturdy beds were a welcome change from the harsh ride. Tony, who had retracted his javelin into its compact backpack form before entering Imhir's fortress, stretched with exaggerated satisfaction. "Not bad at all, considering the medieval aesthetic. I mean, I was expecting straw beds and wooden bowls." Yennefer and Geralt wasted no time meeting the king, but the rest of the group, exhausted from the journey, opted to enjoy Nilfgaard's hospitality. Even Vesemir, who rarely indulged, looked content to rest. After warm baths and a hearty meal, the group collapsed into a much-needed sleep. One day later. Since the group rode through the night to reach their destination, they took a whole day off, sleeping and recharging their batteries. Since they were inside solid walls, they could sleep well too and not be haunted by the monsters outside. Though Tony had built precautions for that and had an automated drone to monitor and alert the team if there was any kind of intruder from outside. It was evening when everybody had gathered together. Even Yennefer was here, and everyone had gathered in the massive hall provided to Geralt. "How come you get the best room in the inn while the rest of us are stuck in peasant accommodations?" Tony asked. "Maybe because he is the guest of the king," Barton said while eating his food. "I bet it comes with strings attached." "Thick strings," Vesemir muttered. "I'd wager the king's already made his demands." "Yes. But I would have done it regardless of his request." "And it's not for him," Geralt declared. "Sounds personal," Steve observed. "Because it is," Yennefer said as she sat on the side of Geralt, keeping her hand on his lap. "I believe you have had your rest. I would like to know what your plans are now going forward." "Master Vesemir has told me that you are after knowledge," Geralt said, as he didn't want to talk about his mission and preferred to focus on these mysterious individuals who seemed to have popped out of nowhere. "Yes, we do, and in fact, we have a contract for you too," Liam said. "Oh. What would that be?" Geralt asked. "The murder of the crones in the swamps of Velan. There are 3 of them. They're powerful and nasty, but will fight alongside you, Liam said. Crones? I have heard of them. They are said to be the daughters of the Lady of the Wood and possess immense magical power, Yennefer interjected. Exactly, Liam said, his tone firm. And they need to go. Crones. I will need more information than just their possessing magic, Geralt said. I will provide what I can, Liam said. I'm used to working alone. But I owe you, and I'll make an exception this time, Geralt said. Liam just smirked and didn't reply. As the group settled into their seats, the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth filled the room. Geralt pushed his goblet aside and straightened. Before we deal with the crones, he began, I need to meet someone, a man named Hendrik. He's at the crossroads, not far from here. The king passed on this information to me himself. He's supposed to have information, important information, about my search. Fine by me. We'll deal with the crones after. But let's make this quick. Hendrik better have something worth the detour, Liam spoke up as he finished the stew in his bowl. Alright, since nobody is talking about it, I will ask. What the hell attacked us the previous night? Barton asked after drinking a bit of ale. This made Geralt, Yennefer, and Vesemir freeze. These three had been trying to avoid the topic, but it seemed they couldn't anymore. They are called the Riders of the Wild Hunt, Liam answered, his words making everyone's jaws drop. They didn't expect Liam to know about them, especially since it involved both parties. How much have you been hiding from us? Natasha was getting irritated at this point because of Liam's negligence in debriefing. If Liam was in S.H.I.E.L.D., he would have been court-martialed by now. But then again, was there any prison in S.H.I.E.L.D. that could hold him down? Liam, you knew damn well who they were and didn't say anything before. Steve was also disappointed. Captain, there are so many monsters here. Beings that defy explanation. There are elves, dwarves, magical monsters left and right. If I start recounting what I know, it will take days. And even then, I can't proclaim that I know everything. Why do you think I am going after these crones? They are a nasty and downright hateful bunch of women, but I have a feeling they hold knowledge that will be important for the group. And besides, none of you asked who attacked us until Barton opened his mouth. You've had time to do so before too, Tony said. I did, but speaking of the wild hunt will take time. And the team needed rest, Liam said. We appreciate that you are giving us time to rest, but from this point forward, we would like it if you disclosed more information to us. We are in unknown lands, and we can't afford to be ignorant, Natasha put her foot down. All right. I admit it was kind of my fault, but you can't blame me for not knowing about an ambush from those freaky bastards beforehand, Liam said. Point, Barton said. So who the hell are these spectre-looking things? Wild Hunt is a wild name for them, though, Tony replied. Before I explain about them, I will have to go back in history a bit, Liam said. The place where we are now is called the continent as a whole.